Whoa. Whoa. Did it autoplay the My Summer Car soundtrack? Oh, it did. Dude. It's a sign. It's a sign. It's a sign. Tomorrow, after hours. Be there or be square. Lo Satana. I guess we just gotta keep it going. Yeah, we'll do it tomorrow. Let's see, how's the garage looking? I got the other quarter panel banged back into position. A little bit of a fender bender over there. The metal's still pinched, but not the worst. All right, pause that for a second. So, I know I've been playing a lot of KSP and really going to town with working on Dart. And I'm not going to stop. We're going to load it up right now here. Yeah, you weren't expecting that, are you? What's for lunch? I had a bowl of corn flakes for breakfast / lunch. I don't eat lunch. I haven't eaten lunch in a very long time, except on the weekends. I fast during the week. Dude, sitting here all day, you'll get fat real quick. Oh. I just drink water. I'm thinking of getting back into KSP, but I would want to add nice, sensible, supplemental part packs mod. What's a good part pack that can build me some better planes? Exercising at all? I don't really have a choice, Grab Shark, because of the dog. So yeah, I'm out walking every day. Also, this very dank meme was posted in Discord today. Very dank. Extra dank. It's pretty good, man. It's pretty good. If you ever need gym tips, hit me up. Been you know what deep. Been all that for some years. Saw guys don't have it easy. Yeah, Grab. I mean, dude, yeah, dude. I mean, I'll ask if I need help, but you got to remember, in another life, I played a lot, and I mean a lot of sports. Yeah. Hey, Asmalak, how are you? I played a lot of sports, dude. I remember what it's like to train and stuff. Even though that was, like I said, that was in another life. That was before I became a huge nerd. Bouldering. Oh, bouldering's fun, man. I like doing that. Did you play hockey? Hockey was the only sport I did not play. I'm serious. I played American football, basketball, baseball. I played soccer before, not for very long, though. I think football is more fun. I get it. The rest of the world plays football or soccer, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. So I did a year of soccer in like elementary school. So I know how to play it, but I'm not very good. I played, American football for 7 years, basketball for 5, baseball for 5. And then I switched to track and field. And I did track and field from 6th grade all the way to my senior year. How many years is that? 6? 6 years of track and field. In track and field, I could shot put, I could throw the jab, 100-meter dash, 110 hurdles, high jump, long jump, triple jump, 4x100 relay. Yeah, it's the anchor for the 4x100 relay. Yeah. Hockey was the only one I didn't play, and I regret that because hockey's amazing. It's the best sport ever. When are you going to resume the X30 build? We could work on the NASP tomorrow, Zombie, but dude, I found that if I hit a block with the game, like with trying to figure that shape out, we'll just kind of stop. But with the wind tunnel testing, NASP, we should be able to do it. Played defensive end in football growing up, led the league in turnovers, so bigger than everybody else. I played guard for the first 4 years of Pop Warner football, and then in high school, I switched to playing tight end. I stopped playing football freshman year. I stopped playing football freshman year because the coach, okay, this is bad, and this is why I say don't think you know everything as a teenager. The coach at my high school liked to run a wing tee offense, and he liked to run the ball. He never passed. So playing tight end, I didn't like that because I would just block for people all day. And don't get me wrong, I can block pretty good, big dude, right? Like, but I wanted I wanted to catch a football like all of Tom Brady's receivers. Oops. So I said, this is dumb, and I quit. That was copium. That was hard copium. I just wanted to go home and play Counter-Strike all day. Yeah, that was hard copium. Yeah, played center in basketball, and I played outfield, because I can run. Played outfield, center field in baseball. No wrestling? Nah, I didn't do wrestling. Didn't do that. I got really good at Counter-Strike, though. And being good at sports, I, firmly believe makes you better at Counter-Strike because you work on your reaction time and stuff. But yeah. Did you catch 4 touchdowns in one game? No. Back in 2002, I could have thrown a football over those mountains. Yeah. It's pretty awesome. Bouldering is fun, though, JDG. I do like that. Does Starliner actually need a crew for re-entry? I don't know, man. Dude. Yeah. I don't know. EJ, please don't take this the wrong way, but yesterday's VOD, you said that a lost velocity in rockets is subsonic, which is wrong. The exhaust is supersonic. Choked at the throat. I suppose it was a slip on your part. It wasn't. That's exactly what I said. You just didn't hear what I said. It's supersonic at the throat. And out the nozzle, it goes back to being subsonic in a convergent-divergent design. No, I said that. I said the opposite of what you just said that I said. Starliner went up again. Rare, Starliner's been up there. It was supposed to be up there for an 11-day mission, and it launched like 2 months ago. Yeah. Yeah, there's something wrong with the thrusters. Yeah, Starliner's been up there for a while. Anyway, Lava, I'm pretty sure I mean, you gotta go back in that VOD and check. I'm pretty sure I said it's supersonic at the throat and subsonic coming out the nozzle. Because that's CDDC, convergent divergent design. That was RE doghouses and stuff. Happy 2-month anniversary to our 10-day mission. I'm pretty sure I said it right yesterday. If I did, yeah, I probably misspoke. But I'm like 90% sure I said that correct, dude. I really make sure that I know that stuff cold, like, because you have to in this job. It's really important to know how propulsion works if you're going to talk about propulsion. Anyway, wow, deliberately isolated myself from social media for the news of my mental health. Guess I'll go read up on that. Rare, so you don't need to do. All right, I'm doing space nude day. I'm doing space nudes. Nice, good Freudian slip. Now, Lava, I did misspeak there. I'm doing space news on the daily, so you want space news? Come here. Space nudes. All right, let's go. It's not. Let's say we did. Supersonic at the exit and exactly Mach 1 at the throat. The throat is never supersonic. Oh, yeah, okay. Transonic. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, okay. If you want to be super technical, sure. Yeah. All right. Anyway. No, they wouldn't, goalie. Nobody wants to see that. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I get what you guys are saying. Yeah, my bad. Misspeak. All right. Let me... What were we doing? Tunnel testing. Here we go. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. It's a very slick-looking dart, you might say. You know what? Let's start the summer car soundtrack right at the beginning. Here we go. Yeah, Junie, they're right. The thing is, dude, I don't have a problem admitting when I'm wrong. You know what I mean? Like, it's not some pride thing with me. I should be getting this right, especially after a decade. But sometimes, dude, I'm going... Like, this is the honest truth. Sometimes I'm having, like, 6 conversations with 6 different people, and juggling all that up there, stuff doesn't come out right sometimes. But that's not on you guys. That's on me to get that right. Yeah, for real. Good call. Thank you. You know, I don't... You know, it's... Now, Junie, I'm not going to sit here and tell... Like, Lava's cool about it. Like, Lava, you guys are right. Yeah, I said it wrong. That's correct. Yeah, going out the exit. Mach 1 at the throat. Yeah, I said subsonic at the nozzle. That's not right. Now I want to delete that VOD, but hey, it's out there on the internet. I ain't getting it back. The best I can do is just get better at it. You know what I mean? Now, Junie, if people are going to come in here and be like, huh, gotcha, no, you're wrong, they can go eat a bag of gummy bears. You know what I'm saying? But I'm fairly confident that people don't come to this stream just to be a jerk to me. I mean, some people do. But, you know, like, if it's constructive, I really don't care. It's the not constructive people that I want to punch right in the mouth. Eat a bag of Haribos. Yeah. Hey, Junie, if we're gonna sit here and we're gonna teach this stuff, you should probably get it right. You know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong. Sometimes, bang, zoom, right to the moon. You know what I mean? But it's all good. What's been kind of grating me a little bit lately is, like, say we're talking about bananas, right? Say we're talking about, you know, bananas, potassium, right? And people in chat sometimes go like, well, what about apples? I don't know. What about apples? We're talking about bananas. You know what I mean? And now that I said that, people are gonna, every time I'm talking about rockets, people are gonna be like, what about bananas? What about apples? How do you like them apples, right? That's the kind of stuff that I don't necessarily hate it. It just makes it very difficult to, once again, like, if I'm having 6 different conversations with 6 different people on 6 different topics that all have to do with rockets, and someone throws a fruit into someone throws a fruit into the freaking conversation, I'm like, wait, what? Well, I'm not sure how that's relevant, man. Shoot. Anyway, Lava, thank you. Yeah, my bad. My bad. I know this stuff, dude. I swear. The information is up there. It's just sometimes it comes out wrong. Like, you guys know that I know the stuff. Lava, thank you for giving me the benefit of the doubt. I did have a question about core stage 2. Are they going to be putting that silver on the bottom, or will they be leaving it off on this one? So that silver tape was for heat mitigation, from what I understand. I'm not sure. I know a guy that works in MPS. I could ask him. I mean, that's not like a weird question, I don't think. It was a drive-by fruiting! Yeah, Alex. You gotta give me the benefit of the doubt sometimes. Like, that's all. It's a lot. It's a lot to keep track of, you know? Yeah, it's just a lot, that's all. No problem. We good. Alright, so I started working on this version of Dart. Okay, so we started working on this version of Dart, and what I did comparatively to the other versions. Here, let me load up the Mastercraft. Dart remains pointy. We can get away with it, Erudite, if we blend the shape right. I don't like that nose it's too pointy. It is too pointy. This ship is not designed to instill fear into our enemies. So check this out. I went back to making my jigs, like as one does, you know. That's how you know we're back. We are so back. EJ's using strut rulers again. We are so back. Yeah, being less of a donkey when we do it is getting better at it. I appreciate it, man. You gotta bear with me sometimes, man. This gets to be a lot, but you know, we get better at it, you know. All good. Sometimes though, it just pushes my buttons in the wrong way, and I'm like, I hate all of you, you know. Like, so, check this out. So this is the last version of Dart that we tested through reentry. In the wind tunnel, we got this new mod this week called Kerbal Wind Tunnel, and it actually is, I don't know how it's going to calculate the thrust envelope of this, but this probably doesn't fly very well. Let me just put it that way. And what you do in Kerbal, it doesn't like that. What happens in Kerbal Wind Tunnel is that basically you can, it's not like a live wind tunnel, but it does mess with it does basically simulate the vehicle, but it doesn't show, it's not a visual simulation. It would just be the telemetry from wind tunnel testing, basically. If you repeat yourself anymore, we're going to start thinking you're running for office. Well, Chad has this nasty habit of hearing what they want to hear sometimes, dude. And I find that repeating it 3 or 4 times gets the message across. You don't crap on the daily news for repeating the same thing every 15 minutes. Well, people do, but there's a lot of you here. Some people are doing work. So repeating it 3 or 4 times, saying it slightly different ways every time usually gets the point across. Believe me, I have plenty of experience there. So with this one, we figured out that from our wind tunnel testing, we figured out that this back plate right here. So I designed Dart basically off of Freedom 7's payload fairing. So what is Freedom 7? Back in Mission Mode 2, the Mission Mode 2 save, I built out a rocket complex design that was a 1.8 meter core. That's Condor. That's not that. That is not that at all. Still cool, but not that. Here we go. There's Freedom 7. So Freedom 7 is a 1.8 meter rocket that I made for mission mode, right? And I wanted to make a crew vehicle for it, and it had a 1.8 to attach to the upper stage correctly. We had a 1.8 meter fairing. So if you look at this particular one right here, that's just the cargo variant of it. Freedom 7 was something like Delta 2. It was just a medium duty, or Delta 2 or Antares. It was a medium duty launch vehicle. Pretty good one at that. You know, you could fully stack it. It could be reused. The first stage can come back and parachute down because it's super light. So I started making Dart for it. And what I did was I made Dart at the back. It has a payload attachment fitting, so it could be reused. If you notice, the back of Dart has a docking port on it. That's so it you know, if you land it back at the runway, you could take it right back over to the pad, fuel it, pick it up, right, and stack it right back on another vehicle. Now that was when I did the pad abort test, and I didn't get my thrust right, so it decided to go sideways off the pad and became Dart int. So yeah, you could stack it and you could reuse it. Now, that was a good idea and also a bad idea at the same time. Because doing this, and this is what I couldn't figure out with wind tunnel. Dart always wanted to nose down. If I try to re-enter it and I try to steer it like the shuttle through hypersonic, right, and it didn't work. It would always want to just basically fly like a bullet. And that's because the way I built this thing was the back plate, the payload attachment fitting was making it's just the way Kerbal understood it. Sometimes you have to fudge around with the aerodynamics a little bit. This thing basically inherited all the drag from the entire vehicle. So drag from the fuselage here, right, wasn't like from the center of mass of the fuselage. All the drag that the fuselage made was being imparted on the vehicle at the fairing because how Kerbal understands aerodynamics. Not good. I mean, it's not something I didn't know, right? But at the time, I just wasn't thinking about it. And that made Dart very unstable during re-entry. So much that it missed the runway a couple of times and ended up killing Jeb in that save, which just pissed me off. So we put this thing in this new mod, Kerbal Wind Tunnel, right? And we messed with it a lot. I tried to, you know, we fixed the landing gear, which is good. And we fixed the landing gear, and we got the landing gear to work okay by tilting it and making sure it was parallel to the ground when we touched down, right? And we also, you know, moved the wings around, changed the wing shape just a little bit, and we got it to fly okay. But still, at the end of the day, the wind tunnel and our actual simulation testing still made it like this thing is just creating so much drag. Like I said, this type of fuselage, right? If this thing was flying by itself, guys, with no wings, right? Flying through the air, you know, horizontally, like a starship re-entry, right? The center of pressure and the center of drag would be somewhere right around the center of mass. But because of Kerbal's aerodynamics, all of the forces of all these parts that are inside of the fairing are being imparted on the vehicle back there. And that basically makes it so it wants to like shoehorn the nose down during re-entry, something you really don't want. Yeah, you don't want that. So, based off of the wind tunnel testing and the testing that we did the other day, I came up with a solution here. The solution is to make Dart out of two fairings, right? We have a backwards facing open fairing and a forwards facing fairing that closes on the cap. So that basically made us open back here, but that's not a big deal. We could still put all the accoutrement, what the heck is that stuff? We could still put all of that in position and get that done right and make a Dart that should theoretically fly the exact same. The last thing I worked on yesterday, and also I did a kind of a little bit of an extra trade study here, looking into a two-seater variant of Dart, and we figured out that, you know, single-seater, two-seater, the double fairings going in each direction, yeah, they work. They work pretty well. That does get it to fly very well. It really, you know, we've been just doing some basic wind tunnel testing on the shape. It makes it unstable for helicopter towing too. Yep. Yes, it does. Chat contracts? Hell no. No. I choose the stakeholder expectations. You guys choose the funding. I'll do the systems engineering myself. If we start mission mode again. No. Having chat involved with any mission characteristics, Sea Kraken, or contracts is designed by committee, and that did not end well the last time I tried it. It was extremely bad. So, I started putting together kind of a very primitive, not really fleshed out version of Dart with the double fairing design, and we started putting it through the wind tunnel to see what happens. It kind of did prove what I was thinking. Look. Wow, that flight envelope is pretty decent. Autumnus Ducks. Oh, hi. 112-month resub. Autumnus, what did you... Autumnus, have you been lurking this entire time? Or did you change your name? Valthonus, okay. I was gonna say, that... What? Somebody's been lurking for 112 months? Anyway, what's going on, buddy? How are you? Autumnus Ducks. Hey, Rocket Guy. Yeah, believe it or not, this double fairing actually gives us a much cleaner fuselage shape. It looks nice, and it should fly a little bit better. Let's go pitching torque. What the primary thing that I'm looking for is to be able to hold a 45 degree, like be able to pitch the nose up to 45 degrees and steer the plane. In order to do that, I've been looking at what's called static pitching torque. So basically, pitching torque is how does this thing fly in whatever scenario you put it in here. Green Farsland just found the channel. Right on, man. Name the first 8-ball. I remember. Oh, gosh. Hey, Marco. What's going on? YouTube chat. Green, you just found the channel. Well, welcome. Golly, what's that? Oh. Not great. The wind tunnel mod would have been very helpful on so many projects. Yeah, that's Bradenton Motorsports. Yeah, that's not great. Will you close the back of the orbiter? I haven't gotten that far, Rem. I need to do some analysis here. I play with realism mods, but not RP1. Right on. Cool, man. All those developments screwed up the water table, Tessa. That's absolutely what happened. For a moment, I thought it was a rowing area or a jet boat area. How much flap to get so much pitch? Well, James, I'm not... Static pitching torque is basically how the thing's going to fly with your control surfaces not working. I need this thing to be stable. Something you got to think about when, like, the shuttle comes through re-entry or something. Or when the shuttle did come through. It doesn't do that anymore. I wish it did. When the shuttle comes through re-entry, right? The RCS is only used to steer it, right? The RCS is not necessarily used. I mean, it's almost like we have a dynamic condition here. So there are some parts where the RCS is needed to keep the vehicle on an even keel. But also at the same time, RCS should be used for steering. It should be used for steering. It shouldn't be used to keep the vehicle pitched up. That's not... It's a control surface without, you know... Now, once again, even with the shuttle, there were moments in the re-entry, the entry, descent, and landing, where the RCS was used to kind of keep the nose up. But for the most part, the RCS is used as a steerable component. It's your steering wheel, right? When you're coming through re-entry, where the aero control surfaces aren't good enough, right? For shuttle, it was used to maintain the pitch, actually to push the nose down. Yeah, I mean, for certain parts of the regime, right? But for the most part, the shuttle was pretty dang stable through re-entry. Like, the RCS was used to an extent. Right, that rocket guy, I know that. So, what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to get Dart basically controllable. So, what I've been doing is doing wind tunnel testing up in the supersonic regime at 25 kilometers up. And looking at what my angle of the pitching torque that is imparted on the vehicle from 0 to 45 degrees angle of attack. With the double fairing design, we actually learned a lot here. Basically, this thing really starts to get out of whack past 30 degrees. But with the double fairing and the aerodynamics working right, and this is just with the old Dart wings. We haven't even redesigned these to get these to work a little bit better. I could redesign the wing, and I'm probably going to. Check this out, dudes. We can absolutely, like, at 30 degrees, we're only at 58. So there's 58 kilonewtons of force being pushed on the vehicle to try and want to bring the nose down. With Dart, with the single fairing design, that was up at 78. So redoing the fuselage like this has really, really helped us. That's a huge, this line is not as steep. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Hey, Ibbot, 56-month resub. I have to go poop. Yeah, Coco, I gotta go poopy. You need to balance the nose heavy pitch down and aero pitch up. This is crucial to aero stability in any aircraft not actively stabilized. Well, I understand that, Aqualux. I get it. I know. What I'm trying to tell you is I want to try to get this as stable as possible. So when we go to play with the control surfaces, we're playing with house money, so to speak. Does that make sense? Can you tell them on your phone? Yes. Oh, yeah. Hey, hired 67 months. Thank you very much. What did the wind tunnel say to the aerospace engineer? I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan. Anyway. All right, so now face the fan, please. So I'm trying to basically get this line to be not as steep. Let's check 20,000. 20,000 at like 1250. I mean, you keep saying that, dude. You keep saying put the center of lift behind the center of mass. Okay. Let's see. Let's bring it back to 25,000 and go to 1,500. What you're saying makes sense, but that's not what that's saying. Would a body flap help? Yes and no. I think we need to redesign. We have a good fuselage here, but this is, yeah, we gotta redesign it. Did you see that Bombardier is testing a new blended wing? No, that's cool though. That's cool. We'll look into that more for Space News, dude. Because you're missing the arrow pitch up. I don't... How do your KSP work? It works pretty good. How did your KSP work? Bro, we just talked about this. What does this do? Does linking basic aerodynamics in KSP help me in this situation in the least? I don't... If the center of lift is too close to the center of mass, the aircraft will become excessively maneuverable, aka neutrally stable. That's what I'm trying to do. I don't... this is exactly what I'm trying to achieve, and you're saying don't do that. I'm not sure you're understanding what I'm trying to achieve here. I'm pretty sure. I don't know, man. I want to be able to destabilize the craft at hypersonic speeds so we can get cross-range capability. Now, don't get me wrong, that's going to create inherent aero... That it's going to fly like trash when it goes towards the runway. I understand that. I can think of a vehicle off the top of my head that does the same thing. You're saying you want it to stay stable without inputs. That's not neutrally stable. Neutrally stable aircraft cannot be stable without inputs. It just doesn't happen. I'm not using my words correctly again. Just sit back, relax, and let me take care of this, okay? I got it. Let me mess with this a little bit more. I'm going to start redesigning our wing. Amazing hat. Thanks, man. Might be better to just remake it, but... Will you be splitting those for air brakes? Breen, I didn't do that in the original one, in the original version, but yeah, we could do... You could do that, but the problem is that that's going to bring the nose up. We'd need some type of speed brake with the type of wing design, which is why I'm, like, not totally against redesigning the wing. We take the flags and the logos off. All right. So we flatten the wing, and let's let me think about this. Might be a little bit too far back. But let's go into the tunnel anyway. 3, 4, 5, vessel. Yeah, it's worse. Way worse. Not nearly as stable. Way better. Way less overall pitching moment. At 30 degrees, we're at 63. Okay. See, this is more what I'm looking for. I really want to get it so that fall off right here is kind of over here somewhere. If we could just shift this fall off to over here, and if we can keep minus 35 kilonewton meters, right, of force, forcing the nose down. If it can be like minus 35 right here, then we're good to go. That's really what I'm looking for. And that comes from making this unstable. We can use the RCS to compensate, because you got to remember the air isn't doing much. Because up here, the air density is quite low. See, look at that. Oh man, very good. But that fall off is still really, really high. What's generating all the lift? So the fairings are slightly ahead of our COM. That is causing a little bit of an issue. If I can get my center of mass between the point of the fairings, or if we move the fairings back so they equally generate lift on either side of my center of mass, that should totally even this out. Hey Yixel, what's going on? Don't forget, it isn't just lift. Drag, especially at the tail, will create that fall-off point. Well, Rocket Guy, with this, I basically removed any drag at the tail, except from these parts, from like the engines and stuff. But I put all this stuff in here to really kind of get, I put all that stuff in there to kind of just get the lay of the land here. So less torque and more angle is better. In this particular application, guys, for a re-entry vehicle, this is quite good. that will stay really, really stable until about 30 degrees. That's awesome. That's exactly what I want. We can make it better though. I want this thing to fly like this. Now, just out of curiosity, let's go 250 meters at 100 meters a second. I'm curious to see what this does here. 0 to 45. Not great. We're gonna need it. I mean, actually 32 isn't bad. It's gonna want to bring the nose up, like badly bring the nose up until it gets to about 30, and then it's gonna want to shoehorn it down. This right here, I'm not too concerned about. We can compensate for that with pitch input. Yowza. That is pretty bad. But then again, like I said, that's kind of what we're after. Shuttle didn't fly too good down here. It could only fly very it could only fly good enough to land. It wasn't the best flying like that. Could you test this without the grip pads? I would like to see the difference. Sure. No change. It's just good enough to land, dudes. Yeah, exactly. Wicked. It'll really fall off after 300, after 30 degrees. It really falls off. Like badly. Old Dart at 30 degrees was about the same, but that line was a lot steeper. It's very shallow up to about 20 degrees. That's really good. That's what I want. I think we can get this better. Let's make some adjustments here. Just straight up. Where are the fairings here? So, fairing expansion, fairing expansion. Where are my fairing shapes? Right there. See how my center of mass isn't directly in between the fairing shapes? I'm just generally wondering, this is gonna look a little strange. Wondering what happens if we get them in between. I mean, keep in mind, each fairing shape is slightly different. Now, move the wings just slightly forward. Nope, too far. Now that looks a little goofy, but now I'm wondering. Let's check that same thing, right? Update vessel, fly. It didn't make that much of a difference. Okay. I mean, she's basically golden till about, I'd say about here. That's when the RCS is really going to have to start doing work. Yeah. Seems like the data is suggesting a programmatic change of a shallower angle would solve the stability issue. I mean, she's going to be totally fine, Gob, but what I'm really trying to do is basically... This is for continuity of re-entry. Just pretend this F4 is the space shuttle, okay? Let me explain what I'm trying to tell you. So... when the shuttle hits entry interface, or when the shuttle did hit entry interface, I'm sorry, it still flies in my mind. I know it's weird. Just, yeah, okay. So say this is your space shuttle, right? When it hits EI, it's actually pretty parallel to the horizon. And as it rotates around the Earth, it gradually increases angle of attack. So it kind of, as it gets further and further into entry, you get to a higher angle of attack. And it gets up to about 45 degrees during well, not peak heating. That happens a little bit later. But like I said, say this is the curvature of the Earth, right? It'll start here, and then it'll kind of just stay in the same direction. So when it's over here, it's up like that. See what I'm saying? And it's gonna, from there, it kind of modulates. This is what I'm trying to do. This is the hard part. I'm trying to get it to do this, to be able to do that during re-entry. Basically, flip back and forth like this. This is why I don't want RCS compensating and trying to get the nose up too much. Like, just a little bit is fine. Even the real shuttle, it did it to an extent to keep that nose. Actually, they were fighting to keep the nose down for what Rocky I was saying. And yeah, I mean, they only had the back RCS on during shuttle descent because outgassing hypergulls into plasma is bad. They figured out that was bad. So we basically got to get this thing to do this, right? So really, you know, we could try to do 20-degree angle of attack, but really what I'm after, I'm not trying to make it exactly like the shuttle. That it doesn't have to be exactly like the shuttle, but what I am trying to do is basically make it so during any re-entry, this is more of a UX thing, a UX design decision by me, and you guys tell me if that doesn't make sense, right? I want to be able to come back from any inclination with dart. 45 degrees inclined, no problem. 50 degrees inclined, 0 degrees inclined, doesn't matter. And know that if I come back from a 100-kilometer orbit, perigee at 30, a certain distance downrange from KSC, right, or uprange from KSC, that if I hit the atmosphere at 0-degree angle of attack, and just let the SAS hold it and don't have to worry about the RCS wasting all of its fuel to go through entry at 45 degrees, I know that at a certain point, I'm always going to get back to the runway. This is something I started doing with the shuttle. I made sure the re-entry was exactly the same every single time. And that's how I could get the shuttle back to the runway so many times. But part of being able to do that, one, is to be able to steer the dang thing. So not only do I need to make sure it does the same thing every time, right? And just the way KSP does it is that, you know, because you rotate a lot more going around Kerbin because it's a smaller diameter, right? You get up to 45 degrees a lot quicker. I basically want to make it so I could just lock SAS and just have the RCS not hold, but basically have the next to no pitching torque and slight changes from the reaction control systems, just to keep the thing on an even keel, to get it to about 45 degrees, and then I can fly it from there. I'll be able to. This is about the continuity of every re-entry being pretty much the same. That's really what I need here. Did I miss Kerbal again? No? Does KSP simulate skip re-entry? You can do a skip, Jim, if you really want to. Sure. Is there any way you can make a ramp on the bottom side of the aft fairing? Well, The idea there, Lava Eagle, is that we need to keep this edge clean because it's a payload attachment fitting. Remember, we need to be able to attach this to be able to reattach it to a rocket. Hang on. I need to be able to reattach it to a rocket, and we need to basically the payload attachment fitting is kind of frozen like that because I need the equipment to be able to, I need that thing basically to be able to be set to same vessel interaction so we can interface with a rocket after reusing the vehicle. Dart's designed to be fully reusable. Like, and I'm not saying like land it back of the runway, hit the recover button. I'm saying land it back of the runway, go get a tow truck, tow the damn thing back to the pad, refuel it, turn it upright, and put it back on a rocket. So this is why with the original Dart designs, this is why I was so insistent on keeping my control surfaces out here. You know, everybody's saying like, oh, put a body flap in, put a body flap in. Yeah, we could do that, and that could help trim out payloads. That's what it did with the shuttle. But yeah, we gotta, I mean, one, in this particular type of vehicle, it's not really needed. I mean, yeah, you know what? I'm not going to say that it's not really needed, but we could use it to trim out crew when Dart brings back different crew, I suppose, but... But, yeah, we gotta... I lost my train of thought, I'm sorry. I don't necessarily need a body flap in this design. That's what I'm kind of getting at. It was a pre-assembled display, the F4. Yeah. Getting the wings up seemed to help. Demo, what are you saying? I noticed something scrubbing back in the YouTube stream. Are you making sure that your pitch moment versus alpha curve is crossing zero torque with a negative slope at your desired angle of attack? We haven't gotten that far, Demo. No. Making sure your pitch moment. Maybe you could fill us in. What's the alpha curve? Is that what this is? Is that what this is called? Dude, this is all new for me, dude. Let me know. Dude, basically, I need to give this thing the provisions, because I have to fly it, guys. I have to fly the damn thing. Unless we used KRPC, in which case, the more stable we make it, the more easy it would be for a computer to compensate for it if I ever figured out a way to do a programmed landing. I'm pretty sure I'm not that smart. Alpha is angle of attack. Okay. Are you making sure that your pitch moment versus angle of attack is crossing zero torque with a negative slope at your desired AOA? No, Demo, yeah, okay. I had to read that 3 or 4 times. No, we're not there yet. I'm very much toying with Dart's shape a lot here to make sure to get that right. My stakeholder expectation here is that this thing should be able, from the higher regimes from EDL, so from 70 kilometers to, I don't know, 70 to like maybe 30. it should be able to be nice and stable from 0 to 45 degrees angle of attack at varying speeds. The big benchmark here that I've been using is 25 kilometers at 1500, because it should be stable further than this. I mean, we could go check it. We could check 40,000. I mean, we could basically go all the way down if we want. So like start at 65 kilometers and let's say 2400 meters a second. Dial that one in. Go 0 to 45. I'm trying to minimize our torque. Oh. That's nothing. Yeah, it's fine. That'll hold it just fine. So let's say 60,000 at 2200. Still good. Oh. Slight negative. All right, let's try 55 kilometers at 2000. Still good. The RCS can absolutely compensate for 2 kilonewtons. What on earth are we listening to? Summer Car soundtrack? Let's try 50,000 at 18. Yeah, it's still fine. The shape will stay the same unless you go between subsonic and supersonic. Really? Oh yeah, I guess you're right. Huh. Till. But see, I'm trying to keep us stable. Like, okay, because once again, we have varying angle of attack through re-entry. We have a varying angle of attack through re-entry. We want to be 0 at 70, right? And then down to 25 at 1500, right? So 0 angle of attack, 70 kilometers going 2,500 meters a second. And I need us to stay nice. I need our pitching torque to be minimized from 25 kilometers to about 15. At 25 kilometers, 1,500 meters a second at 45 degrees angle of attack. That's what I'm aiming for. I need to get this curve to start dipping over here, basically. Because I'm not going to exceed 45 degrees angle of attack during a curb and re-entry. I want to know that we're going to be stable. Heck, guys, I'll be honest with you. With the shuttle, I really never went to 45 degrees. Because Kerbal's atmosphere is very dense comparatively to ours. I mean, it's the same atmosphere. It has a similar atmospheric fall off, but because Kerbal is smaller, it's actually volumely smaller, but with the same atmosphere, more or less. It gets really, really dense down low really, really fast. Like, Earth's atmosphere, it would be very weird to find Earth's atmosphere on a planet the size of Kerbin. Because air density and stuff, but that's another story. Ooh, a PDIF. What do we got from this PDIF? Any particular part I should be reading here? Or just read the thing? AIA Sciences meeting, including New Horizons Forum and Aerospace. Analytical hypersonic aerodynamics for conceptual design of entry vehicles. Capitalizing on the advances in symbolic manipulation technology, analytic hypersonic aerodynamic relations are developed based off of Newtonian flow theory. Okay. If that was gibberish, don't worry. It just says aerodynamics exist within the confines of Newtonian flow. It means aerodynamics work within the confines of physics. It's a very simple way of saying that. Analytic relations for force coefficient, moment coefficient, and stability derivatives have been developed for basic shapes, including sharp cones, spherical segments, cylindrical segments, and flat planes at varying angles of attack and side slip. That one is very mathy, but I'm trying to find the ones that explains the pitch stability. All right. Iconic re-entry vehicle. Hey, that shape looks familiar. Hmm. 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 That's a mystery. See what I mean about blunt nose? That's really what I would want this to look like, but we don't have something like that. With the scale difference, with the shuttle, I'm worried the margin of error in altitude might become too small. What do you mean, Bon? See, Demo, even if I was smart enough to do some of this math, which I'm not, I'm not sure, because Kerbal's aerodynamics are abstracted to an extent. Like, I'm not sure the real math would work for us. Trying to force a blunt shape entry while having a pointed front, so close. Yeah, I mean, fortunately, Kerbal is not too, like, unforgiving when it comes to shape. This is more about getting your moment and everything right. Parts in KSP are extremely heat resistant. All right, I'm gonna shelve this. We'll put that up there for now. This is what Jeb heard. You know what? I've decided just now we can skip that song. We could skip it, and not listen to it ever. I've decided. I don't know what's brought that on. We could never pass this part. In fact, never listen to this part again. I'm gonna draw some figures and send them. Give me 5 minutes. Okay. Vain tehtaan hajua me yhdessä kirottiin. Ja Nuokkarimäessä oli häviäjä viimeinen ylhäällä. Päivistä. Ja noista päivistä ei oo kuin rippeet jäljellä, mutta aikuisuuteen jotain parempaa. Niistä ammentaa. Oli laudassa, loi käärmeellä sininen pohja. Amerikasta asti taaloilla tilattu. Tenniskentällä kevään ensimmäinen paljas kohta. Yhdessä hypyssä kesä pilattu. Radan varren metsään kaljat piilotettiin. Ja paljain takamuksi junia tervehdittiin. Ennen kaupunkia kypikassi ja malluaski. Joku lukiolainen se parhaankin maniski. Oh yeah, Tessa, this shouldn't be a problem. Pitää muistaa tytölle hymyillä. I just wanted to see. My COL, the center lift seems to be fine, so that means something else is going to be throwing us out of whack. I'll bet you it's the fairings. Sounds like Russian mariachis. This is Finnish, dude. Yeah, Smoke. Dart was something I built during mission mode, like 2021, 2022. It's not a bad design. It's just it'll make it through re-entry, but it'll make it through re-entry and go kind of wherever it wants. That was my problem. It's not very controllable during re-entry. Now in Kerbal, that just means it's coming down where you don't want. In real life, that means you die. Yeah, that means you die. Yeah. so you know, in my particular case, coming down not where you want ended up killing Jeb because I landed on uneven terrain and the landing gear freaked out and basically crack and drive the thing, flipped it over and it nosedived into the ground. What happens if you take off the bottom plane of the wing? Science? So this was the original design. It's not a bad space vehicle. It actually is pretty good. It's kind of hard to launch up into space though because, you know, wings on a rocket. But yeah. This song sucks. So this is the redesign one. That was a 2.5, basically a thicker version of Dart that I was messing with. This was a 2-seater version that could hold 6 instead of 5. All of these songs sucks. Thanks, Jim. Question, are the top engines hidden from KSP Aero when at 45 degrees? No, Lava, there's no occlusion like that unless you tell it. But yeah, no. Kerbal doesn't work like that. Everything is flying through the air. Basically, unless it's inside of a fairing or a payload bay, it's flying in like it's an exploded view. So, like, picture an exploded view of a vehicle with all the parts kind of all willy-nilly just kind of flying through the air. Anything that's inside a fairing gets occluded. Everything else, no. By having zero torque at the desired angle of attack, the vehicle shouldn't move. By having a negative slope, any perturbation... By having a negative slope, any perturbation with increase or decrease the torque in a way that will push the nose back to the zero torque angle of attack. Yeah, demo, I got it. Sorry, I'm a little bit slow today. I understand that. I'm trying to make the fall off line where it really wants to push it back. I'm trying to make that at 45. I'm trying to get my fall off line at 45 degrees. So I want this thing to be pretty damn good. Here, let me show you. Trying to see this line right here. I'm trying to get it to fall off over here somewhere. That's where I'm at. I need this. Like, this is great. This is what I'm looking for. Enough for RCS to compensate and not bleed my RCS dry during re-entry. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, at 4 and 5. I make jigs for anything that I work on nowadays in Kerbal. Please see my Imager link. Yes, lines. You could have wings inside of a cargo bay, James, if you opened them up and like had them fold out. Yeah, then that would work. But yeah. Finally found some references, though this was for the X33. Shows the pitching moment coefficient at Mach 10 with various flap configurations. RCS was used extensively and continuously to maintain a desired altitude until control surfaces became effective and the flaps trimmed the flight condition at that point. Pretty interesting. So for the X33, you can see the default zero flap deflection, page 8 of this document, center CM versus AOA. Ooh. Aglex, you out there? Some X33 stuff. Look, looky, yooky, yooky. Remove the double wing width at the trailing side. That's what I mean, Breen. I'm kind of convinced that we need to go redesigning our wing. We got to figure out. I got to figure out how to get that fall off away. I think we might have too much wing behind the center of mass. What are the odds this turns into a mini X37? If we wanted to do that, we could, but the problem with your current curve is that throughout the entire angle of attack range from 0 to 90, you have a negative torque. This is going to push your nose to an angle of attack where the torque becomes positive. Is that, again, I presume it's 0 degrees. You need 0 torque at 45 degrees. Yeah, Demo, okay. So I understand that. I kind of come to terms that we're never going to get it exactly right. We're never going to get this perfect, but it's going to want to... This thing is basically going to want to sit at 5 degrees. That's where, if I let it go ballistic, it'll just kind of sit there, which is good. That's good progress. But I really, really would like this number to be... I need that to be kind of over here, or at least get the fall off right there close enough over here. So we can compensate for it with minimal RCS, that's all. I just don't want to get into a scenario where the RCS is firing full blast, my pitch is locked, my pitch rate is locked to maximum, and it just basically loses control. That's what's going on. That's what was going on with the original Dart. Because the fairing, all the lift from the entire fuselage was being, and drag was being imparted at the fairing plate on the back. So the thing just naturally wanted to nose at 0 degrees and go through re-entry like a bullet, making it very uncontrollable. And then if you dug too far down, you would get negative pitch moment and the thing would flip. And then it would just basically do this. You know, it would go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth until basically the atmosphere got thick enough, and then it would just go into a flat spin. CM is moment, right? It should be defined here. Comparison of measured and pre-predicted pitching moment with deflected body flaps. Yeah. Coefficient of moment. Yeah, I got you. Okay. Pitch moment coefficient. Got it. Okay, idiot question, fellas. What's the difference between just straight pitch moment and pitch moment coefficient? Are those two different things, or is one of those not a thing? Feed me. Coefficient is just non-dimensional. Got it. Coefficient of drag and drag force. Got it. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I got it. All right, guys, I gotta take a piss real quick. I'll be right back, 1 second. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get this up here. I need us to be stable 0 to 45. I need this line to be a little bit flatter. You can get some fall off here, but yeah, we're gonna have to. Oh, man, dude, you know what I'm just thinking? Man, you can really get technical with this. I mean, Kerbal's aerodynamics aren't the best, but this is good enough to demonstrate some pretty damn good concepts. Like, dude, we wish in stock KSP that we had this information, you know? Yeah. Body flap rotated 10 degrees up might help. Yeah. I'm not leaving you guys with this song. I'll be right back. Waste tanks evacuated. Beep, 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 beep. See, now I'm wondering, you know, how far we want to go, how far we want to redesign this. The double fairing seems to have solved a lot of problems, but now my mind is going, you know, what else could we do with this? What do you plan to do with the nose section? I have not figured that out. What I do know is that I really don't want any dart or any vehicle this size to be over 100 parts. Because if we're using this with a bigger integrated architecture, no. Hard limit at 100 parts, so... The center of mass changes as you burn or use monopropellant. Well, sure, transit, but if I balance the tank design out on the center of mass, like we have 2 tanks on the COM, it's not going to make that big of a deal. Most of this thing is not designed to go through re-entry with fuel in the tanks. I have fuel dumps there on purpose. You're supposed to do your deorbit burn, jettison the fuel, go through re-entry. That's what the shuttle did for that exact reason. I don't know if you answered this, but what's the idea with the double wing at the bottom? It makes the wing look a little thicker, because the re-entry vehicles generally don't have really like skinny wings. You know what I mean? Yeah, we're looking at the dry configuration on the graph anyway. Yeah, exactly. Now I want to play with shapes. You know what I mean? That's really kind of what I want to see. You know, what other things do we have here? I had to add a body flap to make my air launch shuttle work. I think it had a similar curve prior to this prior to its addition. I mean, we could take one set of wings off. I'm wondering if that's going to change much. Update vessel. The 101 at 45. Update vessel, apply. Huh. Oh, yeah. Okay. Hey, Bog. What's going on? Pitch moment from vertical? No, this is from horizontal, James. So 0 would be parallel to prograde velocity. Let me take these dark components out. Yeah, that's with a screwed up center of mass. We'll just look at the bigger picture from 0 to 90. What happens to the pitching torque? It changes the curve if we move our center of gravity. That's what I just did. Our center of gravity is way far forward now because I took all those components out. And this is what I mean. Maybe we should mess around with this a little bit more. Yeah, put a wing out in front. Yeah. Once again, the double fairings is there. So the fairing forward-facing and backward-facing fairings are there to make Kerbal understand that this is a fuselage, and that the center of pressure on this thing would pretty much come from right around here. Actually, it would be a little bit further back now that I'm looking at it. For Space News Later Outpost, the one with the re-entering container just said this. Today we are pleased to announce that Outpost has been awarded a $1.25 million contract from the Air Force to develop the capability to use ferry-all and carry-all warehouse cargo on orbit just-in-time delivery anywhere on Earth. Okay. Okay, that's enough summer car for the day. Think of the team of engineers on the shuttle in charge of determining where everything went to get the center of mass right. How close was the actual to the calculated, desired, simulated? A lot of wind tunnel testing was used during the shuttle, dude. A lot of wind tunnel testing. Yeah, they had a lot of wind tunnel testing, dude. On the shuttle by itself, full stack. I'm telling you, man. The aerodynamics of that vehicle is like they broke the mold. Rockwell broke the damn mold with that thing. I mean, that was there's nothing like that. Nothing. There still is nothing like that. They broke the mold with that dang thing. It was an excellent design. Like, think about all the time and effort and all the aerodynamic simulation that you'd have to do to kind of find where everything's home is. Unbelievable. And that shows good systems engineering, right? That's good SE right there, because you're going to have to track the mass of every component as you go throughout the design. It is. The aerodynamic coefficients of the shuttle during re-entry were actually a bit off intended, between 130 kilometers to 90 kilometers. There was a paper on that somewhere I remember reading. It is. Okay, let me put it to you like this. I can't believe they didn't have more problems with that vehicle. Like, yeah, there's a couple of funnies here and there, like what Rocket Guy just said. It's actually a bit off of intended, between 130 kilometers to 90 kilometers. But to go from, like, even the Apollo CSM to that is unreal. That's like going from a moped to a Bugatti Veyron. Like, okay. All right. It's pretty damn good, man. Here's that paper. Applied to college. Wish you luck. Good luck, buddy. Verified flow pitching moment coefficient measurements of the shuttle orbiter. Oh. Oh. Missed it by that much. That okay. And Rocket Guy, the crazy thing is that this was all done in retrospect. See, this is what I mean. Programmatically, this is a nightmare. This is from STS-32. That's post-Challenger. Like, way post-Challenger. Like... pesky, stupid air molecules. Have your Stokes to a T. Okay. I'm confused. What are we looking at? This is a pitching moment simulate, or not simulation. This is a pitching moment. This is a graph showing pitch moment. So basically, if you let go of the joystick flying the shuttle at a certain altitude, will it want to nose up or will it want to nose down, right? So this is your force measured in Newton meters, right? And then you have your altitude here. Like, and what this basically says, long story short, is that they wanted to be able to steer the shuttle around between 120 and 90 kilometers. And if you tried to... not tried. They thought the shuttle was basically going to want to nose down here, and it doesn't. It doesn't want to nose down. It wants to just keep going. That's what this says. This is a very, very good example of physics not doing what you thought it was going to do. Goes to show Newtonian fluids isn't really all that great at predicting moment coefficient, and predicting laminar turbulent transition is a giant meme. Yeah, that's so like, and right there, and this is for everybody else too. Right there shows exactly what, when you hear an aerospace engineer or anybody that's an engineer say, like, we still don't know how aerodynamics works. That's a good example. Yeah, that's a good example. You can kind of guess and kind of get some model validation, but at the end of the day, you got to send it. You gotta go. You actually got to go and fly the damn thing. There's only so much math you can do on the ground. You have to validate your math with a flight test, right? And it's not about getting exactly what you did right. Like, you want to get as close to that as possible, but it's about how much you didn't get it right. That's what I mean. You know, with decent analytical models, you can get close. You can get real close, but you're never going to get it. It's never going to be spot on. You can't predict exactly what something's going to do. It's just not possible. With our comprehension, they're called Navier-Stokes equations. It's not possible. We can't do it. It's really hard to do. You're always going to have to validate stuff with a flight test, right? KSP doesn't have hypersonic shockwaves. It's not that good, Green. Not that good. Yeah. Because bees don't care what humans think is impossible. Have we put EJ's shuttle in the wind tunnel mod? Might give some insight. Vaughn, I'll be 100% honest with you. I have no idea why my shuttle is so damn stable during re-entry. Couldn't tell you. No, you learn from it and you try to make fixes to get it more like what you want, dude. That's the thing. But the fact that we were finding that stuff out about the shuttle into the 90s is kind of annoying, because with something as complicated as a hypersonic re-entry vehicle that's the size of a I don't know, 737 maybe, it's really kind of discouraging. Like, that you shouldn't be learning stuff like that far into the program. Like, don't get me wrong, you should always learn new things, but something like that is kind of a little bit glaring. All right, here, let's see what the shuttle is like. 0 to 45, 25 to 15, update vessel, apply and close. Not great. Not great. It's not too bad. The shuttle will find, Collins will find a sweet spot basically right there. Right there where it says 0. That's its sweet spot, 36.97 degrees. That's what it likes. And yeah, that's right. That's pretty close. I would never take the shuttle to 45 degrees. It becomes very unstable. Hi, I'm Bob. It is great. Not great, Bob. Nope, not great. That's 180 degrees out of NASA's, isn't it? Yeah, transit for sure. In workers and resources, is there some kind of snap to rail tool? Hit F4. Grab whenever you're using any type road tool, railroads, footpath, whatever. Make the straight segments first. The spline tools in workers are not as good as they are in cities. I mean, guys, that's pretty good. That's pretty good considering. It's pretty good. That's not the worst. It's really not bad. The sweet spot right here is, this is what Demo was telling me earlier. It's going to naturally want to find 35 degrees. That's good, man. That's actually real good. This part is not great, but then again, at 25,000 going 1,500, the nose is going to be up, no matter what. So, you know, the more I look at this, the more it's actually not too bad. Yeah, it's pretty damn good. I don't like this. That means if you try to bring the nose down at high speed, bad stuff will happen. It'll try to nose down a lot. You don't want that. Yeah, Dux, I was debating doing panel tessellation for Dart. But once again, I really don't want Dart to get above 100 parts, dude. But we could. I think that's what gets this shuttle to work pretty well. I used panels down here for a couple of different reasons. One, it looks awesome. It looks awesome. That is the shuttle's shape basically to a T. I spent way too much time staring at that thing. Two, panels make great tiles. A tile by itself is no good. The tiles there has to be a lot of them. One tile is not going to do anything. You put one panel on this thing, it's going to pop. But my panels work like a heat sink. Basically, if this tile is absorbing it, it's going to flux the heat into all those highlighted tiles. It basically works like a heat sink vane. These are heat vanes, basically. They work kind of similar. The tiles in real life absorb heat. They don't kind of spread it around, except into the airframe of the vehicle, right? Third thing is, well, like I said, the shuttle is not the most aerodynamic thing ever devised. It has the aerodynamics of a steam engine, but you got to remember, that's on purpose. It's very much on purpose. It's a re-entry vehicle. It's supposed to create drag. So putting a lot of panels here makes a lot of drag underneath the nose and at the front of the vehicle, which is exactly what the real shuttle does. The real shuttle's nose is almost flat. Like if you look at it, it's not like a nose cone per se. It's like a nose pancake. So I use panels to induce a lot of drag on the front underside of the vehicle. And that actually is not bad. That's pretty good. Like, I looked at it at face value and saw the hump being over here at 27 degrees, but the fact that our convergence point is right around 37 degrees, 0 AOA, means that this thing's gonna naturally want to fly right in there, which is actually real nice. That's good, man. Yeah. And that means we're good for S-turning and stuff. I need to get a curve like that with Dart, to be honest with you. I just don't know how we're going to do it, man. Is there a mod list? Exclamation point KSP1 mods. Fired. The one that might not be updated on that command is Kerbal Wind Tunnel. But yeah, that's it. Dream Chaser has a ball-shaped cockpit for more drag at the front end. Most hypersonic re-entry vehicles, James, have a very blunt nose. Check it out. X-37B. Take a look. The nose is not conic. It's just blunt. It looks like I said, a crushed pancake. See what I mean? The shuttle, so with the X-37, that's the shuttle's nose. It's the same thing. Only these are using upgraded tiles. These are using Tough Rock tiles. That's what Starship uses. Starship uses a similar tile to this. The tough and unifibrous reinforced oxidation resistant, corrosion resistant tiles. They're a better shuttle tile than the silicate based ones because they're silica composite and they can withstand a lot more heat. They're really good. That's what Starship, like I said, that's what Starship has. Pointy means more heat, less mass, more surface, closer boundary. Yep, exactly. This is blunt to keep the plasma away from this thing. If we look at Dream Chaser, hey Titan and Bray are here. You done with work?
No, I still have work.
Oh, cool. See, blunt nose, same exact reason.
Look at the boy.
Excuse my French, but it's magic that they figured this out in 1963. It's why it looks like a shoe. Exactly. Mm-hmm. We have Pupper Cam. Titan, come here, buddy. Hi. How you doing, pal? How you doing, pal? It's good to see you. Good boy. He's a good boy.
Are you a good boy? Who's a good boy? It's Titan.
He is a good boy. Red, thank you very much for the raid, by the way.
I came here to. I wanted a hug.
You wanted a hug? Remo wants a hug? Remo, get.
I headbutted you with my headset.
That's alright.
Cool. All right.
Okay.
We're deep in the aerodynamic thoughts here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Alright, I will leave it to you.
Oh, danke schön.
Where are you going? I'm leaving. Come on.
So if we even look at, love you. Not you, chat. Even look at the X33, same idea. See what I mean? This is why I suggested a small heat shield. Yeah, we could do it. I mean, I could get the tessellator out and we could start messing with it, but I think if we got the panel tessellator out, we would have to... Actually, we did nail this thing. That's really annoying. I thought that wasn't good for a second, but it's actually not too bad. That whole less pointy is also the basis for the shovel nose concepts. It's better at aero at hypersonic speeds, but not pointy, at least on one axis. So like with an ASP, yeah. Just the KSP shield? Nah, I'm not doing that. Here, Breen, check this out. I don't know if you've seen this before. Probably haven't. Give me a second. Gotta find it. There it is. You love it. It has trim flaps like the real one, and Rocket Guy, this thing could not fly without those. It really couldn't do it. It could not, without those things trying to keep you on an even keel, this thing flew like poop. But see, that tells me everything I need to know. This thing, Lockheed also wanted this thing to come down and land, or fly for the most part during re-entry like that. That's why these wings are tilted downwards like that, see? And that, if we update the vessel now, hit the same thing, look, 0 at 0, which means, yeah, it flies really well right there. But if you tried to bring the nose up, it'll actually even out right there. That hump right there tells me that anything in between sucks, which it does basically match what we encountered when we went to fly this thing. That's pretty right. This thing sucks anywhere in between there. It does not fly very well. And that's that huge hump right there. It's easier without the wind tunnel. What? How do you figure? Joke, I'm not 100% sure what you're getting at. That's a good capsule. Yes, in mission mode, yes. Jux, I just want to repeat this conversation to make sure I understand it right. You said it's easier without the wind tunnel, and I said, what do you mean? And you said yes. Just making sure we're on the same page here. Yep, nope, still don't know what you're getting at, dude. I'm sorry. Still don't know what you're getting at, pal. I use that in an older mission mode save, Sam. It's kind of an Orion analog. Says yes, refuses to elaborate. Anyway, guys, I'll be honest with you. I could sit here and we could tessellate out a heat shield for this thing. Not a problem. But here's where I'm at. We want Dart, we want to be able to pick Dart up. Like, I want to be able to land it, tow it back to the pad without it being a bajillion freaking parts. 100 part count limit. Panel tessellation makes it so it might be a little bit more. Part weld not an option. If we part weld stuff, it's gonna throw our aerodynamic calculations completely out of whack, dude. The whole double fairing trick is still nuts. It works, though. Can model something in Maya. No. Ugh. No, Lambo, it's not. They're just doing a fault tree analysis on the thrusters because they want to be absolutely sure that the thrusters are good to go for when they try to bring them back down. They're pretty confident, but pretty confident doesn't fly very well when you have people on board. Probably would pay to not roll the dice like that, right? So they're just basically trying to be absolutely sure that those thrusters are going to work correctly. Their thermal model for their thrusters was out of whack. It was a little bit off. Now, guys, this speaks to what I'm talking about. Remember, we were just talking about aerodynamics a second ago. You're never going to get it exactly right. Your thermal models, you're never going to get those exactly right. These ones were a little out of whack. Now, I'd say if you had criticisms of Starliner at this point, it would be twofold. One, why is your thermal model still off? You've done 2 orbital flight tests. Now, the first one I can discount. The second one, how come this behavior didn't show up on the second one? And if it did, why the hell are you flying crew? I think those are fair questions. But that's, once again, no one's asking those questions. Like, this behavior happened on OFT2 and it was written off as nothing? This is nothing? There's no nothing with spaceflight. There's... I read something online that said a failure could cause Starliner to crash into the ISS during undocking. Yeah, that article is entirely based off of hearsay. I don't trust it, Lambo. See what I'm talking about, dudes? I could do this all freaking day. Like, it's possible that that could be a thing, Lambo, but that's based off of hearsay. I don't do hearsay in analysis. You don't figure a variable into an analysis. That kind of defeats the point of doing an analysis. RJ, whose article do you think? Can you see why that guy bothers me? Because I have to do this all day. It's ridiculous. Oh, Lambo, don't worry about it, dude. I don't mind giving you the right answer. The fact that articles that are written as fact that are based off of complete hearsay really make my job a lot harder. That's all. You know, it's nothing on you, dude. It's very much on the guy that put that information out there as fact because he's an idiot. It's very discouraging, dude. I've had to talk about it pretty much every day this week. We can't even verify if it's hearsay. Like, yeah, exactly. I'm getting a little peeved. Getting a little peeved about it. Yeah, anyway, Lambo, nothing about you. Nothing with you, dude. You please ask away about Starliner. I'll answer all your questions. I guarantee you I have an answer for every single question because I've been listening to the press conferences. I'm not bothered with you, dude. Should debate him, I'd pay to see that. Why would I debate somebody that refuses to come to a conversation outside of a debate with why would I debate somebody that even outside of a debate refuses to come at you with facts and comes off of hearsay? Debating that is a losing battle. The reason why it's a losing battle is because how do I know that the guy's just not going to do that? Now, when it comes to technical competency, I bet you I would win, but if the guy is not willing to do that with the articles that he writes, what makes you think he'd be willing to do that in a debate? I don't trust him. How do you pick it up after missions? Well, Breen, before I had a crane, made a crane that could actually a vehicle that worked kind of like a forklift that scooped it up. Right, we scooped up underneath the back of the thing and kind of tilted it upright and got it to dock on a pedestal. I just kind of lurk around your stream and I can tell you're very knowledgeable. So I read the article and wanted to know what was going on. Yeah, it's all good, man. It's all good. Like, why would I do that? It's just not... There's no respect for the craft and it really pisses me off. And like, Lambo, this dude's been doing this for years. Like, and everybody's like, once again, he was proven right. I'm like, no, he was not. You know, Survivor's freaking, well, not Survivor's bias, but the guy grasps at straws a lot, and he's often very wrong. Like, I can think of several major times where he's been completely wrong about something, and nobody's like, yeah, it's fine. Like, failing to grasp fundamental phase changes of hydrogen when asking questions about a rocket with hydrogen on it. Yeah. Anyway. You guys remember that wet dress rehearsal nonsense? You guys remember that? Would this scrub be testified as a would it be classified as a wet dress rehearsal? No. I think it is. It's not. Yeah, but I think it is. I'm gonna go write an article saying that the opposite of basically what your answer is. Do you guys remember that? I'll be back in 45 minutes. Save the spicy stuff for when I get back. Yeah. Yeah. They're talking about gaseous hydrogen leaks, and he says how much would drip into a bucket if I held it under the spot where it was leaking. Like, believe me, I remember all this stuff. Remember all of it. It's pretty concrete in my mind. There's a reason why I dislike that guy. The correct unit is nano Hindenburg. Yeah, Panta, it's pretty ridiculous, dude. And what kind of bothers me is that other reporters follow his lead. It's really, really obnoxious. You know, I've noticed that the press corps, a lot of the press corps seems to have like preconceived notions that this is some kind of like crime drama show or something. And the questions that they ask that they think are pertinent have nothing to do with what's going on. And then they get annoyed when they get non-answers because their questions were not pertinent in the first place. It's actually kind of absurd. Like, okay, I'll give you guys an example. There was a question that was asked in the last Starliner press conference about if crew landing was required for Starliner certification. A guy from Reuters asked that question, okay? And Steve Stitch basically gave a response saying, well, it depends. Because it does. It does depend. It really depends. You're not gonna know whether it's good for crew until the test pilots give you feedback and you make a ruling on the certification based off of your test pilot's feedback. So asking the question, does it need to land with people in it for certification, is kind of a weird, why would you ask that question? Yeah, of course it does. You're not going to certify a craft without the crew feedback during entry, descent, and landing. You're not going to... I mean, that's what I mean. Like, and then the guy went and reported that as NASA gave me a non-answer when NASA gave me a non-answer when I asked about certification for Starliner during re-entry with people on board, which if that was a requirement for human spaceflight certification. He said NASA gave them a non-answer. I listened to the whole press conference. NASA didn't give you a non-answer. They said that's going to be assessed at the end of the mission. Meaning, for human certification rating, you probably want humans on board during re-entry to test that. That's why they're test pilots. And the guy wrote an entire article and then posted about it on social media about how NASA gave him a non-answer. No, that was Reuters, Sam. NASA didn't give you a non-answer. That's not even remotely the right question to ask. Well, yeah, of course it does. But you got to think about this from NASA's point of view. They're in a position where they're not 100% sure that they should put people on this thing. They're like 99% sure. 99% sure isn't good enough. You have to prove it, right? And that's going to take some time to figure out what's going on with that service module. It's going to take some time. It's going to take validation and ground testing, right? It's the exact article that Wayne Hale wrote talking about flight rationale the other day, right? They're not, like, asking that question is so far removed from, like, any bearing on what NASA is trying to do. I mean, it speaks volumes, right? Oh, there you go, Breen. Lambo, NASA plans after the ISS goes of having a bunch of commercial space stations that they can send their astronauts to and do science. So they're going to replace one gigantic space station with a bunch of smaller space stations. It's called the Commercial Low Earth Orbit Destinations Program, or CLEOD for short. Yeah, there will be replacements. They're working on them now. There is another contract with a spaceflight company called Axiom. Axiom sends people up on private missions on Dragon to the space station. And they buy time, they buy hours on the ISS right now from NASA to do science for the commercial sector right now. Axiom has a contract with NASA to attach space station modules to the ISS in the next 3 to 4 years. And then when they get rid of the ISS, they'll detach them. And the Axiom station will become its own commercial space station. And NASA will buy seats going to the Axiom station. It's all part of a greater effort to commercialize low Earth orbit. NASA's whole job is to pioneer technologies that would not be economically viable for a company to do, and then mature that technology and then give it to the private sector. So basically, they're trying to pioneer things in aerospace and space exploration that wouldn't make sense for any commercial company to do. Now, SpaceX is obviously the monkey wrench in that entire formula, but that's the whole purpose. So NASA is trying to get out of low Earth orbit as a scientific, like as a government destination, and trying to build a commercial market for low Earth orbit. And they're doing that with the Commercial Crew Program, which Starliner is a vital component of. Will you be playing Satisfactory 1.0 when it comes out next month? Absolutely, Bet. Do you think there will be a gap between when U.S. astronauts are in orbit, between while the ISS deorbits and when commercial space stations are put up? I don't know. I can't predict the future, RJ. What I'm telling you right now, yes. Yes, there will. There will be a gap. NASA, Congress has refused to fund the commercial low Earth orbit destinations program. They have underfunded it completely. So that means it'll probably happen eventually, but not on a timely scale. I mean, that's another thing to really think about, dudes. Starliner, yeah, it's having some teething problems right now, no doubt. I mean, it's a test flight. You'd be doing your due diligence to find these problems now so you don't have surprises during operational missions, right? That makes perfect sense. But you got to remember, for all the people that are calling for, oh, Starliner's junk, we should just use Dragon all the time. Well, two things. One, NASA doesn't want one way to get to a space station. Putting all your eggs in one basket and becoming reliant on one launch vehicle and one capsule is what happened in 1986, and that didn't end well. Having one vehicle that does everything, bad idea. Second part of this, in order to really bolster the commercial market, right? You don't want to introduce commercial low Earth orbit destinations and only have one way to get there. That's consolidating the market before it even has a chance to grow. SpaceX will just send everybody everywhere. That's a monopoly. NASA is trying to do the opposite of that. A monopoly and consolidation of the market is not growing low Earth orbit. That's at odds with what the entire Commercial Crew Program is set out to do. See what I mean? Starliner not working right now is a big deal. They gotta get that thing working. It has to work. It has to. Now, maybe there's other competition in the future from Sierra Space with Dream Chaser or another entity. Yeah, but right now it's kind of vital for what the commercial low Earth orbit market is going to look like over the next 10 to 15 years. It's vital that that thing works because there has to be competition in space. Dragon needs a competitor. Without a competitor, NASA's efforts to grow a low Earth orbit economy fails completely. And you have a monopoly instead, which is basically goes against everything that the Commercial Crew Program and commercial orbital transport services is going against. That does the opposite of that. Does that make sense, dudes? It's very important right now that Starliner works, and it's very important for us as space fans, if we want the commercial market to keep going and we want competition to drive innovation, to have more than one launch vehicle and more than one crew-rated commercial capsule to get to space. If we don't, you're going to get market consolidation, and then you get stagnation from that. That's just economics 101. And Lambo, that's the other reason why I don't appreciate what that guy says. He fails to see the bigger picture. The guy's just incessantly insisting on that SpaceX does everything. It's amazing how short a memory people have. The last time we attempted doing something like that, we killed 7 people, and then we couldn't fly anything into space for 2 to 3 years. Not smart. Not a good way to do things. To be honest with you, really not a good way to do things. Anyway, hey Rob Film, what's up, man? We could talk more about this during Space News. How's Dart development going? It's going good, Monoprop. I'm running into some stuff going on here. Hang on. I'm just changing up the music, dudes. Was there ever a time when the ISS was without people on board? Christian, yeah. The ISS had nobody on board from 1998 to 2000, but it was in a very primitive state. It was like 1 to 2 modules. The first mission, Expedition 1, launched in 2000. On a Soyuz, with a mixed crew, might I add. Just as a matter of fact. Okay, so where were we? We were talking about using the double fairings here, right? Soyuz does a lot of work. It's an oldie, but a goodie. First module was launched in 1998. It was the Zarya module on a Proton rocket with a Pizza Hut logo on it. Oh wait, no, that was Zvezda. Yeah. Yeah, but which month? One that ends in Y. Drummer, my gut's telling me like November or October of 98, but I don't remember. April-y. June-y. November 20th, 1998. See? I was right. It does end in Y, and it was November. Boom. Roasted. I think you confused days of the week, not months. It was a joke. Not a very funny one, I guess. Those crew cabins are cramped. Yeah. Yeah, they are. See, here's what I keep going back to, guys. We could dial this thing in, we could get it all figured out, but this, I don't know, man. Without a launch vehicle, this thing is kind of, you know? Do you think the no clipping part mentality gets you far in KSP? I do clip parts, Christian, but I have a rule about it. You can clip parts. You can clip fuel tanks if you really want to, but if you're filling them up with fuel, then it's kind of lame. Now, with that being said, I do have 2 clipped fuel tanks right there, but my rationale with Dart is that there could be a cylindric tank right here and it would take up the exact same area. See this open space right there? I left that space open on purpose because, you know, the volume that these tanks clip should basically be equal to the volume of open space here and here. So I'm cool with doing something like that. Clipping 2 crew tanks together, I don't really have an issue with. They're not really clipping too far, to be honest with you. So I don't mind having parts over other parts as long as it makes sense, plausibly realistic. You know what I mean? You can tessellate, but have you tried to tesseract? I don't know. Yeah, maybe. No. So, I want to keep going with Dart, and I do like what we have here, but now I'm thinking, like, I don't know, should, you know, for our mission mode, should we do a capsule or something? I kind of want to keep going with it, but what launch vehicle is this going to fly on, right? Like, I'm starting to think about the wider scope. You generally don't want to design a crew vehicle with no launch vehicle. That's a bad idea. They did that with Orion, and look at how that ended up. I would like to go back to doing mission mode, but yeah, I really wanted to get into doing this to make sure that my building chops, so to speak, were good. A capsule with a small CSM would be good. Why not use Collins for mission mode? That kind of goes against my mission mode rules, dude. Collins and mission mode. The mission mode save that I want to do is much more like MM2, not MM3. Yes, MM3 was basically no reverts, but you didn't need to build a launch pad or anything. You just launch whatever, which is cool. I don't have a problem with that. Like, we could play like that too, but I think that the mission mode that everybody wants is my MM2 rules. MM2, where you have to build the pad, you have to build all the equipment, which I think is cool. I thought you could purchase vehicles from other saves. Yeah. Yes, but in my mission mode 2 save, you could, but my rules are that you have to build a pad for everything. So if we built out the shuttle pad, I mean, I could do it. We could do it. I could do it. I don't think. Yeah, MM2 was the one with Dart and the Freedom rockets. Yeah, I got you, rocket guy. Yep. Yeah, my rules were that you have to build GSE. So if we wanted to, we could do it. We could use my shuttle. We could purchase it. We could purchase the license to it per my MM rules, right? But if we did, we'd have to retrofit this thing to be reusable, which I guess we could do that. MM1, MM2, and MM3 aren't chronological numbers, Drummer. They're rule sets. I've played tons of mission modes, but my mission mode 1 rules are basically no reverts. No reverts, and I forget what other rules there were. Do it right the first time, etc., etc. MM2 is the hardcore mode. MM3 is much more like MM1 with a couple of caveats here and there. Your shuttle looks very clean for a stock build. Thank you. It's about as good of a shuttle as you're gonna get in stock, man. Yeah, as the vast majority of people want to do MM2 rules, so the one that's on the website, that Weather Guide link, are MM2. Those are MM2 rules. Personally, I want to see you go into D's face, not hang around a lot. Yeah. My ass, why so indecisive about Dart? I'm honestly really worried about part count. Could I tessellate out panels? Sure, but you got to remember, with Dart, it's something that we're going to reuse. We have to, like, move it around. We have to reuse it. It has to work with a bunch of other things. If I think I might need to tessellate it to get it to work right. And if that's the case, man, like, it might end up being a lot of parts, and I really can't have Dart be over 100 parts. I really can't. It really can't be over 100. Like that's a strict rule, because you got to remember there's gonna be a 100-part Dart, and then it needs its transport stool, then it needs a transport vehicle, right? It needs a lot of stuff, and then I'm gonna need the crane to move it upright. Then we gotta, we need to make a bracket to pick it up, and we need to make a bracket to put it on the rocket, right? Like it's. You see what I mean? Like, Dart here is not very many parts. It's, yeah, it's not a lot. It went from 224 to 138. It's under 100 parts, but it doesn't fly very well. What kind of missions do you envision for this new mission mode save? I don't know. See, that's the other reason why I was considering a capsule. A capsule would be much better. What are our trade-offs here? A capsule would be much better for long-term architecture, because if we want to go beyond low Earth orbit, sending something with wings could screw us completely, right? What's the benefit of Dart if it's being used beyond low Earth orbit? There really isn't one. A capsule is what makes the most sense out there. A capsule that can be used as a space tug, a capsule that can be used to move stuff around. What I'm saying is something like Orion makes a lot more sense. But Orion, I can make reusable capsules. We can do that. I've done that before. We found a way to do it. You just have to make the heat shield jettisonable, which is exactly what real capsules do anyway. The heat shields on a lot of capsules are not reused. They're either jettisoned or they're, it lands with it, they take it off and replace it. What a wing deal will be a problem. It's not like you're pulling the wings around that you don't need, Elfish. And those are parts that could be used to make a more capable capsule. That's my reasoning. Yeah, use the control surfaces too. Cool. Good find, Aqualix. I'll check that. I'll check it in a second. Like, I like Dart a lot, and it's a great piece of equipment. But I can't help but think in the back of my mind it might be better for the long term if we go with a capsule. Yeah, pushing anytime these wings are out of the atmosphere, it's just dead mass. It's not useful. That part count could be used somewhere else. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking about long term here. Would you be okay with building to compromise, or do you want to maximize capability with a capsule? What do you mean building to a compromise? A capsule that separates from the wing rigging for past LEO operations, then redocks them to land. You're complicating your mission architecture, Cunny, doing that. But yeah, it's possible. Remember, okay, so in order to do that, guys, you got to understand my mission mode rules. The mission mode rules are as such. Try to make stuff reusable. If you can't, it's okay. But you really want to make your spacecraft reusable. Like, that's the challenge that I want. Capsules nowadays are reusable. They are. If you want to make a shuttle, that's great. Here's the thing. If your capsule and or shuttle does not land within 2 kilometers of the center of KSC, you can't recover it. You have to go and get it. That's my thing. You have to go and get the damn thing. So if Jeb lands on the other side of the planet, good, I hope you have an airplane. Because sailing there is going to take a long time. You have to go and get the things. You have to recover stuff. You can't just leave it out there and hit the recover button because you landed on Kerbin. Right? SpaceX has recovery ships that they go and get. Now, the idea behind making a shuttle, a little mini shuttle like this, is that you don't need to worry about that. You don't need to go and get it. You don't need to pull it out of the water. Okay, Jacobs. Do you build the capsule from parts or use a stock one? A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, Christian. Not sure if you saw my last. It was a bit winded, though. Can you make a reusable capsule with integrated CSM like Dragon? Possible. Personally, I'm a proponent of a strictly optimized integrated architecture, i.e. using specific vehicles for specific mission and not this one-size-fits-all attempt that we've seen since Apollo. So I could say for me at least, I like the idea of a shuttle for LKO, MKO access, and a capsule for deep space, and the necessary supporting systems in between. Well, Rocket Guy, if we're gonna insist on two spacecraft like that, we'd best be making sure they jive together in some way, shape, or form, don't you think? So where my mind's going from there is that if we have an integrated architecture like this, we're...
Oh, yes, I know. 700 million people approximately joining us tonight. Some in summer, some in winter. But wherever
We need launch vehicles. We gotta get up the launch vehicles, dude.
your hearts.
Our first group, our first stop will be on the ground.
No, in mission mode 2 rules, there's no hawking drives. No, we're not doing that.
Treasures dating back some 4,000 years.
Well, let's hit the road.
Yeah, we're definitely back in the KSP. I'm thinking about integrated architectures again. I mean, if we're gonna do mission mode, I'm trying to think of an architecture that could be useful for early LEO missions and that can scale up to bigger stuff when we go into deep space. That's really what I want. Gemini capsule with wings, trying to avoid having the capsule land out in the ocean. Yeah, the Gemini paraglider. Mission before architecture. Dart does not carry payload. It's a capsule with wings, Rem. That was the original idea. What does your systems engineering handbook recommend? The SE handbook would recommend figuring all this stuff out now before you go and make something. We've just been messing with engineering mode so I can get back into the swing of things, drummer. What do you actually want to accomplish in space? Is your ultimate goal a colony on Duna or a base on Kerbal? The other solution is a lifting body. Ditch the wings, go IXB from ESA or some other biconic re-entry vehicle. Yeah, okay. I was thinking about it. Elvish, I basically want architecture that's flexible enough to basically get me anywhere. So, once again, we need a light, medium duty launch vehicle, medium to heavy duty launch vehicle, and then a super heavy launch vehicle. Need a unifying vision, as we tell NASA. They got to figure that out for sure. Yeah, we're gonna need super heavy lift. We need actually, at the very least, we need a big fairing. This gets a little bit complicated to do if we're reusing pads. That's That's the real trouble here. Shouldn't we build to a mission? No. You build to a goal, not a mission. Have you wind tunneled the capsules at different angles of attack? Yeah. Yes, Breen. So what is your goal? I just told you? I just said it a second ago. Air launch space plane. Be quiet, demo. Battling the LKO would come before most things, would it not? Yeah, absolutely, weather guy. And then we should be able to scale our smaller launch vehicle to make a bigger one, like what I did with Freedom 7 to 10. See what I'm talking about? Yeah, we know, Breen. Integration seems like the bottleneck here. This is how we learn. Why do you think I know so much about systems engineering? Why do you think I know enough about systems engineering to know that the press asks dumb questions about systems engineering? Because I sit here and insist on doing this so we can learn it. I'm getting to it, Death. No need for a launch pad when you can just roll a space plane on its landing gear under a wing. The problem with air launching demo is the flight regime that you're going to need to recover the dang carrier vehicle gets to be it can be a little troublesome. EJ does not realize he needs direct architecture. Hey, Ditour. Keep this. Uh-oh. What's that? Oh, that's weird. I think this is the problem with NASA, too many voices in the design meetings. I'm taking that into account. Not orange enough. Yeah, whatever. MADV instead of Dart. Wouldn't necessarily be against doing that whole propulsive landing thing. How about a rocket plane for LKO? I don't know. Thinking. Give me a second. Have you seen your DCX flight? Got it to be consistently within 150 meters of the pad or so. So next is Falcon 9, obviously. Yeah, and ADV on top of SLS is awesome, dude. So freaking cool. What I'm really weighing in my head, guys, is, you know, if we're gonna do mission mode, if we're gonna do an MM2 rules mission mode save, we're not starting with Dart. That's for sure. We ain't starting with Dart. We're starting with a capsule. Can't make Dart with the mission mode rules right out of the box. Can't do that. I don't think I have the right stuff. Based reusable air launch. I want to be a broken record for what does Dart do that a capsule can't do. Lands on a runway. I like the airplane. It's so good, demo. It's so good, dude. Yeah, Jax, well that would be the plan. The reason why is because that's where I started before. I didn't just pop into the freedom architecture, you know what I mean? That was the freedom architecture was arguably one of my most successful architectures, believe it or not, was the only thing that that was entirely purpose driven. It was entirely purpose made. Like that was made to do something out of a need that to send, Kerbals up there and build a space station for science. Like it was totally purpose built. The stakeholder expectations basically wrote themselves. Launch pick? Shuttle vehicles have better potential, arguably, for faster turnaround times in comparison to capsules that dump their service module. How do you get your plane back, Demo? How do you get your launch plane back? You have to basically shoot that thing up and it has to go above 25, launch the rocket, or the rocket has to get above 70 before the plane sinks to 25, or else it's just gonna delete it. The Yamaha name must return. I just want to do big stuff like Mint Chip or something that's not low Earth orbit. Okay. Ren, you're back over on YouTube today? Yeah, 2 plus CWR. Yeah, I got it. Ren, I saw your bits. Hey, thanks, buddy. Yeah, I got you, demo. No, I always wanted to build pads higher. I still want to make ground infrastructure. I could probably make it 1,000 times better today. You guys are the ones that don't like that, not me. I'm working on it, Death. You know what? Here's the thing. The reason why I picked messing with Dart, guys, all right, hear me out. The reason why I picked messing with Dart here wasn't necessarily because we were going to use it for another mission mode, even though we probably could when it's done. I wanted to learn how to play with the Kerbal Wind Tunnel and make a vehicle and see a vehicle through using the wind tunnel, so I understand how it works and what I'm looking for and what I need the thing to do. Pretty sure I do understand that now, so I think it might be a good idea just to see Dart through. Just to finish a project. The whole point, guys, like, I'll be honest, my building skills are not as good as they were. I'm rusty. Might not look like it, but I'm a little rusty. I need to play more before we go and do a mission mode, or else every single mission that I do in a mission mode save will just break and explode. Thank you, Panta. So circling around to continue the current project to start with. Yeah, well, want to be sure. Why do you call it Dart if you don't want it to act like a dart? I believe chat named it, James. Then let's build. Okay. I forget what it stood for. I think you figured out wind tunnel, but haven't launched this thing to test the knowledge. Yeah, that's why I said we should probably see this thing through. So I could be sure to validate our model, dude. Yeah, that's what I meant. Your build skills are exactly the same. You just don't dedicate yourself to a project like you used to.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
EJ does not cancel projects, NASA does. We will see this through.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Thank you, I think. Jacob likes to just have to drop yourself, and oh boy, I might just have to forget about work and hang out with you since you're playing KSP. Thanks, Jacob. Okay. I'll see Dart through. I've decided. Let's go. Back to the wind tunnel. 1082 is tilting a little bit after the Starlink mission. Yeah, Jax. Interesting. All right, so let's go to... Okay, that's the last thing that we tested. Alright, so what do I want to do here? We need to figure out an aero shell for this, just like we've done in the past for other vehicles. That's pretty much the pressure vessel that I want for Dart. If we could figure out a way to redo the nose and change it a little bit, I probably would be okay with that. I'm thinking we could have a fairing go through, like what we did with the shuttle. That should work. But then again, that means the IVA view is going to be blocked because there's going to be a damn fairing in the way. But that's okay. Oh yeah, I see it, demo. Nice. What page? Wait, hold on. Page 52. Yeah, I see it, buddy. One time at space camp, EJ got all windy in a tunnel and then darted into space. I understand that demo. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see it. All right. Let me think. Okay, so Now, when we were messing with this yesterday, we had something like this, right? That's not necessarily what we want. We want something like that. Yeah, this is Robert Parker, Bob. He's a Swedish synthwave musician. Great working music, dude. Now, how do we bridge it, Joe? I agree. It's a pretty awesome pairing. So it's a pretty awesome nose. That's actually kind of more the shape that I want, you know. Actually, hang on. Can we get any crazier with this? Hold on. Can we? Where are we? So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Oh, that's too much. 25, 20, 15. Look at the side profile. That's actually not bad. And where the wings kind of end up bridging into the structure, not the worst. So my thing is I could use a fairing to bridge the rest of this shape. It's possible, but that introduces another fairing into this design. Structural fuselage. That won't play very nice with the aerodynamics, and honestly, it could.
You want it? Then work it. You need it? Then earn it. You want it? Then do it. You need it? Then earn it.
You know what? Just get rid of them. Just get rid of those. If I want them back, we should rip them off the original Dart over there. Get my rulers back up here.
You want it? 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 You want it?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
You want it? You want it? You want it? You want it? Then do it.
Hey, Super, 98 month. Thank you very much. Yeah, Forge, I could use structural panels. Yeah, absolutely, man. Just give me a second. I need to redo. Don't really like how that came out, so get rid of those. Get rid of that. I'm trying to see if we could make a fairing work before we try anything else. I think I could. This is what I mean about being rusty. That's it. Yeah, that's it. Are you good at this game? I don't see you winning. Hang on a second. No.
Winter time has come. Have to pay my dues.
Okay, so how did I attach them with the shuttle? They were all attached to the nose cone, and they went backwards to make it work like a heat sink, so they flux heat off the cone. That's how that worked. What made you decide to build a new mini shuttle? I thought it would be a fun way to jump back into playing KSP, because I haven't played in a little while. This one needs to be... Yeah, this is panel tessellation. This is how I make tiles. Yeah, it's super useful. That's how I made the thermal protection system on the shuttle. I mean, I didn't want to do it because I was worried about part count, but I kind of came to the realization, like, if I'm just doing this as a way to get my feet wet back into it, maybe we could end up modifying this to use it right later, but it would be better to just build it. Just build it. Part count, meh, whatever. I was kind of building with the expectation, for whatever reason, that I would be using this in a save soon, but I might not. Who knows? No, Chief, just like the shuttle, it'll only be certain parts. But in order to get the tessellation to aerodynamically and aerothermally work, you have to build it in a certain way. I did that with a lot of testing. Yeah, that's why I have these sheets of triangles. Like, I'm not going to use the whole thing. It's like using a sheet of metal to make a shape. You end up cutting off what you don't need. Then, you know, obviously, just like metal as well, you can just add. One thing I'm worried about now is the ability for them, Kerbal, to be able to get out. These panels might be blocking. It might be actually blocking the entrance, but we'll see. This line is, I'm trying to put it in here to approximate my wing leading edge. So that's more or less where I want it to be, and the wings are going to be down here. And then if I want to get my rulers out of the way, we just rotate that fuel tank down. sure I attached it to the wrong piece. GG, man. Okay. Does it obstruct the hatch? Most likely. Yes. Might need to find another way to ingress and egress out of Dart.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, 1AU, 26-month resub. Thank you. Oh, I haven't done this. We have not done this in a little while, and it shows. But then again, shuttle wasn't built in a day. Took me a week to get the panels right on my shuttle. Like just sitting here making sure that it was right. Stuff's hard, man. Yeah, we'll look at that for Space News. T-Man. Once again, what I'm doing here is I'm using these panels to make thermal tiles and get the correct, or attempt to get the correct aerodynamics that I'm looking for here. It's not the easiest thing to do. Sitting here sculpting, it takes time, but I do believe this gives you the best results. If you're, you don't want to use part mods or anything. Wasn't the helicopter cockpit the first one we did with this technique? With triangle, yeah, maybe. I remember that thing. That thing was pretty rad. We gotta tighten this up. So we have to really want something like that. Gotta bring this line in to get the shape that I'm looking for. And once again, when you start scrunching these things up, they do end up getting a little bit of overlap, but that's okay. You can still make it look nice. Sometimes you got to just do a little bit of a rotation on the panel to get it right. Sorry, this takes a lot of focus to get right, so I know my commentary on it is just butthole, but just bear with me here. Thing ended up being a little bit chunkier. Those tiles might induce yaw moment if the vertical tail's not big enough. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Brandon, I'm familiar with the aerodynamic challenges associated with doing these. Yeah. I don't know if you've ever seen the shuttle that I built. Here, take a look. Believe me, I'm very familiar with this problem. You're absolutely right for what it's worth. Thing, man. That's what the end result looks like when you get it right. At least it's pretty. Pretty? No, that's aesthetic, and they work like thermal tiles, and this thing flies pretty much exactly like the real one. Like, yeah, no, it flies exactly like the real one. And actually, the wind tunnel frickin' proved it, dude, which is pretty cool. Nice and stable. 37 degrees. It's not exactly like the real one, but it's close. Yeah, not bad, Sam, considering I started with a bunch of I-beams and struts. Remember that? But yeah, it's not just the shuttle. I've done other things, making aeroshells out of panels. Yo, EJ, I sent you a Discord message. Had a memory pop up on Facebook. Ah, good times, man. I remember the first tessellation experiments with some of the blended wings were just eye-opening, truly groundbreaking stuff. Yeah, I haven't just done it with panels, dudes. Yeah, for what it's worth. Here, check this out. I mean, this one is just panels, but this thing's a tank, dude. And it flies. Dude, seeing this thing shoot through re-entry is pretty righteous. Streets, you got bad and good memories about this one? Yeah, me too, man. Can you believe that? I crapped this out, and the only problem we had was a major structural design flaw. Everything else worked great. I got this thing back to the runway on the first try. It's just when I touched down on the runway, it blew up. Which sucked. Complete butt. Like, yeah. It's a me. If that's a mini shuttle, what's the max shuttle look like? That is the max shuttle. And then There's this. This thing flies pretty good, dude. Maybe we should borrow the arrow shell. Are belly flops allowed? Dude, I would love to build out Starship architecture just as a fun side project, but I really kind of need Nirtea's 5-meter. I would want Nirtea's 5-meter payload bay to do what I think Starship is going to do. You love the jet truck. Yep. Good times. I got the link, Forge. I'll check it later. Because, yeah, for the people that don't know, guys, I didn't just build these things. The reason why it has a tow truck is because I built its pad, too. The jet truck is to push that thing up the ramp to its launch pad, Sarah. Yep. This SSTO is fully reusable, dude. Like, when I fully reusable. You could just put it right back on the pad, fuel it up, and put a new payload in it. The jet truck. I wish you wish you could have a real one. I mean, there's always the T-34 jet tank. This is, I think, the closest thing you're gonna get to jet truck. It still is pretty rad. Still pretty cool. What in the Kerbal? It was used to blow out oil well fires. It is a T-34 chassis with 2 MiG-29 engines attached to the turret. It's a big fire extinguisher. Yep, that's right, Chief. It is a big jet engine fire extinguisher. Yep. Yeah, it's pretty cool. But also, there is the jet engine snow plow. Great snow plow, to be honest with you. What is it not? What is it not gonna blow the snow away? What snow? Good answer. What did you do to that poor MiG? I too want my snowplow to look like a vacuum cleaner. I can think of several reasons why this is not gonna end well. NASCAR has some jet engines to blow off the track during rainstorms. Firecat, those actually aren't turbojets, they're gas turbines. They're helicopter motors, believe it or not. The NASCAR ones are just designed to make a lot of heat to evaporate the water. They don't make a lot of thrust. The helicopter engine. Yeah, it's just a helicopter engine mounted on the front of a truck. Those are turbojets. Those are jet engines. Now, what's the difference between a gas turbine and a jet engine? A gas turbine is a jet engine that's being used to make shaft horsepower, like turning a helicopter blade, right? It spins an axle instead of like providing thrust or spinning a fan or whatever. So, how fast would it dry your hair, though? You won't have any hair left to dry when you're done. Yeah, this had a whole launch pad, and I had a horizontal integration facility that picked up, that used the base plate of the launch pad as a track. And when the vehicle's going to launch, it was on wheels, so it could roll that way and set down over there. And then when we wanted to integrate payload, we picked it up. We had a truck tow the entire facility in, and we set it down over the vehicle, and we could pick up payloads. You could line up a payload cart here, pick it up, drop it in the small payload bay, and go. Yep, I even made specialized satellites for this thing. Just little tiny guys that are for missions and whatnot. I'd love to go back to, go back to using them, dude. I could probably optimize a ton of things, especially with the SSTOs. I don't know about using the big one, though. Because the thing is I made, just look, I made one for the big one too. Dude, we made this thing work with no hybrid tech. I'm almost wondering how many parts we could just take out of this design. Or weld together. Yeah, welding together the pad, I think, might not be the worst idea, Tessa. Yeah, I had to actually work on load distribution. Yeah, welding pretty much everything that's highlighted right there really shouldn't be a problem. And then this part, all of this stuff right here, that part, and that part should, yeah, it really shouldn't be an issue. I'm just actually honestly wondering how many parts that actually is. Hold on. It's about 300 parts. What do you mean by part welding? There's a mod where you can combine a sub-assembly and make it one piece. For launch pads, it's actually probably not the worst idea to do it. Remember the crane that rolled on airplane wheels, remember? Yeah, of course I remember. I built it.
And finally, for March of 1989, near normal precipitation, near normal temperatures in March, and above normal precipitation, an active storm track will keep cooking on the East Coast here in March as well. And the storm dates, the 5th and 6th, 10th through the 12th, the 16th through the 18th, 22nd through the 24th, and the 29th and the 30th of the month. That is our long-range winter forecast. If you missed any of that, we're going to do it again tonight on our 10:30 broadcast. Be with us. And you can also write me and include a self-addressed stamp envelope. Channel 11 here at 220 East 42nd Street, and we'll send you a copy of that forecast. That's the story. That's the story.
I'm thinking. I'm sorry. Sorry. Excuse me. Dart has really grown up since yesterday. What's up, Etel? How you doing? You guys know my buddy Etel. Good, as he would say, good friend of the channel. Yeah, good buddy of mine. A good streamer. Mods, can we get a shout out for Etel? He's a good dude. Yeah, I was just messing with different things here, Etel. I'm just... This is where we're at with Dart, right? Does it reduce part count? It does, Breen, yeah. Like a structural pad that's made out of fuel tanks is not... I don't need those fuel tanks for anything, so welding it is not the worst idea. Of course I remember, Chief. Jeez. Stop it. Stop doing that. This is where we're at with Dart. I was looking into making an arrow shell with it. Yeah, the ruler system is a good idea. It's great for getting dimensions in KSP. Yeah, I've used these little tiles here, or the little panels to make tiles before, man. It's pretty cool. It's a pretty good way of doing things. I don't think making the entire bottom out of panels, though, is a good idea. That's like 200 parts. Something absurd. You need to find a balance between making it wings and making it panels to get it to balance the COL right. Which is what I've done pretty much on every other design. When you do the 5-meter starship, would this be appropriate for the heat shield? I don't think we're gonna need to use this, Schnooze. I really only use this when we are trying to make a certain shape. Okay, the part welding mod hasn't been updated in a while. It should run fine, but I'll give you a test. All right. Back, what's good? I'm experimenting making an arrow shell for the, for Dart. Rocket Guy kind of went more with more of a blunt body design. That's what we were experimenting with. And I think with the right honing in, I could probably get this right. Just trying to make sure it's not like a bajillion freaking parts. So we could do that, you know, put wings down in certain spots to get the right amount of lift and kind of go from there. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and say we probably don't need anything beyond that. Still something nutty about this. That doesn't look right. It's actually not bad. You have to strut those on to stay. In certain areas, yeah. Auto strut should be able to do it. Should be able to take care of it. At least hold it rigid. Yeah. But at like the end of the subassembly, so back here, it's attached up at the front, up there, back here, yeah, you'd probably want to do that. Now, keep in mind, this is very rough. It's very rough compared to, like what I was doing, like the shuttle ones. The shuttle ones are like perfectly fleshed out. So we might need to go at this a couple of times to get it right, but I'm not really sure what we should do right here. Maybe... What's VSR 3? Did I see a Buran flag? Yeah. Actually, not bad. It's pretty good, dude. I don't hate it. We can sculpt this. Between that and some flag action, should be able to get this right. Part welder still runs fine, despite being a couple KSP versions old. I thought it would. It's Windows! Window, Microsoft! Hey, Tessa. Cool. I like that. I like it. It's just 90. Hey, I'm kind of sorry that I started playing that song on here, but I'm awesome. Sorry. Not sorry at all. It's called Order Windows Today by CS188. JSP, you're welcome. Why do you do this, man?
How much do you think Microsoft Windows is worth? Wait just 1 minute before you answer. And listen to this incredible view that Windows.
Makes me happy.
Makes me happy.
Why are you doing this?
Order today. Order Windows. Order
Windows Today. That's real. That's some real music.
Today. Order Windows. Order Windows today.
No.
How much do you want Windows? Watch as Windows integrates reversing. Can you believe it?
Well, technically,
No! Don't answer. Now we can paste this Ferrari into Windows Light.
I'm not
Wow.
really sure what that is.
I'm not really sure what that
What
is.
else? Get no extra charge. A card file, a notepad, a clock, a control panel, a terminal, that's right. Order today. Order Windows. Order Windows today. It's an incredible value, but it's true.
It's free screensavers.
And reversing. Order today. Order Windows. Order Windows today.
Not really.
I just can't afford it.
It's just $99. Wow. That's right.
Wow.
It's just $9.
Whoops.
I just can't afford it.
I just can't afford it.
Wait just 1 minute. I love Windows from Microsoft.
What? Oh my god, that's pretty good. Yeah. Developers. Yes. Stupid. I love it. Oh my god. That's enough internet forever. I need ear bleach after that? Alright, I got you. How about, here you go. How about this? Hey, Italics, I got a question, homie. Why is this song in Hearts of Iron 4? Why? This song has no business in that game, dude. Why? Why is this happening? Oh, of course you know it. Okay. Alright, yep. This is from Hearts of Iron, dude. It's a great song, to be honest. Samba is the national music of Brazil, so it's probably because of that. Okay. Okay, you know what? That's fair. Crew 9 date is set. NASA and SpaceX are targeting September 24th for the launch of Crew 9. Yeah, baby. I just can't afford it. I do like this, guys. That's good, man. It's real good. It totally is, dude. Clipper it is, then. Yeah, this little mini arrow shell is not the worst. Sorry to repost, I'm wondering if this is relevant. Hypersonic. Oh. I think this might have something to do with what we're working on. Didn't do the right one. Jeepers, creepers. Nice, that's your professor? Oh, Bobby Braun. This is a paper that Demo linked a little while back. Yeah, or, I don't know. Did you link it, Rocket Guy? I don't, somebody linked it. It's a good paper. Bobby Braun. Dr. Bobby Braun. He's good. He's a good guy.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, BY, 79-month resub. Thanks, dude. This is cool, but yeah, not exactly what I'm looking for. There's some cool re-entry stuff later. Okay. Word. If I could just make... Dude, I mean, I could do something like this. It would be cool to make Dart look like that. that nose might be a little tough to do, but no, not that one. That's not what I'm looking for. This thing, something like that, something like this. Might be able to get that done. This spatula, nice. Spatular body configuration, awesome name. Hey, Bandit. Nice doorstop. Yeah, it's spatular. Yeah, it's because it looks like you could... It's a great name. Rocket Guy, anyway, you think we can make a spatular nose? Because if we could, then... Actually, we could make Dart look like that. That wouldn't be too bad. I would be okay with doing something like that. I mean, we might need to make the airframe a little bit thinner, but it's totally doable. That's what the Mark IV parts are for, if I recall correctly. Yeah. Yeah, Chief, exactly, dude. Yep. And I will happily accept all pity and commiserations today. I hit 43. Ouch. That sucks. Happy birthday, though. Do you think we could see a human-rated starship before 2030? No. Maybe. I mean, maybe. Unless SpaceX is cooking up something right now, I doubt it. Hey, Exit. What's going on? How you doing, my dude? Good to be back. Yeah, welcome back, man. Yeah, looks. Yeah. Guys, I hit a little bit of a block when I kind of went on that tangent about what I'm designing Dart for, but I do think we have something really good here. This is pretty rad. So is this what our craft will look like? Yeah. Platypus. Give me 1 second. I have a lot of tabs, dude. Trying to sort out Space News links here. No, I don't want to cut down on panel tessellation on a particular part, Tessa, but for launch pads, it's not a bad idea. Do you have it, or should I link it again? I don't know. It got lost. Link it up again. I don't want the fidelity of the aerodynamics getting screwed up. But then again, I have it open. But then again, it might not be the worst thing to do. I am in a pickle. NASA press conference tomorrow at 12:30. It's too small. That nose is too small. I don't mind what we got going on right here. This is pretty good. It's just, and I like the arrow shell. It's just not exactly what I'm looking for. Dude, you know what I really want to do? I want to try the part welder with the pads. Like, I don't want to do that. Maybe we could take a day tomorrow where we mess with it. There might be more what you're looking for in a couple of the stock-alike part mod packs. I don't know. You know what? Let's, I'm gonna take 5 from this. I kind of talked myself out of it for the day. That's fine. It does happen. Just because I don't want to jump back in because we're close to space news. But let's look at what's on CCAN. I'm just curious here. We've gotten this far without modded parts. I really don't want modded parts, to be honest with you. Same car. I don't mind something like part welder, though. You know what I mean? And if I did have modded parts, the only modded parts I would want are mine. You know what I mean? Like, it would be pretty neat to be able to weld all this together. Or that Launchpad parts pack. But then again, I think MGB or Alpha Mense has a pack like that. The Soviets are unemployed. What do you mean? I'm not playing workers right now. We got space news in 30 minutes, dude. Nah, well, maybe later. Yeah, so what, is that the one by Ubio, sir? The welder? Yeah. KSP Community Fixes is a solid mod that helps prevent Kraken strikes and allows you to do stuff like auto strut wheels to grandparent. That'll completely screw up a lot of my craft files, dude. Not about that life, dude. Coyotes, what's that? Oh, you got it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, okay. All right. I'm just thinking. I want to go. There's no way. There's no way like that. I was like, I was saying I want to go and make launchpad parts in Maya, but I don't think that's a good idea. I said this earlier. I know. Yeah, making the... Yeah, it might not be too bad, Tessa. It's just texturing stuff. UVing and texturing is going to take time. That's my one big thing. I could model you a launch pad a day. It's texturing it. That would be a pain in the butt. You're a little all over the place. You alright? No, I'm just... a lot on my mind again, dude. I would love to do that, Aqualix, yeah. Just make some hinge parts. Something that just works with the parts that we have now. Like a clevis thing that we could fit like a hinge into that has, you know, it'll look like a thrust actuator mount, and you have an attachment node, you attach the hinge into it, and then attach two RCS balls on either side. I'm talking about a part that interlocks with the hinge, Tessa. You could, here, hold up. Hold on. I hate it that it makes me sign into this stupid thing every time. Did I hear about Crew 9? We'll talk more about that during Space News, dude. So we have a base plate of prefamulated amulite here, right? And then insert an edge loop. Actually, undo that. Hold on. Go here. Nope. Watch. Frickin' hands are defaulting to verbal controls. We have a chamfer. Basically a piece like that. You'd round this edge off, right? And then you duplicate that, and then you inverse scale it over X like that, right? And you make a piece like this. So your Kerbal hinge, like a G11 hinge, would go here. And then on the top, you make another flat piece, right? And that flat piece looks exactly like this, but so, like, so you basically hybrid tech reinforce your hinge with 3 pieces. See what I'm talking about? And now you have a SVI collidable hinge. You could put the G11 in the center, and because this thing is always locked together, it's never going to drift. The hinge will never drift. Here's one you were thinking about, decoupler. Oh, no, I don't want that. Why don't you model custom parts for KSP? That's what I was thinking about doing. Wouldn't be the first time. Why do you prefer Maya over Blender? Because I know how to use Maya. I made that in a day, dude. So freaking tough, man. Such a pain in the butt, man. Advanced VAB. What the heck was I doing here? Oh yeah. I've tried to do this before, I remember now. No, 415, I kind of got a little bit in my head about why I'm making Dart. Like, you always gotta have a good reason. Yeah, see? Launchpad parts. What's Advanced VAB updated? Pog. Anybody know what those are? No, never put them into KSP. It's Slick 6. Yep. Yeah, Slick 6. Here, I'll show you. See? Slick 6. I forgot I made these. Cool. What else is in here? Oh yeah, that's a Clydesdale, before the Clydesdale was in the game. Dude, I don't even remember how these got on this damn computer. These guys, these are, I suppose we're far enough out of the gates. This was probably 8-9 years ago or something. I applied for a modeling job at Squad, like a long time ago, dude. Long time ago. Yeah, they didn't want it. I made all these parts for them to show off, like, examples of what I could do, and they never called me back, ever. I made a 5 and 10 meter parts pack for them as a demo. Yeah, and they, I made it in a weekend, actually, between streams. Never told anybody about it. That's what these parts are. I don't even remember I didn't even remember putting these parts on these computer. I have no idea where these things came from. Yeah, I made landing gear. I made my own landing gear. Yeah, they didn't go for it. Yep. I made a, I forget what it's a 2.5 meter SRB. Did they end up using them? No, they didn't. Yeah, I sent them an entire, I made all of these. Like every single part here, I made, textured, and got into KSP in a weekend. I made like 6 or 7 parts. I mean, it was a 5 meter parts pack. They did put 5 meter parts in the game. Yeah, this was like a long time ago, but yeah, I was like, look, I applied for it and did it in a weekend. It was something quick, and they never called me back. Yeah, I modeled the VAB Slick 6 to show that I could do environment modeling. Like, I duplicated the VAB build style with the Slick 6 pad. Yeah, I suppose we're far enough out of the gates to say that happened. Yeah, I built a parts pad for them in a weekend, and they said your parts aren't good enough, and I'm like, I made that in a weekend, right? And they never said anything back to me. Yeah, see, 2014, there it is. Yeah, they never called me back. What was I doing in here? Yeah, I started modeling shuttle bulkheads. Yeah, this was a long time ago, guys. I wasn't really well known, to be honest. Yeah. Dude, here's the whole thing. Look. I modeled a whole nother VAB in a weekend. Simple parts. Fuel tanks, environments, because that's what they wanted. They wanted, wanted a bunch of this stuff, and then yeah, hey, whatever. Yeah, that was a long time ago, dudes. Felipe was still there at the time. Yeah, they were like, oh my gosh, we've seen what you make in KSP. We're really looking forward to your parts. And like, I guess it got lost in translation or something that because I needed to stream so much, right? I mean, at that particular time, guys, I was working and streaming at the same time. So I was working, I would go to work, and then come home and stream for like 6 hours a day, right? You guys, I mean, if you were here for that, you remember. And yeah, I told them, I'm like, I really only have time to do this on the weekends. And I showed them my demo reel and stuff, like the rocket, not the rocket engines. I showed them some other things. And I guess somebody must have seen the parts pack and said, this sucks, this guy's awful. That doesn't know who I am. Even though I like attached pictures from my original demo reel in there. Yeah, guess they were like not about that life. Here, let me show you guys what I'm talking about. Here. It's not completed, Sam. Yeah, I showed them this. Pretty sure I did. I didn't get the roof right with this Camaro. The pulleys don't look right either. You should model the Supra? Is that a Supra? A modular internal combustion engine would have been epic in KSP. I still think the driveline mod idea that I had was a good one, but guess not. Here's something I did a long time ago. Have you done any animations or just modeling? I'm a hard surface modeler, Zymus, by trade, so hard surface and environment modeling. So no, I can do animation, I just don't. I know about keyframes and I know about walk cycles and all that other stuff. We learned it. I think I got it exactly right. That's where it needs to be, right there. Yeah, baby. Yeah, see, check it out. Look at the gas port. The chamfered vertex gas ports. That was hard, man. That was tough to get that right. Also, modeling the selector was a big pain in the butt for some reason. I don't know why. Nice topology? Oh, thank you. Yeah, I used subdivisions to get that right, because subdivisions make it way easier. I could most definitely remove some edges out of this. That's way too dense of a mesh. But it is missing some parts because I didn't know too much about guns at the time. We're missing some rivets. There should be 2 rivets right there. Does it ugga dugga? There you go. Is that good? Maybe you should make your own parts pack then. Tessa, I would really want to decide like what I was trying to do here, you know? Like, I would like to make a parts pack like, okay, let me put it to you like this. A parts pack that makes like a shuttle launch pad, you know what I mean? That'd be sick. That's their loss, not yours. People will be dumb to ignore you and all your creations. Hey, I didn't take it personally, homies. It's just, that's the way it be sometimes. I started this project a long time ago. Never finished it. Does modular launchpads not do that? I don't know. That's not really what I'm looking for. I know Alpha Mense too. He watches the stream. He's a good dude. That's actually super cool. Think of it this way, they couldn't afford you. Yeah, dude. I mean, I don't take it personally, but Rakieta Nositel. Kosmini Skoy. Yeah, carrier rocket. You can make your own 5-meter cargo bay. Start of a for or something. Ah! You can still do it, PY. I'm just very bad at it. Auto truck. Model the pins for your 5-meter bay. Would you drive the truck through? Satovie Soroginie. Launchpads start. No, the truck doesn't drive straight through. They use a train. They don't use a truck. That's why this blueprint is strange. They don't use the KAMAZ like what's in this picture. There's a locomotive and two flat cars here, and they push it back. The Soyuz pad has a huge hydraulic ram right here. And then when it gets to this point, the hydraulic ram tilts down and it picks up on that ledge right there. And then from there, they bolt the Soyuz train carriage, the erector. They bolt it down, and then the whole thing turns Soyuz upright. When they turn it upright, they twist. They start moving the hold down points. So not a lot of people know Soyuz's hold down points are up here. It's actually being held by its second stage. People don't know that. Down here, there's nothing. The reason why there's nothing down there is because the starter for Soyuz is not on the motor. It's a ground side starter, which is not too far out of the norm, guys. The shuttle engines needed GSE to start. Shuttle engines can't air start. Because why? Why would you be air starting them? Right? The funny thing is that the shuttle engine starts from a pneumatic. It's a pneumatic actuated system to spool the turbo pumps, right? Soyuz, they stuck a match up the end. Yeah, that's what they do. They stick a match up the end of it. So they just stick the igniter up the nozzle, and then it turns on, and when the engine ignites, the match falls away. Yep. It's a big freaking match. It's pretty cool. Very simple. Doesn't have to be complicated, man. Yeah, but modular launch pads kind of is what I'm looking for, but I would need more specialized parts, dudes. You've been chosen to be match holder. Great success. Alpha did a good job with these pads, though. They look really nice. Someone's under there with a lighter? No, it's on a lever arm, dude. That Titan launch pad looks great. I don't want to do it. Ugh. Anyway, we're getting up towards 5 o'clock. I'll be right back, guys. Let me think about this. I hit a huge builder's wall that I didn't know was there. We were building Dart, and I was like, oh yeah, I want to do this. And then I'm like, nah. Imagine if we got a winch with breaking ground. Yeah, there's a reason why they didn't do that. Maximals told me why they didn't do that, but I forget why. Yeah, hired. I would really like to see Dart through. Yeah, just for now. Like, I like that arrow shell thing, but it's not striking joy in my heart. You know what I mean? I kind of want to just do the double fairing, that double fairing thing that we kind of figured out with just the way Dart was, right? Just build it out and then test that to see if it works. But yeah, modeling launchpad parts would be sick. That would be really fun. I would really enjoy that. I'm just not sure it would be the best content. I'm pretty sure people wouldn't care. People want to see, we want to launch stuff. And I understand that. And with that being said, what might not be the worst idea is to just continue MM3 for now. Yeah, continue mission mode 3 for now. Hold that thought, J-Speed. That's all I'm saying. I'll think about it, dudes. I'll think about what we want to do. In the meantime, I'm just going to bring up the title card. I'm going to take 5 here real quick. And we'll start Space News. Yeah, sorry about the lack of progress today. But you got a nice Space News coming, and then I wanted to work on the car today because it's cool in the garage. It's actually not... The remnants of the hurricane and rain, a lot of rain is coming through, so it's actually cooler in here today. But it's also going to be cooler for pretty much the rest of the week. The thing is that I don't have all the parts that I need. I'm stuck on some little bits that we need. So I think we'll do a wrenching stream maybe like for after hours tomorrow or something. So we'll do some space news here. It's space and rocket review. Yeah, but yeah, maybe just going back to MM3 rules is the right move for now, just so we can kind of go and get our feet wet again. That's the one with the shuttle that built Space Station Freedom, and then we could build out this lunar architecture with the shuttle if we really wanted to. We already, in that save, remember, that's the one where we recovered the Centaur and brought the Centaur using the robotic arm back, or no, the Puma. We brought the Puma upper stage. We brought it back into the Puma Integrated Support Structure, or PIS for short. And yeah, we reused the stage, which was actually super cool. But anyway, yeah, let's I'll see. You know, I kind of do enjoy just jumping back in and kind of getting my feet wet in KSP. So I will switch both categories over to science and technology, and I will aft cargo carrier, please. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, because, yeah. Yeah, I'll think about it. I'll think about what we want. Think about what I want to do. I haven't flown anything in space in KSP in such a long time. It's ridiculous. Anyway, I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes. Just gonna go take a piss and go check on Bree and the dog. I'll be back in a little bit. Hey, Flask, what's going on, man? You're catching me just between segments. I will be back momentarily. right, we ready to go? No, I'm not ready to go. Let's see what's going on in the space news area. How's everybody doing? Everybody doing well? Just saw that, yeah. So yeah, I guess that's where we'll start. Okay, so there is going to be a press conference tomorrow at 12:30. We will be covering it, absolutely. We're going to cover it, and yeah, we're going to see what's going on. This press conference will be regarding, let me take a look. NASA to provide crew flight test space station missions update. NASA will host a media teleconference at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time on the 7th to discuss ongoing International Space Station operations, including the agency's crew flight test and NASA's Crew 9 mission. Ken, Steve, and Dana Weigel. Oh, I'm sure that's going to be real fun. I'm sure this is going to be great. I'm sure the questions will be totally impartial, and the press will take a genuine interest in the fault tree analysis that Boeing is doing regarding Starliner. I guarantee you. You should press star 1 and ask a question. I'm not accredited media, dude. Sorry, I needed an extra scoop of goldfish. I was hungry today for some reason. So, that comes on the heels of the Crew 9 launch announcement, which went to late September. Crew 9 is not going to launch until the 24th. I'll see what happens, 415. Good eye, Bandit. Thank you. So, it seems like they're shifting everything one direction or another. Before NASA released that announcement, the Burgernator posted this one. The burger and fries here. NASA will announce this afternoon that Crew 9 is slipping to net September 24th. No decisions have been made yet on when or how of Starliner's return. Administrator Senator Representative Nelson tells me you will have the final say on how Butch and Sonny come home. Does that usually come down to the administrator? No. Not really. No. That really comes down to the flight controllers, that are backed up with good flight rationale, like what Wayne Hale's talking about yesterday in his blog post. Yeah, no, not really. At least not to my knowledge. But I could be wrong. Who knows? I don't know. Hey, Ren. Perseverance, wishing curiosity, a happy landiversary. What is this? So yeah, that's what we got. We got that press conference to tomorrow, and yeah, there you go. Happy landiversary, 12 years ago. Jeez. Yeah, Adam Stelzner. That guy's cool, man. If they made baseball cards of famous people from NASA, his baseball card would be very, very popular. That's cool. Anyway, it also is August 6th. It's the anniversary or day of remembrance of
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Not 12 years feeling old yet. I remember watching that, dude. Hey, 16 Sierra. Hey, man, sounds crazy, but Subnautica playthrough worthy? You should play it. I'm not going to. I don't like underwater games. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, it's the anniversary of the Hiroshima bombing. So, you know, that's good. Yeah, August 6th, 1945, the Enola Gay dropped a uranium, not an implosion, uranium gun barrel design atomic weapon. And it was one of the only times that, and 2 days later, Nagasaki, those are the only two times a nuclear exchange has ever happened during a war. Yeah. Important to remember. The plane is less than 5 miles away. Important to remember those dates. Play Hearts of Iron then? I don't know. Maybe after the press conference tomorrow, maybe we should maybe we'll play Hearts tomorrow. I don't know, dude. Kind of down for whatever. Ever happened, period. Yeah, well. Gatling, Mr. Gatling, when he invented the Gatling gun, theorized that, you know, making a weapon that's, I mean, I'm pretty sure he was a pacifist. He theorized in the 19th century that making a weapon that's so incredibly bad, a deterrent, would be the right move because people wouldn't want to fight against it because you'll instantly get killed. And he thought the Gatling gun was that. Oh boy, I don't think that guy realized the box that he opened. But anyway, yeah, don't really think. Yeah, you were right. Your mind's in the right place, but no. Yeah. But we did eventually reach that, and on this is why we celebrate that day, because yeah, we got to that point. More like creating tomorrow's problems today. Yeah, with Gatling. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, the surrender, Japan's unconditional surrender was on August 15th, if I'm remembering right, marking the end of hostilities in World War II, but not the end of World War II. Technically, the unconditional surrender was signed on September 2nd, 1945. That means World War II went from September 1st, 1939 to September 2nd, 1945. 6 years of fun. No. So, yeah. There you go. Important to remember these dates, guys. I always make it a thing to explain this stuff. It's yeah, it's important. Anyway, let's see, what else do we got? So here's some cool stuff. Andy Lapsa, who is the CEO and co-founder of Stoke, posted this. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that this is probably gonna get loud. So yeah, headphone users. Yeah, this is probably gonna get loud. It's probably gonna get loud. Yep. Well, that's pretty neat. Look at that thing. That's that engine is not throttled all the way up. You're getting some gnarly turbulence here in the flow. This is probably a very they're not testing it to full thrust rating here. Oh yeah. Instantly up to chamber pressure. Look at that thing. Oh yeah. It's throttled down, Hellfish. It's throttled down and they don't have their mixture right. The mixture is off. It's close, but it's a little off. That happens during testing. Yeah, you do that a lot. You just mess around with it. The light at the end of the tunnel. Don't go towards the light. Yeah, you're getting a pretty damn turbulent flow here because, yeah, it's a developmental engine. But still cool, or at least I think it is. Suction testing is one of the most exciting phases of engine development program since we intentionally drive the pumps to the onset of cavitation. See what I mean? Throttle down. Or is that the reverse of that? You could get cavitation with... Interesting. Opportunity to learn. It's important to know where that limit is, but cavitation can very quickly lead to an engine run. Happy to report awesome results with better than expected margin, including this test which drove the engine all over the operating box. Interesting. It's not throttled down. I was wrong. They're spinning the pumps super fast? Funny how Stoke got their engine to work before Rocket Lab. And Stoke's engine is more complicated than Archimedes. Why is that funny? Rocket Lab is busy launching stuff into space. I don't understand. Why is that funny? They're testing for pump cavitation. Interesting. What is a RUD? Rapid Unplanned Disassembly. Explosion. Suction testing is one of the most exciting phases of any engine's development since we intentionally drive the pumps on the onset of cavitation. Huh. I haven't heard anything in years about that, Zarek. Interesting. Now I'm thinking like maybe one of the pumps is turned all the way up and the other one isn't, because they're definitely, the mixture is definitely screwed up because the colors of the flames. I think. I'm not sure. Now I gotta go look. Unless they test cavitation with low RPM, because this, once again, guys, that engine looks like it's throttled down. What is this used for fuel? This is a methane engine. Sweet. I'm not sure. There's an opportunity to learn here, Hellfish. Here, let me get the book. Let me get the book out. Let me check. Turbo pump. Give me 1 second. Opportunity to learn. I bet ChatGPT knows. Yeah, great. Rely on AI to do all your work for you. I'm sure that makes for good streaming content, huh? One moment. Open up your rocket propulsion books to page 69. Pump net positive suction head, NPSH, allowing static pressure of fluid at the pump inlet or any regions within the pump to drop below the local fluid vapor pressure level will cause these regions to cavitate, i.e., the fluid will pass from liquid to vapor and form bubbles. The formation of vapor alters the effective flow passages of the fluid and can seriously affect normal pump performance. The subsequent collapse of these vapor regions creates local pressure forces that can cause flow instabilities and or substantial damage. To avoid cavitation during operation of a propellant pump, the pump inlet available net positive suction head, NPSH sub A, furnished by the propellant feed system upstream of the pump must be higher than the suction head above the propellant vapor pressure at which cavitation would begin. NPSHA is the difference between the propellant inlet total pressure head and the propellant vapor pressure, expressed as follows. Typical cavitation characteristics of speed pump operated rated design. Give me 1 second. Yeah, the index is basically your control F, dude. Interesting. I'm trying to see if the engine is throttled down or throttled up. From what I can tell from this graph, it looks like you could do it either way. You could throttle down or you could throttle up and get cavitation. In design practice, the term critical net positive suction head, NPSHC, defines the NPSH value that will result in 2% head generation loss at rated design speed and flow rate of a given pump. Some references use 3% head fall off rather than 2. Usually further reduction in inlet NPSH below the NPSH-C point results in rapidly increasing cavitation. In turn, the developed head is further reduced, bringing on non-steady flow. No, it's throttled up. Yeah, they interesting. So what I'm wondering is why the flow gets so turbulent on this. I originally thought it was because it's throttled down, but they're doing cavitation pressure testing. I mean, interesting. Yeah, there you go, Aquax. Yeah, cavitation is bad. You don't want that. Go back over here. Go back to the index. $175, $183. One more thing I'm going to try and find here. So it's a difference in the pump pressure and the pump pressure in and pump pressure out rather than the pump speeds itself. my guess is that they're, yeah, I mean, you can, yeah, kind of. Yeah, that wasn't exactly what they're doing there, but that was close. Yeah. That seems to be what's going on. Let me just check and see it one more time. Suction testing is one of the most exciting phases of any. So it looks like this engine is on, and it's on, but they don't have head pressure. So they're okay. In a fluid impeller, and this is basically what the book just said. With a fluid impeller, you have to have some pressure on the stuff that's getting pushed in, right? If you don't have pressure, head pressure in the line, right, before the impeller, you're going to create spatial cavities in there. It's gonna suck all the propellant through, and it might suck too much through. That it's interesting because that's what he means, suction testing. They're testing to, like, why would this happen? This would happen if you lost tank ullage pressure. So NPSHA, sub A is what they're talking about. Yeah, that's basically what's going on. I mean, I don't think you necessarily need to, if I'm understanding this right, I don't think you necessarily need to have the engine throttled up or throttled down. I don't think throttle has anything to do with it. I think this turbulent flow is happening because the mixture is getting screwed up because you don't have the proper feed. I think that's what's going on here. Your mixture's all messed up. Once again, because you're pulling in vapors, you're not getting the right mixture in the combustion chamber. That's my guess. Probably wrong too. I'm just taking L's left and right today. Pump cavitation was also the thing that killed SNH engine due to bubbles in the turbopump's inlet. Yeah, those bubbles were also helium. Whoops. Yeah. Helium ingestion. Not good. This kills the rocket engine. Yeah, it's not good for it. But anyway, great to see that this engine is basically running with no head pressure, from what I understand. That's actually super cool. Oh yeah, look, fellas, look. When the engine turns on, look, you could see the cavitation happening in the flame. Not like physically, but you could see that the mixture is getting changed. The color of the flames right here changes. It changes. Look, see, changed. And then it went back. See, it's changing colors. Ah, interesting. Look at it there and look at it there. See what I'm talking about? Interesting. Cool. Well, today I learned that you could operate a rocket engine without head pressure, but that's probably not a good idea, but you can do it. Well, at least Stoke can do it, which is actually pretty neat. That's cool. We learned something today. Neato burrito. Well, that's awesome. All right, cool. So that's coming from Stoke. Now, Stoke is looking at making a fully reusable medium-duty carrier vehicle. Yeah, see, look at the difference. Look at the difference between up here and down there. See the plume there versus there? Oh, yeah. See, that's nice. Remember, we watched this actually a little bit earlier for Space News a little while back. That is a nice, healthy motor right there. That thing's very nice. Very happy. Once again, you can always tell what's going on with a motor by its by the plumes. Very easy. Like, it's just, I say it's somewhat akin to like you could tell what an engine is doing by taking a spark plug out and looking at the end of the cap, or the strap and the electrode on the spark plug. You can tell what an engine's doing. You can tell what a rocket engine is doing by the plume. If the plume has to be nice and crisp. See what I'm talking about? See how that's really defined? It's a really defined line. You have a very, very nicely formed Mach disc right there. This engine is happy. Very happy. No head pressure? So basically the world's most powerful toilet. Yeah, right? Here is a shot looking into cavitation in a pump at best efficiency point. Okay. Hey, Nick, what's going on? Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's not ideal. Interesting. Cool. All right. Well, yeah, there you go. We learned about suction tests today. Today I learned. That's super neat. Okay, so NASA's targeting Crew 9 for September 24. So check this out, guys. These two next things are from Gav, who does production over at NSF. Check this out. He retweeted a picture from Matt Hartman here of the Starlink 11-1 mission. This is coming back into the port of Long Beach. One of the crush cores got compacted on this first stage. That's why it's tipping. See that? Remember the shutdown sequence flow separation is amazing. Yeah, it's actually really cool stuff. I mean, I'm not... All right, fine. Fine, we'll sit here and look at it. We'll sit here and look at it. Oh, yes. Yes! Better a crushed core than a 1058, yep. Throttling down. Oh. You're starting to get flow separation in the nozzle, and the mock disc basically collapses when that happens. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, that's so bad for it, dude. This has got to be an induced test, Forge. That's so bad for it. That's not... There's a reason why they have that stiffener ring on there, because if it didn't have that, this thing would be wobbling around like a bouncy castle. Oh, that's rad, dude. Really cool. Yeah, that's what flow separation does. You got to be careful with that. It's very bad for it. This is a new thing from Impulse. Exciting news from Impulse Space. We are thrilled to announce two major advancements in our mission to revolutionize in-space transportation. Geostationary Earth Orbit Rideshare Program. Our new program, featuring the high-performance Helios kick stage, aims to drastically reduce the cost of transporting small satellites to geostationary orbit and other high-energy orbits. The first mission is set for 2027. Upgraded Mira design. Our orbital transfer vehicle Mira now features improved radiation hardening, advanced avionics, and a robust power supply. These upgrades enhance its capabilities in geostationary and beyond, ensuring precise deployment and hosting upon arrival into orbit. These initiatives will provide reliable, cost-effective, and timely access to geostationary, enabling a wide range of new applications from payload hosting to constellation deployment. Cool. Have you seen the X-59? Yeah, the quiet supersonic transport. Yep. I haven't seen it. I know of it. Yeah, I've been following that program since they started it in 2019. Yeah. They're doing flight testing of that thing right now. And then they're going to take it around to a bunch of different airports and break the sound barrier over the airports, which is actually super cool. The X-59 is really awesome, if not a very weird-looking plane. Very weird-looking plane. The platypus plane. Yep, yep. That's cool coming from Impulse. That's good stuff, man. So, yeah, this is the Starlink 11-1 mission that came in. One of the crush cores on the first stage got manhandled. So, yeah, it's kind of... Dude, look, one of the landing legs is actually off the ground. I think so, Jam. Something like that, yeah. And then Gav also posted this. This is the fairing that came back into port from the Cygnus mission. This is off Space Coast Live. I think it's missing a piece. I think something is missing from that fairing. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's missing some parts. Looks like it when it hit the water, it crashed into a wave or something. That seems to be the non-Cygnus door side. Yeah. You didn't have to eat the fairing. I'm sorry, I was hungry, dude. Jinx. Yeah, that's broken. Yeah, that's broken. It's very broken. How many flights did that fairing see? I don't know. SpaceX doesn't really give us any information on fairings that have flown other than if they've been flown before or not. That's pretty much it. The space engineer posted a photo. I forget the original source, but it definitely has the door. That one? Let's take a look. This is a special type of fairing, guys. There's a door on this fairing so they can load cargo into Cygnus. I don't see it here, Crane. Unless that's it right there, but that doesn't look like it. Oh. Oh. The bottles are only on one side. I seem to remember the bottles being in the center. Why are they offset? Have we seen offset COPVs in the fairing before? Found the photo. The door is clear as day. All right. Permit at Boker Cheeker Crane. All right, post it. Feed me. Feed me. Feed me. How much shorter is that fairing than normal? It's missing about a fifth. Uno momento. You have 60 seconds. You have 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. For England, James! Hold your fire! You blow the gas tanks! Oh, all right, cool. I shot the guy already. Face the wall, please.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
I'm in space. Who took this picture, Boker Crane? We give credit where credit is due because we believe in our space photography corps. I felt no particular reason to bring that up. Yeah, there you go. That's the access door in the fairing. That's why your COPVs are shifted. I think it did it, Dick. I think it did it. All right, cool. Intact fairing before lunch. Ah, yes. Oh, yes. Yeah. It was posted by the space engineer. I'll ask him for the source. We always give the sauce. We always give the sauce. Give me the sauce. All right, sorry. Yeah, so this door is designed for late loading payloads into Cygnus. Basically, you get in there and you load payloads that need to be like on ice or something. If there's an experiment that needs to stay cold.
This is space. I'm in space.
Space. Thanks for the resub. It's a gift subscription courtesy of Mitch Shaw. Bill Girth calls it the Giga Door. It's a pretty nice door, dude. Yeah, this is for late loading time-sensitive payloads. Something that can't be sitting around stewing inside of this payload fairing all day. The sauce. I got you. Give me the sauce. Oh, give me the sauce. That's gravy. Some people call it gravy sauce, I guess. Oh, yeah, I don't remember doing that. I mean, gravy is sauce. Gravy is gravy, okay? Gravy is gravy, all right? Gravy is sauce by definition. What are you doing in my stream? Why are you here? See what I did? I'm gonna start doing that. What are you doing in here? This is my stream. Get out. He also hinted that they can move it around in the fairing in case other payloads need it. Nuclear RTGs. Nice. NSF Gator Cam is the source of the fairing photo. Just got a text from TSE. Tell TSE that TSE is a gentleman and a scholar, and that EJ thanks him. Does he know who I am? Probably not, but maybe. All right. Hey, EJ, I know you don't Twitter much, but did you see Tory Bruno clap back at me for spelling his name wrong? Good stuff. That was you. Were you the guy that called him Tony? Why are you being mean to Tory Bruno, man? We like him. Who's Tony? That whole thread was just Tory Bruno dishing out L's, and it was pretty cool. He was just like, here, have this L. Here, have this L. He dished one out to you, man. I'm not going to lie. It's Tony guy. My favorite ones are, why are you here? Get out of here. Yeah, thing is, I always call him Tory, but seriously, it was a straight L to me. I mean, it was a great thread. We covered it in pretty good detail yesterday. He was just dishing out L's left and right. Oh, dude. Who's Tony? That one made me laugh, dude. You go look at the VOD yesterday, dude. That one made me laugh pretty hard, dude. I'm putting that on a t-shirt. Who's Tony? The other ones, though, where he's just dishing out just fat L's to everybody. It's pretty funny, dude. Why are you in my thread? Get out of my thread. I'm like, whoa. Dude. That was a great thread. It brings me great joy. That was pretty funny. All right. Let's take a look at what we have here on the manifest for the rest of the week. Let's see. We have Falcon 9 Block 5 Starlink 8.3. That's on Friday at 8 in the morning. Okay. And then we have Falcon 9 Block 5 Starlink 10.7 at 7 in the morning. And then we have Falcon 9 Block 5 Arctic Satellite Broadband Mission, ASBM, on Sunday at night. Oh, it's Sunday at night. Yes. One that's not at screw you in the morning. Anyway, Duel, that's a pretty funny thread. But don't be mean to Tory Bruno. Tory Bruno's cool, man. That guy's cool. I like him. We figured out that the reason why ULA had some problems, like the reason why they have that photography thing, dude, is, yeah, it wasn't it's not just some draconian thing that they put together. They had, I don't really have a good way to put this without sounding like a complete jerk. During remote setup a little while back, for one of their launches, they had one of the launch photographers, his ticker decided to not ticker anymore. And let's just say that prompted a legal review of remote camera setup operations. Let's just say that. Yeah. Yeah, I understand why they're doing it. It's kind of but yeah. They're yeah. We at least that's what I think. I think that's what's going on. That's what makes the most sense. We actually talked about that, trying to figure out what the heck that means. Like, why would you do this? It doesn't make any sense. No, Neo, they're you can set up they don't want private photographers inside of the pad. They want media oriented photographers. So editorial or educational purposes. So you need to be like accredited media to go into the pad. I'm going to go ahead and guess that they're doing that because of the incident that they had. There was no way to notify next of kin because the guy's a private organization, right? So I mean, unfortunately, the guy passed away, and that sucks. So I'm pretty sure that prompted a legal review to kind of review their liability nomenclature for the pad, which sucks. The guy didn't. No, he passed away. Yeah, John was his name. I didn't know him, but I know a lot of people that did know him. Yeah, now I feel like a jackbutt. But see, like, that's the thing. I don't think Tory Bruno's gonna go out and say something like that. He's not that kind of dude. That's why I like him. He wouldn't be like, no, this guy had a problem on a pad, and now we have to do it. He just said, it's my policy. I live by it. And then started dishing out L's. But, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what's going on. I'm pretty sure. I talked to I talked to Mitoro, a good buddy of mine that he goes and sets up remotes all the time. He's a launch photographer. So I'm pretty sure they just don't want, the chair just decided to recline randomly. I'm pretty sure they don't want private photographers in there because of the liability. I'm pretty damn sure that that's what's going on. I mean, dual, yeah, whatever. Hey, all good. But yeah, I couldn't figure it out because I'm like, ULA actually has been one of the, like, their remote setup. They've actually been super cool in the past. Like, dude, they let me walk on their launch pad. They let me walk on their launch pad during a remote camera setup. They let me do that. I'm like, you're gonna let me near a pad? All right, they've been pretty good about it, dude. But yeah. Yeah, Wolfie, there's not much in the way of EMS out there, and this most definitely delayed their launch campaign, which is why they were like, like, once again, I kind of see why they wouldn't be like, no, you know, this is the reason why. This is so stupid. This is why we're doing it. You guys suck. You know, like, they were, as always, ULA was pretty damn classy about it. But yeah, I kind of, that, keep in mind, that's just a theory, guys. That's what I think. I don't have a source or anything. All right, okay, I guess my chair is reclining now. Yeah, dude, that's what we were trying to figure out, but I'm not 100% sure, you know? Like, this chair finally kicked the bucket. No, it's good. Nope, no, it's not. Come on, chair. Come on, Marcus. Stay with me. This is fine. This is fine. Did they stop people from selling photos? No, they stopped private photographers. You can, I only had another chair. I do. But I'm getting my money's worth out of this one before I open up the secret lab. Geek, they don't want private photographers on there. Greg. Yeah, they, just go yank the driver's seat out of the Camaro. That's not mine. Yeah. I'm looking around. I'm trying to burn through. See if there's any other space news around. Anything else you guys want to talk about? Oh, Cygnus did arrive to the ISS. That's a good one. Yeah, probably should mention that. Cygnus got up there. Northrop Grumman made adjustment to the burns, and it arrived at the station on time. It arrived very early this morning. But yeah, this was the Cygnus that Falcon 9 did launch, and it did make it up there, which is pretty neat. It got wrangled by the Canadarm and docked to the Unity port. There's a picture of it. Pretty rad. Speaking of the Camaro, is it still in pieces? Yeah. It's getting there. Just odds and ends, dude. The big problem that I'm running into with the Camaro right now is the strut bar. That's the big project. The strut bar is fouling on the mount plate for the fully adjustable suspension. I have to cut a chunk of that plate out, but I want to make sure that I mount the strut bar in a position that where it actually does something and doesn't foul on the plate where I need to adjust it. I have it mocked up in there right now, but yeah, that's right now I'm spending a lot of time going through the headlight bezel. Somebody really Geek, the headlights are adjustable. Is that the same Camaro you dragged across the country? It is. Yep. Headlights are adjustable, guys, and headlights on that kind of car has a headlamp that's spring-loaded, right? It's spring-loaded on one, like the headlamp is obviously square. There's a spring on one side that wants to pull it, right? And then you have two adjustment screws to set the pitch and yaw of your light, for the most part, right? Pitch and yaw is probably not the right way to say that, but the adjustment screws, I went to take that apart to try and rebuild it, and honestly, it looks like somebody adjusted the adjustment screws with a hammer. Here, I don't like showing pictures on my phone, but that's the screws. So the bottom one, that T-shaped thing right here, that's what it's supposed to look like, and that's what the majority of what I pulled out. Yeah, I'm pretty sure someone went to adjust the headlights with a gigantic hammer. Yeah, so yeah, we need new ones before I could put that all back together. I got new hardware for the front bumper because half of the hardware was missing. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. But yeah, the strut plate, the coilover adjustment plate is fouling on the strut bar. That's what's going on. Yeah. So yeah, Cygnus was brought up to the station, and then yeah, the Camaro is I'm making progress, yeah. I'm currently, I painted the headlight bezels today. Here, I can show you real quick if you want to see. I'll be right back. Yeah, I have the headlight bezels painted. I got new hardware for those. There's a bunch of stuff. Okay, let me see what else we got for news here. Oh, the K member is in there, Geek. I did a lot of mocking up, and it turns out that the small block Chevy mounts pick up on part of the LS mount. Yeah. Yeah. The bolt holes are the same distance on part of it. So Hey, program, what's going on? So, what's going on with that is the small block clamshell has 1, 2, 3, 4 bolt holes, and the LS motor mount has 4 bolt holes. 2 of them are perfectly coplanar. So the front bolt holes on the small block Chevy clamshell line up with the back bolt holes on the LS mount. And I know what people are going to say. So you only have 2 bolts holding each clamshell together? And the answer is, oh yeah, absolutely. What? It's a 305. What is it going to do? Break them? It's fine. They're grade 8 bolts holding it all together. So, it was weird that your mic picked up what you said just as you entered the office. It's a good microphone, dude. So yeah, that's what's going on with that. Yeah, so I got new clamshells. There's a brand new set of small block Chevy clamshells in there, and it just picked up right on the factory points, pretty much. Hey, Rallius, what's going on? At least you could use that. Yeah, now Ernock is scoping for a 5.3 or something. Just got back from Good Springs. Cool. All right, anyway. So yeah, that's what's going on with the Camaro. I've been messing with the headlight bezel off stream. I think tomorrow we'll probably yeah, we could do some wrenching. If I get the clips in tomorrow, we could start reassembling the whole headlight structure and the whole front bumper. The reason why we took it all apart is so we could get the engine crane at it, and if you look on the rear end of the car, I have another bumper. Is this the car you picked up in the road trip? The one with the black stripes? Yeah, the red truck is mine. This is Ernock's car. Yeah. I also did some body work with the sledgehammer because the right front quarter was bashed in, but it seems to be true again, which is nice. Yeah, it's coming out okay. It's coming along, dude. I actually am kind of happy we didn't get it done that day because we would have rushed the suspension. There's no way we would, yeah, it would have been half-assed. It would have been bad. I got new inner and outer tie rods for that thing. So it's the steering is super tight. The relay link, the idler arm and the pitman arm are fine. I checked those, so those are still stock. But we have replacement tie rods. I have an adjustable tie rod piece that's threaded on both sides with jam nuts. That's a QA1 adjustable tie rod thingamajigger. So we don't need to have the stock ones that have the 2 bolts on the side where you have to undo them and screw it and then screw it back together. Screw that. We don't have any of that. I had to clearance some of the spindles on the Camaro because the coilover, the bottom of the coilover was fouling on a little bit, so I clearanced both of the spindles. All the suspension in there right now is basically mocked up. Nothing is torqued down except for the cross member and the motor mounts. Yeah. Space. All right. So yeah, Cygnus docked to the ISS. It made it there on time. It did have some problems with a burn. It was supposed to do a burn right after it separated from Falcon 9, and it didn't do it. And from what I understand, it turned out to be a software controls thing. So the flight controllers at Northrop Grumman basically uploaded some new burn data to this thing, made another maneuver node, so to speak, and got it to the space station on time, and now it's up there. Pretty awesome. It was wrangled by Matthew Dominic. It was up on the space station right now. Good stuff. Also, tickle stuff. I'm not too familiar with this account, but apparently we have pictures of what the official SpaceX Starship Flight 5 patch is, and it's definitely Mechazilla catching a super heavy. Yeah, or not, we just basically giving them an update of everything that I'm doing. I should do a wrenching stream tomorrow. I really got to figure out exactly how I'm going to go about getting the strut bar to work with the coilover adjuster plate. Yeah, I think I know what I want to do, but we'll do it on stream so everybody can see it. Should be a good time. We're going to have to get the cutting wheel out. SN15 is the best ship ever. Hey, love the content. Keep it up. Hey, my pleasure, SN15. I wish we got more suborbital flight tests, dude. That would have been cool. Someone in that replay thread said you could purchase the patch somewhere. Anyway, awesome picture. Flight 5 is, I don't know, we're kind of dog days of summer here for launches. I mean, Falcon 9's still launching like crazy, but I would say that Flight 5 is probably going to be sometime at the beginning of September, unless SpaceX starts stacking stuff relatively soon. SN16 hypersonic flight would have been awesome. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, that would have been a good time. Definitely would have been a good time. So, yeah, there's that. Now, Forge, you linked this other thing. What do you got? Did you know that the Space Force makes patches for every launch they support? Yes, I did know that. Is Flight 5 going orbital? Yes. Flight 5 is basically it's exactly the same as Flight 4 in terms of Starship's trajectory. The only difference between 4 and 5 is that they're going to try to catch Super Heavy. They're going to try to catch it with the tower, which is okay. The suborbital test flights are your favorite? Yeah, those were so cool, man. Such a good time. What's the current ETA for Flight 5? I would say we're still a month out. I mean, we haven't... Let me just pop into Starbase Live here, dudes. And we can actually see if NSF has a new Starbase update video. Hold on. How's that flame trench video doing? How many views does that have? 29,000 views. Hey, I'll take it. That's the one where I got a little spicy. Your boy got a little spicy in that one. Oh, why am I not thumbnailed? What the hell is this? That's okay. Jack and Trevor are cool. Anyway. Hey, 29,000 views. That ain't bad at all. Pretty good. Let's see. Videos. Oh, good. Yeah. Let's see. It's just the... Oh, you want a link to the spicy? Here, hold on. Yeah.
Crabs are invading Starbase, and Starliner is still in space on this week's Flame Trench.
Yeah, here you go. Here you go. The comment section was fun. Oh, nobody updated my... Jack is my spirit in. Power 2 is right. There's a couple of people that... couple of people had it out for you, boy, and that's fine, whatever. It's all the way down the bottom, though. I was watching this thread. I'm like, okay. I am by far the worst guest on NSF. Yes. Awesome. Will I read all the comments? Actually, dude, that one right there was the only one that was actually negative. Everything else on there is all good stuff, so...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And even all the replies to that guy were like, what are you talking about? Which is actually kind of cool. Makes me happy. Just saw your clip where you complimented me earlier. Thought I'd pop in here for the heck of it. I do indeed know you exist. Kudos to you. problem. Yeah, yeah. That's good stuff, MC. That's cool, man. You can't handle the truth. I guess not. Hey, my man. The space engineer. What's going on? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm reading YouTube comment sections about the flame trench where people call me clueless about spaceflight. That's all right. Man, if I don't know what I'm talking about, what does that make that guy? Anyway, let's go back to the NSF video. Oh my goodness. The space engineer. Well, thank you for popping in. I do appreciate it, buddy. Oh man, how'd you like having that guy's job? That always just looks so strange. Wait a minute. You know, I'm bringing back an old thing. Ready? Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. 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 Get the frick up. Bum, 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 bum. Starship says get the frick up. I don't know. Bum, 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 bum. Two kids today will never know. That's right. Why did I get scrapped? Because they needed space. I said 15. Dude, you look. Okay, all right. And once again, this footage is from Mary, Boca Chica Gal, down at Starbase, doing the Lord's work, getting us these pictures. Guys, you know, you see Starship, you're like, okay, it's going into the megabase. Look at the vehicles down there. I always make it a thing to point out this. Every single time, I make it a thing. Look at the trucks. They just don't like you for some reason. Yeah, Ernog, that's the thing. I don't care. I don't care. I'm not going to change my tune. Sorry. Like I said, the vast majority of those comments were pretty good. Like 95% of it. Dude, I will take 95% good on the internet, man. That's good. I'll take that. That's fine with me, man. The scale is always nuts. Dude, I can't believe it, man. It's like, you know, you see like vehicles next to this thing and it gives you the perspective and you're just like, that's not small. Bikes! Oh, it's serial number 398. Rebar for pilings. Those do indeed be rebar for pilings. And what these guys are doing right here is they're tying off the rebar, guys. So anytime you're going to make rebar into a lattice like that, you have to tie it together. And it basically has the consistency of a slinky when you tie it together. Because these are being used for pilings, what they're doing is they're going to drill a hole with an auger, right? You've seen that piece of equipment around. It's this thing over here. See that guy in the background behind the berm? It's basically a big drill that goes and drills a big freaking hole, right? And then they take that rebar lattice and they put that down the hole, and then they fill the hole up with concrete. Now, what happens is because the water table is so low, that hole is going to turn into a well. It's going to fill up with water. So what they do is they make a concrete slurry, and they pour the slurry in there, and it displaces the water, and it basically makes a pillar for you. It makes a piling, a concrete piling into the ground. Out in Boca Chica, you need to do that because it's wet. And they said you couldn't build a launch pad on a swamp, but I did it anyway. Fell into the swamp. SN15. My good friend SN11 had Taco Bell the day of the flight. Learned a valuable lesson. Yep. So what these guys are doing here is they're making this rebar lattice. Like I said, it ends up being like a slinky, but you know, you have the rings right there, and then you have to tie the rebar to them, right? That's a big pain in the butt, and they should have the rebar tie guns. So like you just hold it to it and it goes If you guys have watched Colin Furs, you guys, anybody tunnel digging, anybody? The rebar tie gun, that's what they're doing. These are rebar guys. They're making those. Oh nope, those guys are hand tying. Good for them. That's nuts. That's a lot of freaking work, dude. Dude, that thing is growing like a freaking weed. Bringing back the old memes, I see. Yes. Dodge. Anything interesting going on here? It's just dudes doing work. That crane, yeah, that crane with the wide boom is pretty sweet. Wire snippers in some hands. Yep, you just tie it off and then click, go. Are they gonna build a larger tower for the taller Starship? I would assume so, Sea Kraken, but you never know. Does SpaceX have their construction department or the contract? This is all contracted work, Brahms. From what I understand.
Go at throttle up.
For doing concrete work, I don't think SpaceX has an in-house concrete company, to be honest with you. Deepic, 46-month resub. You think the chopsticks would give me a hug if you asked nicely? Yes, precisely. Yeah, MC, I don't think it's taller, dude. Oh, that guy's welding. He's MIG welding. I can do that. Badly. Yeah, guy's got a Miller-Matic right there. Just, yep, grinder and paint. I wonder what these guys are up to, welding to the chopsticks. Oh! Damn, that's cool. Why is he welding a MIG? He should be welding a Sukhoi. Yakalip. How many sections now? I think we're 6 tall. I mean, I don't see why they couldn't put another segment in there. The base itself is taller by a little less than 2 meters, so it is taller by definition, but nothing like extra floors or modules. MC, my guess is... So, Space Engineer, my guess is that it's taller because they redesigned the OLM. I don't think it's any secret that the OLM for Pad B is definitely not going to be that milk stool thing. Definitely not. Supposedly it should have a flame trench. And they're working on another segment at Sanchez. What's wrong with the milk stool? Genuine question. Don't know someone. Yeah, you can tell it's Starbase because of the way it is. Yeah, maybe help us, yeah. Whoa. That looks like the pagoda at Indy. Ugh. Ship 26 is not the best, okay? He's not. No, it's not, Goji. Pay no attention to these hypocrites, chat. God, it's gonna be a great day when they scrap that thing. Oh, bringing the boom down. Yep, he's gonna lay the thing forward like that. Damn. That is a big freaking crane, man. Dial man. We gonna sand that down, or maybe some goof off? Get the flap disc. Maybe some goof off will do it. No, the lines show them where to put the new tiles. Dude, even the stool. Look at that Super Duty right there. That's not a small truck. It looks like nothing compared to that thing. SN15 over in YouTube chat says, Ship 26 isn't liked with fellow starships. I agree. Slap. Hear me out. We scrap 26 and build another Star Hopper. I'm with you. I'm with you on that one, dude. The Eternal Hobby. Ship 26 and 32 are both scrap piles. Isn't 32 the one that, 32 is the one that decided to become Tesla? Hey, Slappy! 9-month resub.
Discovery.
Vertical tank bases scrapped. Oh, the vertical tank base. Oh, no. I remember when they built that thing. No, that was 31. Interesting. So why would they scrap 32, dudes? I've been out of the loop. Ew, get that off the screen. No, no, no. $31 is the last V1. Alex said on Raptor side he's booked flights for the first 2 weeks of September to see launch. I hope he's right. 30, 31 are V1 flying. 32 skip. 32 is skipped, moved to V2. 33 is V2. Gotcha, Crane. Yeah. What do you mean it became a Tesla? So Ship 31, when it was on the test stand at Massey's, someone caught a short and decided to become the world's biggest Van der Graaf generator. Just started arcing electricity all over the place, dude. Yeah, something shorted out on it and it caught on fire. That's what I mean. It decided it could. They said you could be anything. I decided to be Tesla. That is what happened. There is footage. NSF has footage. Yeah, it's actually. Yeah, it's pretty violent. Nobody was hurt. Yeah. It powered our solar panels. Yeah, there you go. The raceways are separated on block 2 now. Yeah, you might want to keep your electrical away from your autogenous pressurization lines. Like, I don't know. I mean, it's fine on the external tank. Dude, look at those. Are those stainless flanges? Beautiful. Great. Blew up the raceway. Yeah. Dodge. Bird. Thing. Maybe it should have used lithium iron phosphate batteries. I don't think a battery is what decided to electrical itself. Oh, bird. Wait, those aren't Texas plates. Interesting. Oh, look at that. Look at that box truck. That's a nice truck, boy. Is that a Huffy? Tesla. Yep. Those guys are tying the rebar off at the beginning. Actually, I thought they were tying off rebar for the pilings. No, they're not. They are putting some type of foundation in here. Still tying off rebar, but not the rebar for the pilings. Yeah. So, see this thing right here? This thing that looks like Canadarm? It kind of articulates somewhat similarly too. That's a pumper truck. So, it's basically a truck with a gigantic corkscrew in it that shoots concrete up a plumbing line, and it has basically a big cherry picker on it. And then at the end of it, You notice the pipe goes with it, right? And then at the end of it, there's a floppy hose. And what that thing does is it reaches over into the center of a foundation and you can move it back and forth and the guy can take the hose to spread the concrete. It's a concrete pumper. The concrete truck will turn it on and it'll feed a local hopper on the pumper truck. You can't really see it in this picture. I used to watch Colin. Dude's funny. Yeah. Dude's fun to watch. Yeah, Colin's the best, man. You're a floppy hose. Who's floppy hose? What is this concrete for? A floor? I don't know. I don't have my bearings here, Jim. I don't know where we are. But yeah, see, the pumper truck is pumping it in, that guy's moving around, and then everybody else has to spread it out. And then they're gonna have to go over this thing with a not an aerator, basically this thing that looks like a go-kart with a fan facing down. It gets all the air bubbles out of the concrete. But those guys are spreading it, and the other guys are smoothing it. Camaro. Front-end loader. Just decided to go over those rocks because... Power trowel. There you go. They're in the gate by hopper. So that's the new gate entrance, Adrian's. Thank you. That is the chopstick, or the carriage tracks right there. Think of that like the railroad track that goes up and down, because the thing goes up and down on the thing. The thing goes up and down on the thing. Great commentary, bro. I really appreciate it. Those are the tracks that the linear bearings on the chopstick carriage use to go up and down the tower. Yak. That is Mr. Yak. Cool. Bit of an oopsie after 1082. I saw that, Thomas. Did you see Cygnus's fairing, man? Cygnus's fairing decided to fairing int. That's the one with the door on it. We figured that one out. With the help of the space engineer, my guy. What fairing? Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Does that use a ball bearing? It's a linear bearing, Sea Kraken, so you have a roller bearing. Here, I'll show you. So it looks like a roller bearing, but instead of being cylindric, it's linear. So here. So that's a tapered roller bearing. This is the type of bearing that you'd find on a car. Right there. Take this, cut it in half, and then lay it flat. That's what the carriage tracks look like. It's a linear bearing. So here. Yeah, something kind of like that, but not like that. But kind of like that. It's all roller bearings nowadays. Yeah, I can't remember the last car I could think of that can't remember the last car I could think of that had anything but a tapered roller bearing. The reason why they taper the bearings is because on a wheel hub, guys, you have, like, let's take the Camaro, for instance, that's in my garage, right? So, see this thing right here? The rotor is on there, right? And the rotor has a tube inside of it. And then you have two tapered roller bearings, right? And they're on either side. One's on the outside, the outer bearing, and one's on the inside, right? And they're riding on a spindle. Spindle is just a solid cylinder of metal. And then you have both of these tapered roller bearings facing towards each other. That basically keeps it so that spindle rides directly in between the bearings. It stays in between the bearings, similar to how a train works. Actually, exactly how a train works. Train wheels, like on a railroad, are tapered. They're tapered. So the train stays centered on the rails. Yeah. And also because of differential rotation. Depends on where the bearing is. I'm pretty sure the bearings in the rear end on that mutter might be just a straight roller bearing. They're probably not tapered, but I don't know Chevy 10 bolts too well. But yeah, that's the idea. I can't remember a car with front wheel drive that doesn't have a tapered roller bearing. I should amend my words. Yeah, exactly. Pretty much a line of thousands of free rolling cylinders going up two sides of the rails. Yep. By the way, nice hammer work. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, I got it back. I'd have to take the quarter panel off and get my hammer and dollies out, Ernok, if we really wanted to get that thing like perfect. But from what I remember you telling me, you kind of wanted to look a little ratty on the outside. So yeah. So it's good. It's fine the way it is. I'll hit it with some tractor paint and call it a day. But it's straight. It's gonna be straight on the bumper, but the metal is kind of, so like if this is the front flange, this is the thing that I hammered. You're looking at it from the top. So this is the side of the car. The tire would be right here. It's pinched. It's kind of doing this. It's kind of like tapered in a little bit right there. Just a little bit. It's impossible to tell unless you were up close. It's a $20 body work, or 20-foot body work, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, those linear bearings on the crazy thing is that, you know, we'll tie this all back together, guys. The linear bearings on the carriage for the chopsticks are like as big as the hood of that car. You see the thing with the black stripes that's sitting on the roof? They're huge. I remember when they put them on the original chopstick. I mean, guys, they got to be at least 2 meters tall. 2 meter tall, meter wide. They're gigantic. And the roller, the actual piece of metal, the roller metal, is unreal. It's got to be at least 10 centimeter. At the very least. Like, these are just heavy pieces of equipment. It's looking good? Thanks, guys. Yeah. Thoughts on the Starliner situation? I think they're taking their time to do a fault tree analysis, and that takes time, but SN15, I'm fairly confident that NASA is like 95% sure that they can come back. But here's the thing. You don't roll the dice with 95% when it comes to spaceflight because of Murphy's Law. Don't do that. Got to be more sure than that. So, I'm thinking that because there's some leeway in the schedule here, no other spacecraft are going to come up on the IDAs, and as long as Starliner can stay up there, I don't think it's really that big of a deal. But the fault tree analysis is going to be hard because they're having problems with the thrusters, right? They're having problems with the thrusters. So it's really hard to figure out what's wrong with your thrusters when it's attached to a space station going 17,500 miles an hour, and you can't get your hands on it. But what would be the best time to figure this out? Right now. Because if you have them come back down, I mean, you know, and heaven forbid something goes wrong, you know, if it doesn't go wrong and they come back down, you have no service module to do your analysis on. So guys, I really don't think this Starliner thing is as big a deal as everybody says it is. I really don't. They're doing fault tree analysis, and there is going to be another presser tomorrow at 12:30, and I will listen to it. I'm not looking forward to the press. The press is just going to ask the most lukewarm questions like they always do. So it's very tiresome. Your dad thinks it's a bad idea to bring Butch and Sonny back on Starliner. Why? Guys, they're doing a fault tree. You have to do a fault tree analysis because 95% sure ain't gonna cut it. Got to be like 99% sure. Seriously, 95 is like very unsafe in spaceflight. Risk tolerance. And well, we learned another keyword the other day called flight rationale, or key phrase. You have to be absolutely sure you know exactly what's causing those thrusters to overheat. My guess, and this is my guess, here's the guess part from EJ. My guess is, so we know from the press conference, we know that their thermal model on Starliners, the duty cycle on Starliner's thrusters, the thermal model for the duty cycle, meaning how hot they thought the thrusters were going to get for repeated firings, right, was not accurate to what the heat levels that were actually encountered. Their thrusters were getting way hotter than they thought they were. Why is this a big deal? Amongst other things, you can boil your hypergolic propellants in the lines. Boiling anything inside of a pressurized anything is a bad idea. You don't need that happening. You don't need that happening to a capsule with people on board. That would be bad. And also it causes seal degradation on the NTO and MMH fuel injectors, fuel and oxidizer injectors on the thruster, right? They talked about this. Their thermal model wasn't right, and because of this, they got seal degradation, and they had some of the filters caught some pieces that some plumbing that not that seal degradation. Pieces of the seal were going downstream and getting caught in things from different seals on the system. So okay, this all comes from a deviant thermal model, right? The thrusters were getting hotter than they thought they were. And that's going to take time to make sure you got that right. That's going to take a lot of testing and a lot of analysis. And as long as they have the leeway in the schedule, it's not a big deal. Now, don't get me wrong. If you wanted to ask a question pertaining to why their thermal analysis was off and why wasn't this problem caught during OFT2, I think that would be a reasonable question to ask if we're going to be critical of Starliner. How did you flew this without people on it and it seemingly docked to the ISS no problem? But I have also heard that they had thruster blowout. The same problem happened on OFT2. At least it's consistent, but also at the same time, that means the proper analysis wasn't done then, and it clearly wasn't done now. That's the questions I'd be asking. Why wasn't this problem solved? I'm sure there's a good answer. And the other thing that I wanted to say is, so if their thermal model is different, what's going to be required. The other thing that you could do, and once again, this is EJ speculating now. This is me speculating. I don't know. Maybe this is what's going on. So your thermal deviance is different, right? And because the thermal deviance is different, now what could cause this? The duty cycle on the thrusters. So how many times you fire them. RCS does not fire constantly. Thrusters on spacecraft go like a spray can almost, because it's a backfed pressurized system. So it works kind of like an aerosol can, like you don't just hold it down, right? I mean, you could like that, or your thrusters are going to overheat. So if it is a control systems problem, meaning the computers were firing it in a way that's going to exceed the rated temperature on these thrusters from their thermal model, maybe their thermal model was accurate. But maybe the computer control system, right, is too much. It's commanding too much, and maybe the people that were working on avionics didn't talk to the thermal modeling people. I don't know. Could be that. Maybe we'll hear that as a question. We absolutely will not hear that as a question. Every question is just going to be like, is it safe? Is it safe? I'm just trying to wrap my mind around it. Is it safe? I don't think it's safe. Do you think it's safe? You know, every question is going to be like that. It's going to be hilarious. But anyway. So if their control systems on their capsule was commanding the thrusters in a way that exceeded the known thermal model of this, then it might require some type of coding rewrite. You might want to rewrite your control system for your avionics to not pulse those thrusters like that. Because RCS is pulsed they modulate thrust with RCS because of thermal. Like, that's nothing I didn't know. That's nothing anybody didn't know. How do RCS thrusters get rid of heat in the vacuum? They make RCS nozzles out of niobium. And I mean, I think it's niobium. That's my guess. Don't know for sure. This is not EJ's opinion. The niobium is, but RCS thrusters are made out of a metal that glows when it gets hot. It glows when it gets hot, but it doesn't melt. It's a special metal alloy. I think it's niobium, but that's just a guess. I don't know that for sure. And basically, because this metal glows, it radiates heat through light, through black body radiation. If you guys have noticed, when Rocket Lab or when SpaceX fires their motors, their upper stage engine, they glow, the nozzle glows. That's how it cools itself. RCS does the same thing, but because it's such a tiny, now, you know, like on SpaceX, they have that gigantic big nozzle, and it's also being film cooled from the Merlin 1D turbine exhaust. It's that big manifold that all the ice gets stuck in. When SpaceX launches things on Falcon 9, all the ice gets stuck and then it kind of floats away and people think it's aliens. You know what I'm talking about, right? If you don't, I'll show you. So because the reason why it works with that is because you got film cooling on top of the radiation, the thermal radiation that's going on. Now with RCS, you don't have something like film cooling. So you can't constantly fire this thing or else it's really going to break. You're going to introduce too much heat into the system. And here's the thing. You can't convect any heat in a vacuum. You can't do that. The heat's going to either get conducted or it's going to get radiated. So if it's, you know, it can only radiate out. The nozzle can only radiate out so much heat, right? When the nozzle can't, like, when you're introducing too much heat into the system from your propellants shooting off, right, and the motor starts to get too hot, you can get nozzle degradation. But now on top of, I mean, that's one thing, but on top of that, now your heat is moving into your system. Guess what? Your injectors are connected to your nozzle, and if the nozzle gets too hot, it's connected, and that's because it's connected. Now you're moving the heat somewhere else. It's thermal conductivity now. Touching something, you can get rid of heat by having two things touch together. A heat sink on your processor is a good idea. Is a good example of that. Not a good idea. It is a good idea. I mean, that's a good example of that. It's conducting heat away from your processor, which gets really hot when you play Crysis on max settings. Boom! Just dated myself. Sorry. Can it run Crysis though? Really? So now your heat's going to go upstream. And that's why they're getting seal degradation. Once again, this could just be a controls thing. You know, they might have to rewrite the systems to incorporate a lower duty cycle on the engines. And if you do that, now your burn times are going to all be different. And now you're going to have to recalculate your flight trajectory to land back at White Sands. That might take some time. Like right now. But you don't know that that's what's going on until you prove it. So could they have rewritten this stuff after they launched Starliner? Yeah, but they didn't know that there was a problem. You have to figure out what's the problem and what's not. You can't just go around being a hammer searching for a nail. That's how people get killed. Trust me, it's not smart. Don't do that. Don't hit someone with a hammer. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Niobium titanium alloy was used for the CSM's engine nozzle. Yeah, Rem, it has to be something that can radiate out the heat very fast because there's no place for the heat to go. There's no place for it to go. But believe it or not, everybody says space is really, really cold. No. Space is nothing. It's nothing. There's nothing there. It's the absence of heat. Right? There's nothing. So it seems cold because anything that you shoot out of an airlock is going to immediately freeze because the heat's just going to get pulled right out of it in a vacuum. Right? Now, so it seems cold, but it's not. Believe it or not, one of the biggest problems, one of the biggest challenges with spacecraft going up into space is them not melting themselves from the inside out. For instance, with the space shuttle. The space shuttle has its payload bay doors. Everybody knows that, right? What a lot of people don't know is that the inside of the payload bay doors house your thermal radiation systems. If a shuttle mission was on orbit and for whatever reason, this never happened, but for whatever reason, if the payload bay doors did not open, that is an immediate mission abort. The shuttle will turn into a nice pressure cooker after that if you're not careful. Another thing is if the shuttle was on orbit doing a mission and they had some micrometeorite hit one of the radiators and they started leaking coolant, immediate mission abort. Shut that thing, get down as quick as possible. That's how big of a problem it is. Like a little tiny piece of rock could scrub it and could just abort an entire shuttle mission. That also never happened either. They made the radiators out of titanium, if I'm remembering right. It was either aluminum or titanium. I can't remember. But yeah, getting rid of heat in spacecraft is very, very important. It's it's a very big deal. So, like I said, that deviant thermal model is kind of a glaring issue. Like, you really? But the flip side of that, right? It's really easy to sit here and say, oh, you didn't get your thermal models right? What are you guys, stupid or something? It's really easy to say that. You don't know how a spacecraft's going to outgas thrusters in the vacuum until you go and do it, right? It's one of those things that you just can't really test for down here. There's no vacuum chamber that will allow you to outgas thrusters inside. All the vacuum chambers we have are static. They're static pressure chambers. So you can just drop the vacuum and you can test for vibrations and you can test for electronics and thermals to an extent, right? But you can't outgas a thruster into a zero pressure environment because then you're not in the vacuum anymore. You outgassed and now you're going to pressurize eventually. You'll pressurize the system. There's no pressurize the pressure vessel or the vacuum test chamber. There's no way to test this on the ground. So I don't really blame them for getting their thermal model not exactly right. But also at the same time, this happened on the last flight. If it happened on the last flight, why did you put people on it? That would be my big question. Typically radiators are something lightweight like aluminum with something like a silver alloy coating. Oh, thanks, Rocket Guy. Yeah. Is it nitrogen? No, it's coolant. The A3 test stand at Stennis comes close to vacuum testing. Yeah, I know. It's almost like we had something like that. But that was just a propulsion vacuum. That's for propulsion vacuum testing. That's not for, like, testing a spacecraft. Like that for main propulsion. I'm not sure you could mount RCS in that thing. NASA needs to be more strict and hold these companies to a higher standard. Look, man, I want Starliners to succeed just as much as everybody else, but NASA has been using Boeing as a sock puppet since OFT1, since that fiasco. We covered this for Space News 5 years ago now. NASA basically said they gave Boeing a short leash, or a long leash, and they gave SpaceX a short leash because they thought Boeing would just get it right on the first try. They gave them the benefit of the doubt, and they paid for it. This is not just on Boeing, dude. NASA has had very, very big oversight on this program since the beginning of the pandemic. Since, November of 2019, December 2019, when OFT1 launched and it almost crashed. Yeah, they've had their fingers so far up Boeing commercial spacecraft's tailpipe that, they could be using them as a sock puppet. So it's not entirely on Boeing, to be 100% honest with you. This is why I think it's hilarious when people try to pit this and suggest that it's Boeing versus NASA, which is just dumb, because NASA's in on the analysis. Because they've been on the analysis since they screwed up in 2019. Red Fox, I will say this once, I'll say it again. This does not reek of incompetence. This reeks of inexperience. That's the big one. Do you think SpaceX having very recent experience with Dragon 1 cargo missions helped give them a leg up in commercial crew? Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Of course, Sam. I was explaining this on the Flame Trench post show last Friday, dude. All right, look, it seems like SpaceX goes fast, right? It seems like they go fast, and they do. Don't get me wrong. Certain facets of things, they go fast. Dragon is not one of them. You can say whatever you want about Dragon development. Dragon, no, that took as long as everybody else because making human-rated spacecraft is difficult. Look, cast your mind back to 2008. I don't know what you guys were doing. I was 20. No. Was I 20? Yeah, I was 20. 16 years ago. I don't like that. Cast your mind back to 2008. That's when SpaceX got the contract as part of the commercial crew. Commercial crew capabilities. So CCT CAP is what it was called. It was part of the Constellation program. SpaceX got a contract for Falcon 9 and for Dragon capsule to resupply the ISS. CCT CAP became the commercial resupply program, right? So Dragon came on the books and got funded in 2008. That's when they basically clean sheeted a brand new capsule design. It first flew in 2010, uncrewed, obviously, and then delivered its first cargo to the space station in 2012. I mean, honestly, that's pretty, like I said, SpaceX, you say that SpaceX goes fast. That's a case of them going extremely fast. I don't remember anybody in recent memory bringing a capsule online in less than 4 years. Even an uncrewed one. It's pretty quick. Now, with that all being said, they resupplied the ISS, I think 3 times after that. And I think by the time CRS-4 rolls around, we get the commercial crew program in 2014. Okay. So that means they've flown Dragon maybe 5 or 6 times. I think it depends. I'd have to go look. Point is, they had some flights under their belt, right? So Dragon's first flight was in 2010. It came on the books in 2008. And Dragon 2 started development in 2014 based off of lessons learned from Dragon 1. Dragon 2 first flies in 2017 on the DM1 mission, then the in-flight abort, and then DM2. I forget when the IFA was. I think it was 2019. I don't remember. So once again, going from, Dragon 1 to getting the design for Dragon 2 and getting the contract for Dragon 2 and then flying an uncrewed test in 2017, that's pretty quick. That right there is pretty quick, but it's incremental steps, right? And that leads to, obviously, DM2, arguably one of the most righteous test flights around. It was great. It's great. The flight went off without a hitch. I mean, there was some bumps here and there, but it was fine. That launched in May of 2020. So look at the timelines here, okay? 2008 to 2020. That's 12 years. 12-year development to go from nothing to crew flights, okay? That's actually kind of long, believe it or not. But it feeds into a much more empirical evidence here that I'm talking about. Okay, look at Starliner. Starliner came from nothing. It was scratch built with it has some shuttle components on it, but it's for the most part scratch built by a company that's never made spacecraft before. Now, I know what people are going to say. What do you mean Boeing's never made spacecraft? They've never made a spacecraft. They make stages. They do a good job for what it's worth. Boeing made the S-1C. They made the Saturn V first stage. And then they made Space Shuttle external tanks. And now they make SLS core stages. And now you can say whatever you want about the SLS program. The contract structuring on that program is ass. But the SLS is actually a pretty damn good rocket in its own regard. Yeah, I get it, the heavy price tag. I'm talking about performance. Works pretty good for what it is. But all the companies that in the past that made our spacecraft, North American, later Rockwell International, so the Apollo CSM and the Space Shuttle, those are companies that Boeing acquired. Boeing has never built a commercial spacecraft in-house before. Ever. So now with that in mind, right? There's no prior stuff going on here, and any prior relevant technical expertise, anybody that worked on operations for the shuttle, well, they got fired
Go at throttle up.
They got fired when Boeing basically, when the shuttle program stopped, Boeing was employing all the shuttle technicians and engineers under a company called United Space Alliance. That folded in 2012 when the shuttle program left, and they fired off all their technical expertise. So it truly is a scratch-built design. It's hilarious to me that, I mean, I myself fell for this too, dude. I fell for it. Boeing, I said this at the time, and I was 100% wrong. I said Boeing's, I understand why they chose Boeing and SpaceX. Boeing is the legacy thing, right? It's the legacy thing. That's what I said at the time. Man, was I wrong. No, it wasn't. You fired all your technical expertise. So you're basically using components from a vehicle, from thruster components from a vehicle from 1972, and trying to jimmy those into a modern capsule when you've never built a spacecraft before. Now think about Starliner's development timeline. Okay? Came on the books in 2014, first flight 2019 with the OFT-1 mission, a fiasco by any stretch of the imagination. That was bad. I'm amazed they got that capsule back. So what? 2014 to 2019, that's 5 years for the first test flight. That's a little slow comparatively to what we've seen with SpaceX. You know, like I said, SpaceX takes bigger incremental steps. But if you look at the stretch timeline of it, it's 2024, so it's been 10 years. Starliner's flown 3 times now. OFT-1, OFT-2, CFT, and then a pad abort, right? So I'd say 3.5, or we'll just say 3, because CFT is halfway done, pad abort's a half mission, right? So, flown 3 times. Starliner 1 is scheduled to happen, I don't know, end of the year, maybe next year. How long is that? 2014 to 2025. Little over a decade. Sorry, it lines up. It lines up. You want another example? Look at the Space Shuttle. Space Shuttle first came on the books in 1972. First flew in 1981. 9 years. Takes about a decade to make a human-rated spacecraft from what I can tell. Look at the Apollo capsule. The Apollo capsule came on the books 62, 63, first flew in 68. Now, the Apollo capsule is kind of an anomaly there, right? Because we basically had a blank check from Uncle Sam. The circumstances were very time sensitive, and it was also the most expensive, right? But it's 5 years, so that's kind of a mean. That's an anomaly here. From what I can tell, every spacecraft takes about a decade to make. A decade to really dial it in and get it right. I'll check that in a second, Rocket Guy. It takes a second to get this stuff right. And once again, this doesn't excuse Boeing from screwing up their thermal model, and it also doesn't excuse them from blowing out thrusters on a prior mission and saying it's fine. That seems to be kind of a problem here. So manned Starship in 2029? We'll see. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, and the Apollo capsule took orders of magnitude more risk. Like having a Teflon seal for an oxidizer tank that they needed to heat up, and then having a Teflon seal line an electrical line that goes through a pressure vessel. And if that cracks, the spacecraft just blows up. Weird, right? Or, I don't know, having shorts in a pure O2 environment. Like I said, that came in on a tighter schedule. Apollo capsule came in 5 years, but we paid the price. Paid a heavy price. That's what I mean about it being more expensive. You know what I'm saying? So if you, Sam, like I said, you look at a mean time of building a spacecraft, takes about a decade. About a decade. I don't care what anybody says. It takes about a decade. If you want to conform to all of NASA's human rating standards, right? It takes about a decade. How much did Soyuz take? Well, I would contend Soyuz first flew in 1966, and Soyuz designs are heavily influenced by Voskhod and Vostok. All right? So Vostok is the Russian word for east. It was the first human-rated spacecraft. That's the one that Yuri flew in on April 12, 1961. Right? Soyuz came on the books in about 5 years. 1966. It was designed by Sergei Korolev, the same guy that designed the Soyuz rocket, the R-7 Semyorka. Right? But its designs go back as far as the early 60s, late 50s, early 60s. So let's just say 1959, after Sputnik. Sputnik was October of 57. I understand that. Let's just, bear with me here. Like if we go from Sputnik to Vostok, right? So that was 57 to 61. I would say that Korolev took some time to develop it, and he did develop the spacecraft. He developed it himself. That guy designed everything by himself. Soyuz is all his design. One dude designed the Soyuz capsule. One dude. Korolev was extremely smart. That guy knew how to make rockets. Like, That guy was an anomaly, like von Braun anomaly, which is crazy. But if you look at it, say like 58, 59, 58 to 66, it's about 8 years. Now keep in mind, space race, right? Space race. It was rushed. Yuri's flight went fine. Ask Vladimir Kemerov how his flight went. Ask the Soyuz 1 crew. Dubrovsky, Patsiev, and I forget the last guy's name. Ask them how that went. Not good. Not great. See what I mean? Those capsules did get done faster, but they also killed people. You know, not cool. Thanks for the breakdown, man. Dipped out of following space a bit these past few years, being so busy. You're helping me get back into it big time. Yeah. Soyuz 11, yeah, I mean, Soyuz 11 was more just, I blame that on workers and resources, if you catch my drift. That's what I'd blame that on. But you do see what I'm talking about. It takes about a decade. If you really want to engineer a spacecraft right and engineer it safely, it takes about a decade. I would love to change that in the future, but at the end of the day, our material science just isn't that good yet. Could we get better? Oh, yeah, no doubt in my mind. Stuff takes time, dude. And if you look at Boeing, they're pretty much conforming to this scale to a T. Now, what is my impetus for coming up with this for capsule development timelines? Just in case you're wondering. How did you come up with this? You just look at the evidence and say, oh, it takes about 10 years and that's it, just because you have a couple of different samples of data from Apollo and everything? It's actually not my idea, if people really want to know. It's Neil Armstrong and Gene Cernan's idea. Yeah, that's where I first heard about this, from them. In their testimony to Congress in 2011. Their testimony, and this is just kind of a footnote to that whole explanation. Neil Armstrong and Gene Cernan said in 2011 in their testimony to Congress that if we abandon the space shuttle and the Constellation program all at once, we are not flying into space for about a decade, because that's how long it takes to make a spacecraft without killing somebody. They said that in 2011. Interesting. It's almost like those two may have known what they were talking about. Just putting it out there. Just putting it out there. But thrusters, shouldn't they be stranded by now? How do they work? What do you mean hired? Rocket Guy, what were you saying? This passage is interesting from a shuttle design review document. Severe pitting occurred on the valve and leakage ensued. Results of material testing confirmed the four material problem. Because the failure occurred late in the production process, the first flight units had already been manufactured and shipped. The corrective action was to keep the thrusters sealed when on the ground. To date, this has been satisfactory, and a long-term solution has not been pursued. Rocket Guy, I don't like to presume. You never presume with anything technical in this industry. That's something I've learned. It's very easy to get humbled. I've gotten humbled like 3 or 4 times today with Stokes, when Stoke did suction testing. I thought they throttled down the engine. No, but they're testing for cavitation. I learned all about that today. Turns out rocket engines can fire without ullage pressure. They just don't work very well, but they can do it. Fun fact, right? So what do I mean by humbled? I don't know more than Boeing. But did they even bother going and looking at some of these old shuttle documents about this kind of stuff? Because it kind of seems like you're repeating the same problems as the shuttle. It kind of seems like that. Because I seem to remember Starliner launching with taped off thrusters. And Crew 1 launched in 2021, 10 years later. Funny that. That's what I mean, Sam. I'd find anybody that's hard-pressed to bring a dissenting opinion to that metric. Sorry, no matter how you cut it, 10 years to make a spacecraft. I don't care who you are. It could be NASA, could be SpaceX, could be Boeing, could be whomever. It takes 10 years. Anybody that tries to circumvent that process and tries to rush is going to get someone hurt. This stuff takes time, dude. It's extraordinarily complicated. Like, people don't realize, you don't realize how difficult this stuff is. Like, I just scratched the surface, guys, with the stuff that we talk about here. It's really, really complicated. I'm gonna make one in 3. You can do that by all means. Can you do that safely? But yeah, though, I thought it was interesting and wondering if that is part of the valve issues and leaks problems with the thruster blocks. Didn't they say after the first flight fiasco that Boeing is very hesitant to ask for resources from NASA? Yeah, interesting. It's very strange, man. What is the etymology of the word ullage? The word sounds unusual. That's U-L-L-A-G-E. Yannick, ullage is, in rocketry, gases that you use to keep your fuel tanks pressurized. Think about, like, if you have a car with an internal combustion engine. You put the fuel in the car, right? You ever notice that you just put the fuel in and everything's fine, right? All fuel tanks have a vent line. The reason why is because, well, you don't want your fuel tank pressurizing with gasoline vapors in there, because then it could auto combust. Don't want that. So there's a vent line, right? On your, it's most of the time it's in your gas cap. It could be on older cars, it's in different spots, but basically you have a big line for liquid going into your gas tank, and then you have a pneumatic line to vent. So when you fill your car up with gas, you displace the air inside, and all that air goes out the vent. Simultaneously, when your fuel tank is draining, the atmosphere is going back into the tank, right? On a rocket engine, you can't really do that. You can't vent overboard because you're going to a place where there's nothing to come back in, right? So you need to supply the atmosphere in the tank. Usually that's done with helium on rockets. They have COPVs inside of the fuel tanks that are submerged in the propellant, and when the engine turns on, actually it's even before, that's what pressing for flight does, right? It's before the engines turn on. You pressurize the tank isn't like completely full, right? You start pressurizing the propellants, and you make an air pocket at the top of the tank with your ullage tanks, and when the engines turn on, you don't have to worry about the pressure in your tanks changing. You do not want to have a high delta P with your tanks. The reason why is because we learned about this just a second ago in the propulsion book. You don't want to have changing head pressure in front of your turbine impellers, your fluid, your fuel pumps. You want the pressure, you want the feed pressure into your turbine to be constant. What was it called, guys? NASH sub A or something? The head pressure in the pipe needs to be high to feed the turbine correctly, or feed the fluid impeller correctly, or else it's going to cavitate, and that blows up the rocket engine. Oh, where does that word come from? Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea. English etymology is a freaking mess, Stalfos. It's a mess. It's a mess of a language, I'll admit it. But the kind of beauty of English is that it's malleable because it's such a mess. You can just make new words. You know, you can just add to it. You can just make up stuff like saying loop did. Sick with this. Strength gigs to Mac. But sometimes I get ridiculous. I eat up all your crackers and your licorice. Come here, are you ticklish? No? Alright. My name is Humpty. Pronounced with the umpty. No? Okay. Impellers are funny like that because they're both incredibly robust, but also spontaneously combust in the presence of one single bubble. Yeah, MCRS, we were reading about that because Stoke Aerospace did a suction test to see how much they could pull with no head pressure on their new engine. And I was wondering why the flow out of the engine was so turbulent. I thought they'd throttle the engine down. And then I went and read what Andy Lapsa said. They were doing a suction test. And then I dialed in my favorite book of all time, Modern Engineering for Design of Liquid Propellant Rocket Engines. This book is great if you want to learn about how rocket engines work. I went and found what that meant in this book. It's actually super cool. This is my all-time favorite book. You really want to learn about propulsion? This and Rocket Propulsion Elements by George Sutton. Yeah, I have the 8th edition, which is superbly outdated at this point. Hell yeah, brother, I have that one with me as well. Dude, I keep this at my desk all the time. This book comes so in handy, dude. I love it. It's such a great book. This will teach you about, well, here, look. Look at that. Yeah, cross-section of a turbo pump. A hypothetical turbo pump. Super cool, man. I learned so much about propulsion from this. Space engineer propulsion is my thing. That's what makes me the happiest, dude, because it's just ridiculous. I was reading about startup sequences in this and how, you make some head pressure and that pushes a spring and that opens this valve and then that gets your oxidizer pump spinning. And then once your oxidizer pump spins, right, it opens up and, you have something akin to a wastegate that opens up and that gets you pressure to the other. Dude, it's ridiculous. The reason I was reading about startup sequences is because of the Falcon 9 run that happened. I was convinced. I went back and watched the footage and I was convinced it had something to do with the startup mechanism. And sure enough, it did. Weird. That's an F1's pump, I think. Yeah, I'm absolutely obsessed with turbine machine. Turbine machinery is bae. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Falcon 9 didn't, explode. It wasn't something like Amos 6, right? But what happened was, well, they had a pressure transducer on their line, an oxidizer line that leads to the T-tab cartridges, okay? They had a pressure transducer on there that they put on there because it was a requirement for a certain mission. Space Force! It was a requirement for a certain mission. SpaceX didn't say which one. Who has enough cash to get SpaceX to modify their rocket's design? Uncle Sam does. There you go. All right, that doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out. So they had this pressure transducer in a place. They put it in a place that had what's called a P-clamp. This is a P-clamp. I'll give you 3 guesses why they call it a P-clamp. But it could be a B-clamp or a D-clamp. No, this is a P-clamp. They had a P-clamp around where their metal line, so it was teed off, right? And they had a pressure transducer attached right where this P-clamp is because it was retrofitted, right? It wasn't supposed to be there. And the P-clamp being right on the flange between the line and the transducer cracked it. It cracked it. And because of the vibrations. The SpaceX said it was at a very vibration-prone area. That's a nice way of saying it's strapped to the freaking rocket engine. That thing vibrates a lot. Okay, it moves around. Yeah, it's on your turbine machinery. That's like the most violent place to be, save for being behind the business end of the nozzle, right? So that pressure transducer cracked. It cracked and it started leaking liquid oxygen everywhere, but only during startups, right? Well, not totally during startups. Actually, yeah, pretty much during startups. What happened was those Mila bags that are on Falcon 9's second stage that they use to keep the turbine machinery from getting too hot? Well, guess what? They coated the outside of their turbine machinery with densified liquid oxygen because that line cracked. And it cooled their turbine machinery so that when they It cooled the turbine machinery so much that when they went to start the thing again, the rocket engine basically said no. We didn't see any of that. Yeah, that's the RUD. Yeah. If you're into orbital mechanics, fundamentals of Aerodynamics is a good one. Yep. So you just saw a vid that a guy made a Triton V10 rev to 8,700 horsepower. It sounds like an F1 car. He swapped that 3-valve heads for 4-valve custom heads. Dude, you could do it. You'd need to take 5.4 4-valve heads from a Mustang and section them to make a row of 5. Yeah, you could do it. The V10, the 6.8 Sawyer, right? That's just a 5.4 with more cylinders. Actually, I think it's a 4.6, believe it or not. It may have been a 4.6, I forget. Yeah, that's why that engine is called modular. Actually, the real reason why Ford called those engines modular engines is because the assembly line, because the engines are all very similar. They have one assembly line that can make V8s. So it could make a V8, 4.654. It could make the V10, and I think it could actually make a V6 too. There's a 6-cylinder version of the mod motor that they put in Jaguars. Not a lot of people know that. If I recall correctly, it went near the T-tab equipment. The transducer was in one piece, and they ran a sense line. They ran a sensor inline from the reading location, secured it to P-clamps. Something about safety rules changed the configuration of the P-clamps, allowed the line to vibrate too much and crack. Yeah. It cooled the T-tab fluid so it flowed slower into the combustion chamber. When the T-tab finally found the liquid oxygen in the combustion chamber, it detonated the oxygen and fuel there that accumulated during startup. Ouch. No, a sense line, thin steel line that carries the fluid pressure. Yeah, I got you. But yeah, that's what prompted my whole reading about startup sequences and how they actually work. It's, I thought it was just, spray T-tab into the combustion chamber or something and you're good. No. Hey, J-Shell, 51-month resub. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, no, it's a little more complicated than that. Yeah, there's like springs and... Like I said, there are spring-loaded components that are somewhat equivalent of like a wastegate that sequence the ignition in a way that makes it so it doesn't pop when you go to start it. It's wild. And what's crazy is that all happens in like a split second. It's ridiculous how fast it actually happens. If you're looking at the sequence of events on just one rocket engine to get it start, there's like 1,000 things that need to just, like I said, a Rube Goldberg machine, man. It's nuts. Like, that blew my mind. Hey, Sean, what's up, man? Hey, keep being awesome. I'm trying, man. Thanks for the 4 months. Yeah, it's... Dude, it made my... I was like, okay. I knew it was complicated, but... Alright. Just... Alright. Okay. Anyway, I'm not sure that there's much more spec for the day here. Oh, here. I found this tab. Take a look. So this is coming from Airbus. Starlab, the family is getting bigger. Voyager Space and Team Airbus are bringing our vision to the next space station of the future to life by welcoming our new partners to our journey. Airbus will be in charge of system engineering and integration, including the main habitation module and design and development, as well as several other core systems. Hilton is designing the crew lodging area. Northrop Grumman for the development of the fully autonomous docking systems for Starlab's resupply. Cygnus. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries will broaden access for the Japanese space economy and industrial base. For AI data and analytical and predictive modeling, Planeteer Tech. For future astronaut training, Lufthansa Airlines training. Hey, Blackness, what's going on? Airbus Space. Ohio State for the first ever space-dedicated science park for Space Robot Innovations, MDA. MDMA Space. Wait, what? Okay. Does Hilton design beds? Oh, boo, Ohio State. Sorry, not sorry. I'm sorry. It's funny. I just went down this list of companies, and it's very clear which companies people don't like. Oh, Palantir. Oh, God, Ohio State. Gross. Voyager Space. Frick all these people. Yeah, just frick them all. Just, yeah, whatever. They all suck. Or something. Hilton like the hotel. Sure looks that way, dude. I'm going to tell my kids that's the PPE and the Halo module. You don't like how Voyager Space runs things? I mean, I'll take your word for it, dude. You probably have way more experience than me. Michigan man here. Go blue! As long as it isn't sports, I don't boo Ohio State. I mean, it's the Ohio State. You suck. No, you. Should have been Penn State, not Ohio State. It's going to be plastered in ads when it's done. Whatever. Imagine not loving the Buck, plebeians, Michigan degenerates. Bro. Michigan invented mass production of anything. What the hell did Ohio invent? Don't say flight. They did it in North Carolina. Nice try. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Shut up. Airplane. Boom! Roasted. Damn, I anticipated that. I'll piss everybody off. Roll Tide. Yeah, drive down that toll road, feller. You got to pay to keep the road smooth. Dayton disagrees with you. Yeah. And see, Michigan enabled the mass production. Just saying. Just saying. Ohio invented the serpent mound. Okay. The airplane, the light bulb, chewing gum, all developed in Ohio. You're welcome. Bruh. I'm from Massachusetts. You can't stunt on us. You can't. We invented freedom. I'll take the W. Thank you very much. Give me the W. Come on, give me that dubs. Give me that dubs. We also invented tea in harbors. Yes. We invented freedom. Digital computers. We did that. That's pretty cool. MIT. We got the Institute. That's pretty awesome. I said 50. Us Pennsylvanians created the country. All right. Damn it, you won that round. I mean, chewing gum is nice, but I like freedom. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. We invented synths. That's pretty cool. Medical anesthetic. Yeah, go look it up. Ether. First time ether was used as a anesthetic in medical science. Massachusetts. Boom. We invented democracy, existentialism, and the menage a trois. Hey, I like those three things. That last one's pretty cool. All right, the last one's pretty cool. Hilton quite literally doing anything in space is backfiring to me. Oh, yeah. Built the arm that grabbed Cygnus this morning. That's something. Go away, you stupid leaf. You're not part of this. This is a state competition, not a province competition. Y'all don't have anything on California. We invented Michigan invented Flint water. It's so screwed up. Hilton designing the spacecraft interior makes me think Crew Dragon's cool design caught eyes. Probably, dude. We built, sorry, couldn't deliver. I mean, Canada, Rush. I mean, it's not inventing anything, but Rush is pretty good. Triumph, also good. Yeah, those are pretty good things. We built, sorry, Brazil couldn't deliver Iraq for the ISS. Brazil invented favelas. That's cool, I guess. Japan's sending PlayStations. England. Yeah, Santos Dumont 14 biz. Not a lot of people know about that, Helsinki. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Meanwhile, there's currently a Cessna 172 doing a ferry flight from Merced, California to Honolulu. It's Honolulu, Hawaii, right now? November 176, Charlie Alpha is the tail number if you want to check it out. He's doing a ferry flight from California to Hawaii? How? That's nuts, dude. How are you doing that? That plane better be light. Does this Cessna have drop tanks? I'm not upset. Tori Bruno just posted something. What is a ferry flight? Basically, he's flying from California to Hawaii in a Cessna. Also, shame on me. I didn't know KSP1 creator was Brazilian. I think it's a Brazilian name, Helsinki, but I think Felipe is from Mexico. I don't know if it's from Brazil or not. Maybe I can ask him. I got him on speed dial nowadays. He's a good buddy of mine. Nah, he was right on. Yeah, man. I'm not allowed to mention Tori Bruno. He posted this. This is a picture of the Atlas D missile at Convair in 1960. Just all in a row. Got some Atlas 5s right there. Got a lot of Centaurs. More Atlas 5s. Nice. How many Atlas 5s are left? At least 10. I know 6 off the top of my head. The 6 Starliner missions. And then I think there's, what's after that? There's 9 Project Kuiper Atlas 5s around. So, yeah, there's 9 of those. So that would be, what, 15? Starliner, Kuiper, and Viasat. So yeah, 16. There you go. There you go, man. 16 Atlases are all out there. They're actually all done from what I understand. Hey, Lua is a Brazilian invention. That's got, I mean, there's got to be a Brazilian lines of Lua code being written. I'm not sorry. You guys do this crap to me all the time. I'm not sorry. I did nothing. All right. You want to be proud of something, it's difficult. You got Christ the Redeemer, that's pretty cool. That's pretty neat. Just saying. It's a cool statue. You have Carnival, that's pretty cool. I mean, your framework of government is a constitutional republic that's entirely based off the United States. That's pretty cool. Yeah, how many Americans know that, Helsinki? Not many. Yeah, Brazil doesn't have provinces. They have states, just like the U.S. does. Same thing. Cool stat. I live in Brazil, but closer to you than Christ the Redeemer. Nice. Duel. Ohio invented the NFL. I'm dead. The Browns are trash. Space launch Delta 30s patch for the Starlink launch next week. What the what? 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 Why would someone do that? I'm a little confused by your tactics. I'm gonna keep acting tough until I figure out what's going on. What the hell? The one last week. Oh, that's rad. Oh, my Sigma. wait a minute. Oh, crap. Wait, here. Let's, what happens if we do Starlink 6-17? Nope, didn't work. I wish they would sell these. Yes, that'd be pretty cool. The one before? Oh, this one's my favorite, dude. Yeah, baby. All right. Itchy. That's killer, man. More? Oh, God. Dude, no, screw that. That's my favorite one. It seems like all of the patches that Delta 30 is using for Starlink missions, because there's so many, they're just picking cartoon characters and putting it on there. That's freaking sick, dude. Mewtwo. That's awesome. Peach one's pretty cool. Minecraft Steve is also pretty awesome. Not even cartoon. What the? What? Wait. All right. Okay. You can find them here. Oh, that's rad, man. You have one of these at home. Ah, cool. That's pretty sweet, Uncle X. Yeah, I don't hate that. That one's sick, dude. NSF? Wait, why are the NS... Oh, it puts the NSF patches on there. That's pretty rad. I watched that launch. Yeah, it shows all official and unofficial patches. Yeah, that's cool. Just keeps going and going and going and going. Nothing outlasts the Falcon 9. That's wicked, dude. Bro! Whoa! You ain't kidding, man. Dude! That's freaking sick. Oh, man. That's the one that just launched. Cool. It's pretty rad, man. Check out 512. Oh, boy. That's pretty cool. That's also pretty cool. That's also pretty cool. I mean, that's cool. I like that. These are all pretty good, man. Cool. These are all pretty neat. Cool. All right. Fellas, that's I think that's going to be it for the space news for the day. All right. Okay. 803 is a banger. All right, last one. Last one. Wolverine. Snicky, snicky, schnoinch. Snoochie boochies. It's pretty awesome. All right, I'm going to end up doing this for the rest of the night if we don't stop. All right, dudes. Wherever you see it, you see this space. Ooh, wait a minute. A little more on that suction test. He said moron. Engine test rad. Pump suck good. Suction performance testing involves getting the engine up to steady state and then slowly venting the propellant tank to gradually decrease pump inlet pressure until the pump begins to show signs of cavitation. When things go wrong, they go wrong fast. So far, so good. The sound is loud. I couldn't hear it because my headphones decide to shut off if I don't listen to sound for like 10 seconds. That's cool, man. The sound is loud. you guys didn't hear anything though, right? I didn't see the audio playback play anything. We've watched this video already. I was looking at Tom's explanation. They yeah. Pretty good. Cool. All right, guys. We'll jump into after hours now. I hope you enjoyed space news. There wasn't that much in the news cycle today, but we're going to get some space news at 12:30 tomorrow. There's going to be a press conference with a Starliner update from NASA, so we will absolutely see what's going on over there. So space news is going to be more towards the beginning of the stream. Yeah. Is it workers' time? Is it workers' time? Oh, excuse me. It's 12:30 Eastern, so that's 30 minutes after my normal start time. You just want an excuse to play Workers and Resources. We did 3 hours of space news. We did 3 hours of space news yesterday. Tori replied to my apology. No way. You didn't say anything about why, right? Because that was just my opinion. No. Okay, yeah, that was just a theory, dude. I don't know for sure. Why are you being so mean to Tori Bruno, man? Stop it. Stop being mean to Tori Bruno. Stop it. Leave Tori alone. Oh, that's not you. That might be somebody else. Hold on. Let's see. It's the Tony one. Yeah, I gotta go find the thread. Donnie is being very mean. I know that guy. Donnie, stop being mean to Tori Bruno. Where's the damn thread? Why can't I find the stupid thread? You passed it again? Bro, I'm telling you, streaming makes you stupid. So confused. All right, you linked it. All right, cool. I'm so confused. Ah, Crane. Crane was in there. Hey, yeah, well, that's cool. I'm bombing though, Duel. There are other viewers in here that watch the stream that are actually being a jerk. Which sucks. Don't be a jerk to Tori Bruno, guys. Like, come on. He's a good dude. Like, I'm telling you, the guy's a great teacher. A great teacher, and, you know, I'd say He's done a fine job straddling the line between like defense contractor and rocket scientist and turning ULA around to profitability. I think he's done a very good job, dude. The guy, I got a lot of respect for that guy. Man, only one dude, can't fix them all. Well, yeah, all good, man. Yeah. Why are people mad at Tori Bruno? They're mad at him because of the space flight policy that ULA kind of rolled out, or the space photography policy, not space flight. Maybe you should invite him to be on NSF. He's been on NSF before. All right. Anyway. You should do that, Duel. Yeah, that's hilarious. All right. I'm going to flip us over to workers, dudes. I hope you enjoyed this space news. I will be back again tomorrow. Same time, same place for space news. And, yeah. Tomorrow, I'm just going to announce it again. Tomorrow after space news, we got my summer car. Got my summer car. Yeah, I decided today. We will title this stream, I am in crippling debt in the desert. Please help. You have a summer car. Yeah. Space News is at 12:30. So yeah, Kraz, what I'm probably, yeah, that's right. What I'm probably going to do tomorrow is do Space News and then maybe work on the car and then play summer car after that. That's probably what's going on. It's probably what we're going to do. You still have Ernox summer car. So how about we work on an actual summer car and then we go and play summer car? How did Dart go? Not great demo. I'm not really sure what I want to do with that thing. But yeah, we'll figure it out. I might cover the press conference and then do a recap. Just to give me a meter to start summer car. Like, it's tough going. I don't want to. Here's the thing, fellas. I don't want to go wrench and get my hands all dirty and then come in here and dirty up my damn keyboard. You know, I'm very annoyed. Like, very annoyed that. I don't. Very annoying that is. That was a sentence. Very annoying that is. So, I just woke up. I was hoping Dart went good. Lols, we're working on an aero shell for Dart right now, like the shuttle in the X-30, the X-33. I'm gonna make a small aero shell to get the shape that I need. Cause yeah, I have to go about it with a fresh mind today. I'm not got a lot on my mind again today. Wash your hands. I don't have any plumbing out here, Crawdad. So I have to go all the way down to the house. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not insurmountable, but I basically got to take a whole shower. And that just takes a second. I don't really like being away from the stream for that long. Massive better freedom, but it didn't invent soap. Shut up. So yeah, we're working on an aero shell for it. And when, so I'll probably move wrenching to Thursday, dudes. And tomorrow, I don't know. We'll do space news, talk about the press conference, and I'll maybe play Hearts, maybe play a round of Hearts, and then summer car. Or go to, I think the better solution would be to watch the press conference, then play a game for a little bit, then start space news, and then do summer car. But either way, we're back to doing long streams, so.
All right. Let's get, see if we can get out of crippling debt here. I think I'm like 4 million in debt on the ruble. It's not great. It's not great at all. It's not good. It's not good. We'll see. My Little Pony mod for hearts. Red Panda played that today. I don't want that make.
As long as you're not 32 trillion in debt. No. Only 4 million, I think. 3.2. That's actually not too bad. That's okay. We're only 1 million on the dollar though, but it's good because we're making money on the dollar, which is excellent. We have fuel and bitumen exports going. The refinery is cranking. And I'm working on expanding. That damn truck is still making that freaking noise. I had a truck glitch out on me, and now one of my septic trucks sounds like a tank rolling around. Yeah, I know, Sneaky. That's the joke. Like, you know, My Little Pony. My Little Pony hearts. That's hilarious, dude. Can you sell it? If I can find the damn thing. Oh god, the sound is perpetually playing. EJ, Russia septic thanks you. We'll just reload that. Likes making noise, I guess. Hey, well, Lord, what's going on? This is, yeah, I guess this is how we do things now. Can we sell it? I just sold it and it didn't fix it, Sneaky. So our power plant is up and running, and yeah, we're actually making some good money on the dollar for now. I told them to expand the highway out of Alsana here into the main area, and guys, I think we should start getting the farm up. I was thinking about this last night when I was going to sleep. This whole area makes very little money. The only money that it basically makes is a gravel train export, right? And some clothes from time to time. That's it. And we're about to go further into debt. The good part about this is that I did finance this on the dollar, but we have an SPP over here that's exporting pretty much all the power, which is good. Ukraine. So the SPP is working, and yeah. Pretty sure its power export is higher than the labor costs, so that's good. That's good. you tell the truck to park itself where you can't hear it? It looks like it. I don't know. I mean, we could try. What's killing us on this damn import? Fabric and fuel. We're importing that fabric, but we also have no clothes import because I'm making the clothes. All this over here, I'm starting to build out a city so we can build out another refinery here and start exporting oil. And I'm going to build a city here to get the refinery working. But yeah, this doesn't make, I mean, this makes money off of exporting oil, but over here at El Sanaa, we don't really make money. It's technical research that gets us, you know, that. And also, oh, that's right. We started building a hotel so we can have tourism. That's right. I don't know, Yannick, maybe. Our incinerator is up and running, though, so that's good. I mean, the thing is, we're making good cash here. It's just... yeah. Where's the labor costs coming from? I don't know what I'm still importing labor for. Unless it's for the power plant over there. It comes out, ash and construction waste comes out of there. You have to get rid of it, Yannick, but I don't have to worry about that right now. Yeah, fire station labor over here, yeah. Make your own fabric? It needs crops, chemicals, and water. Alright, let's pause the game. Alright, I need to give myself a buffer, which sucks. But, I don't know what else to do. For now. I don't really like doing this, but 1, 5, 5, 9, 6, 8, 3. It didn't really change much, it just gave me some seed money, but whatever. I guess we should really push to get the crops figured out, huh? Alright, well,
If that's the case, we are going to need the train tracks. The train right away needs to get into the Central Valley. That's huge. We have to have train tracks. Yeah, we got to make the tracks go out there, dudes. That's, yeah. So I got to make a right of way over here for the tracks. Which means we're going to need to take out more of this over here. Watch out, the fields can activate cities. Worker, yeah, that's a good point. Hey, what the hell is that? Is that a road? Oh. Get rid of that crap. Screwed up my farm. Yields from that is gonna suck. I was actually, Iger, I was thinking about taking the train tracks and having them cross and riding the train tracks on the outside. There's much more space for a right of way over here. You know? The other thing is I gotta level the terrain. It's not something that you absolutely have to do, it's just something I like doing. Makes it kind of easier to see everything. Oh, we need a bulldozer down here. I mean, this is for the most part pretty flat, but... yeah. Cool. There's not going to be a lot. This isn't the most fertile land here. Anywhere you see this kind of green is the most fertile areas. What's up, Okie? That Das? That's Das. Okay. Want to see if I have an empty depot over here that we can use. Stuff at that one.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Crash, 82 months. It's a bigger number than I ever imagined. Rendera Road Depot. Cool. So now I have space for a free depot. Build the Soviet version of Reno. The Soviet version of Reno. I'm building out a hotel, and that'll start getting us some tourism money. So once the hotel comes, we'll get a bus, start bringing a bus down here, and people can see my renowned university town that has an amphitheater and has the Archmena. Great. McDursey, is the learning curve hard on workers? If you turn the settings, if you turn the difficulty settings all the way up, yes, it is extremely difficult. The learning curve is about as sheer as that damn cliff right there. Like that. It's pretty crazy. I like that though, dude. That's a challenge. So, yeah, you can turn the difficulty settings down and it'll play like every other city builder. But I think that this game's hallmark is that you can actually turn. This can actually get pretty freaking complicated, man. SPP only generates power during the day. I mean, that makes sense. Doesn't mean it isn't annoying. This game's easy. You think so, Cyphus? Is that an Antonov 225, Doroshenko? That's what it looks like to me. Don't hate it, man. Pretty awesome airplane. That's the dream, dude. Hello. Hey, what's going on? So I'm going to start laying down the refinery, and once again, we'll finance the profits from one refinery to build another one over here. This oil field is insane. It's very, very big, and it produces tons of crude. So I got to have a city set up over here to get it working. Right now, I'm just exporting crude oil. Yeah, Halsey, that's a good way to... Do you have enough oil to feed 2 refineries? I can feed another refinery over here. This oil field can feed that refinery, no problem. Might need more oil fields in the future if this refinery gets up to full capacity, though, Yannick. Okay, we have the bulldozer and the excavator. I want this to be the set height for our farmland. What are those 2 grayed out options in the landscape manual? The landscape manual. Grade? Restore. I think restore terrain plants grass. I'll tell you why I'm putting the farm on step terrain like this. It'll make sense in a second. Essentially, I want my farmland low and the roads high. I don't know. I just thought it looks more farm-ish in my mind. It doesn't cost me any. I mean, it only costs me a little bit of fuel from the bulldozer. I already paid for the tank. And I just realized we probably could have done this with the taxiway tool and it would have been fine. But... Titan's here.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
No, those are mine. Dang it. What's up, Pepper? Hey, Bree. How you doing?
Good, we just wanted to say hi.
Hey, Title. Oh, Popper. I know what you mean, having driven around a lot. Roads need to be higher because of irrigation and stuff. Oh, Popper. Hi, buddy. How you doing? Mwah. Love you. Hey, babe.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good.
I love you.
I love you. Thinking that.
Oh, dear.
Tycho, what happened to your son and your mom?
Oh, he wrecked that.
Oh, yeah.
That Chewy toy got obliterated. They say nice pants.
Thank you.
The NASA pants.
They are NASA pants.
Oh, the pups.
Say, I'm a good boy.
He is a good boy.
He's just been sleeping.
He's like, why am I still on the leash?
What is mom doing?
All right, baby.
How long do you think he'll go tonight? Yeah.
A couple more hours.
Alright.
Something like that. I'll see you before bed.
Alright.
All right, love you.
I love you.
See you.
Alright.
Bye-bye. Bye, Taito. Titan has a strong gravitational pull. That's right. That is right. You're absolutely right. And don't feed him as much, okay? Stop yelling at me. Wait a minute. Can you farm year-round here in the desert? You can, can't you? There's no winter. Oh, why didn't we think of that, Sneaky? We could have been farming this whole time and sold tons of food all the time. Oh, no. Well, lesson for next time. Yeah, you're in the desert. You can farm on the fertile land year-round. I don't know why I didn't think of that. How many fields do we need to feed a food factory at full operation? It's 52, I think. You need 52 fields to power the thing year round. Probably would have been easier to do, probably would have been easier to do, with the runway tool. A communist BLT? That's a good joke. Communists don't have food. SMH my head, Crane. Sorry. I messed up. Also. Hey, I got a good laugh out of it, alright? I got a good laugh. Alright, I got a sensible chuckle. I want to make the highway go this way. All right, now watch. Ready? easier. So, because I plan on putting train tracks, I think the best way to do this would have the tracks switch. Have them cross right here. A level crossing is not going to be that big of a deal, I don't think. Do you guys think? I know what you mean, bruv. Alright, cool. So if this is the case, a level crossing on an autobahn? Alright, fine. I'll figure out another way. I guess this dirt road needs to go down in a ditch now. I guess not. I don't care about that road. Screw that road. There we go. Nice. Alright, now let's build the concrete bridge will do us right. There we go. You can make your own lake or pond, Kuro, but it only works to an extent. There's only one sea level. Like, I can't make a pond above sea level, right? Like, we can't put a pond, like, right here. If I dug down here enough, not very far, I'd hit the water. In crippling debt playing video games. Ever Inferno, I'm talking about in-game. In-game, I'm not in crippling debt. I mean, I have a mortgage, if that's what you want to know. There's debt in the game, buddy. Yeah. I owe a lot. I owe a lot of money, dude. Sorry, I just got that. It's all good, bro. Don't worry about it. No problem. I'm in debt in real life. Oh yeah, so am I, dude. I got mortgage, student loans, just like everybody else. Just a mere mortal, sorry. Sorry to... I ain't special, you know. Yep. Yeah, absolutely, Hokie. I refinanced those a little while back to lower my monthly payments, but I'm still going to be paying that for a long time. I try not to think about it, dude. I just try to kill as much of that principal as I can per month. Go from there. I could dig out a canal right here, guys, if we wanted to. In fact, that's what I'm going to do over here. I'm going to make an inland port. Over here is going to look like Rotterdam or Antwerp or what's the one in Germany? Bremen? Bremen? Bremen. Yeah, and I'm going to widen this canal so ships can get in here. Sorry. Hashtag not sorry. Ow.
Clifton, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
I'm in debt up to my eyeballs. Fund. Here, let's move it from the eyes to the tip of the nose.
Alright. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Hokie. I appreciate it, man. Appreciate you, buddy. How goes the Union? That's good. Getting there, Murdoch. We're getting there. Trying to expand out into the Central Valley so we can get some farming going. You know, like Murdoch, we were talking about it a little bit earlier. I had the kind of epiphany. You can just harvest year-round in this. Why can't you? You can harvest year-round. That's not cool. Like, you're in the desert. You don't need to wait. You don't need to wait through the winter, right? You can harvest year-round, so you can always produce food. Food would be an excellent export here on this map because of this, which sucks, but hey, what are you gonna do? So I'm just clearing some area, clearing some land here for... just so we don't activate any of the cities near this place. I don't want them to pick up workers by accident and have them start planting crops. Don't remind me, winter is coming fast. Wonderful game design. Yeah. That's why they grow alfalfa in Arizona. There's multiple growing seasons. I gotta figure out where the heck I'm gonna put the damn farm. Yeah, where's the highway gonna go to? Oh, there's a little bit of water there. Never saw that. Trying to figure out where I'm gonna put the farm and everything. I gotta remember how this all goes together. I was gonna put an overpass there, but I decided against it. Gonna suck having the trains on this side, dude. I might need to go in and make the right of way on the other side. You know, I was just thinking about it. It's probably a good idea. Alright, let's get the taxiway out, see if we can do this faster. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely a faster way to do that. Dig a trench, dig a trench, dig a trench, dig a trench, dig a hole, dig a hole. And then do the same thing on the other side here. Make sure we get a nice right of way for the road. And then get the taxiway out. God, I love that. So easy. Now that's a flattening tool. Yeah, exactly. Now that's how you flatten stuff. It takes a dysfunctional melon farmer to flatten stuff like that. I mean, these humidity levels aren't the best, but I'm considering we're covering the whole area. It should be all right. I'm gonna do another row of another 2 rows of 4 right here and here because there's good humidity in the soil right there, especially right around here, all up in here on the riverbanks. You know what? I'm gonna rethink putting the railroad tracks on that side. It'd probably be better for the farmland if the tracks weren't on that side. Like if we had the right of way over here, and I put the farm or something like right here, and the trucks go down, we could have a grain silo right next to Sulasuma, right here. And then have the highway cross the river here, because that's where the port's gonna go. Alright, we can unpause for a little while. Oh, they're gonna drive all the way down there to get gas, because reasons. What about a port? Rivers are nature's monorails. Yeah, I'm gonna put a port right here, Halsey. And we're gonna widen out the canal. I already started doing it here. And we already have some docks at Kasask right here that we could start building out soon. I mean, we could start doing that. Kind of what I want to do. I just got to make sure I don't. Yeah. Just got to make sure we don't mess this up. Yeah, overstretch, man. I'm gonna have to move those bulldozers around so we can start leveling the terrain for the train right away here. Hey, Flykin. Any word back on the application, or... Oh, wait, no, that was today. Never mind, that wasn't yesterday. That was yesterday? Oh, nice. That was, so yeah, that was yesterday. Hey, I'm not crazy. All right, sweet. Hell yeah. Yesterday you said tomorrow, so just do it. Do it! That's construction on all my municipal buildings coming over here. Good. Nice. This is a new construction depot that I'm setting up for this whole area. We're gonna move my depots away from over here. And we actually are making money. That's pretty good. We're making money on the ruble. The thing is, I just got to make 67 Gs to break even every month. Our payment is 67 grand, which not great. What sports season is it? Which one can we talk about? I don't know, man. I haven't been keeping up with baseball. Gotta wait for that frickin' thing to get all the way back over there. I am exporting power. I'm exporting solar on the ruble and oil on the dollar for power. Yep. You still hate F1. I'm kind of indifferent, RJ. It seems to be getting better, but I'm not convinced. The Orioles, man, that's what you need to know right now. Hey, Tig. So isn't having lots of oil a good way to be rich? Why are you so poor? Took a big investment to get it running.
Discovery,
Hey,
go
Nader,
and throttle up.
give me spaghetti. No. Yeah. Oh, I mean, you want. We need a NASCAR manager. Kind of cool. Just nationalize the investment. Yeah, I think it hasn't been too bad, but yeah. I don't trust it, man. I've been suckered into liking it again in the past. Not making the same mistake twice. Something like that, Blyken, yeah. Is there anybody left in the city, or did I take them all? Oh no, there's How's the stream going? It's going good, Jesse. How are you? Gonna have to level another bit of terrain here. 2,000 feet. There we go. Not too worried about that. Okay, now let's go here. And we set a bit of flat terrain right there, like that, right? And then get the taxiway out. Watch this. Ready? But wait! There's more! Hold on to your butts! Because this one's a stinker! Oh, that's so satisfying. Hey, on how they do it. Taxiways. Everyone has a taxiway in their airport. Man, that was way easier than doing it the way that I did it before. Nice, 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 nice. There we go. There's some pretty good yields from this area here. Did that cost you any money, the taxiway? No, no, not at all. Didn't cost you nothing. That's the other reason why I like doing it. It doesn't take as long and it doesn't cost nothing. That one's 15. I'm almost thinking put the farm right there. The rest of these are quite good. It's just that one. That field's gonna struggle. But then again, putting the farm right there means I don't really have a good place for any crops to go. The way we have this set up is fine. Build a launch pad. Dude, they've talked about making a spaceflight DLC for this where you build rockets and you can build like a launch complex, so... if they did, this will officially become, well, maybe Kerbal notwithstanding, one of my all-time favorites. They've also thought about weapons factories, Grab. At least that's what I've heard. I'm burgering hard right now. That's what I've heard. So take that with a grain of salt. This is where the farm, we'll put the farmhouse, grain silos. Gonna need a repair depot and everything, and it can be serviced by that city. We gotta get a store out here. We gotta get the highway out here. We gotta get train tracks out here. Actually, it might not be the worst idea to get the train line to go over here. But there's also still plenty of fertile land right here. dump that road, we could always do more of it. Train line surrounded by farmland. Yeah. Indiana isn't the desert though, Sneaky. Actually, putting the road on the other side and putting the train right away here might be a good idea. The tracks are gonna need to... We're gonna have to make a line that gets in here to a grain silo with a farm or something. Yeah, technicalities. Alright, so... Yeah, you know what? We'll put the road on the other side. Let me clean this up. Tracks on one side near the highway. Serve the road for harvesting on the other side. Then again, that's not the best idea, because we could extend the farmland and get some pretty nice fertile land here. Not so much on that side. Interesting, Elfish. I'm really only used to watching Cities 1, and in that game you had to sit back and stop on building new stuff. Is that the case here too? Yeah. I'm building stuff out of desperation, RJ. It's really easy to go into debt in this game. Yeah. I have the game paused because I'm basically planning this area out. What I'm doing here is making sure... So you see these little villages around here? I technically don't have jurisdiction over those villages. Unless I utilize the labor. Once I utilize the labor, then I have to start providing for them. Until then, they just kind of sit there and be autonomous. And this will basically give them a command to work in the field, and I'm not doing that. You can use farming equipment. You can make a collective farm, and you can you don't have to have people work the fields. You can automate it. I should learn music theory, and you should learn music theory and make your own Seabird playlist. You could have the railroad cut the farmland tiles opposite the river into triangles. I want to build my port over here, Yannick. And that's kind of sucks because that's a lot of fertile land over there. I was just noticing. Maybe we should just go with the original plan of just building the port out there. You could always demo this bridge and build it somewhere else, but there's tons of fertile land right on the riverfront, dude. Anywhere that has this green on it is very fertile land. Yeah, I'm kind of in a quandary. Narrow gauge? I don't know if the Soviets ever used narrow gauge, dude. But yeah. I see what you're saying, Steve. That'd be kind of cool. Unfortunately, there's no way to runway this thing, because I don't think you can do that way. Yeah. Can't put your taxiways underwater, so we can't level the terrain the quick way. I was thinking earlier, do you remember how old your Condor pad, how your old Condor pad used rocket engines to verticate it? Yes. I think a system like that might be needed for SLS style vertical integration. Still have to test it though. What? Why? Robotics start to drift under heavy load. No, they drift on fizz reload. They can bend and flex, but hybrid tech can basically beat that problem, so not too worried about it. Yeah. So yeah, this is gonna be the start of the port. I should really design everything, dudes. Yeah. Like, whenever you're moving terrain around or something, or designing a new area, you should always pause the game. You gotta kind of play this like RimWorld. You know, whenever you're planning something, like in RimWorld, like if you get attacked, speaking of this noise, you know, you get attacked in RimWorld, you kind of, the first and best bet is to just pause the game. Just pause it, because you got to figure out what your defenses is. That's kind of what Tynan intended to do. Like, that was his intention with how he made it. You know, pause the damn thing and then figure out how you're gonna fight off the damn robots. Or in this case, fight off the crippling debt. I might need to get demo teams out here to demolish that road for the right of way for my highway. Yeah, we gotta demolish this road. Make a new right-of-way for this road. I gotta get a demo team out here. We gotta demolish this because I need room for the highway. What I want the highway to do is I want it to go around my port, the highway and the train tracks for what it's worth. Now the train tracks are gonna have to go down a little bit here. They're gonna have to go down a slight grade and then go this way to the grain silo. And then I want a Y right here, and then I want the tracks to cross here as well. Tracks and the highway to cross here, because beyond here is not, I mean, I don't know. I could make the ships go all the way down here, but there's a bunch of low bridges and stuff, and I'm kind of like, meh. I think to here is fine. We're right in the center of the map. See? Where I put the farms right in the center. This should be good enough. By that I mean the land on the side you're already building fields. Yeah. There are no demo offices in range. Okay, we're gonna have to make one. Walls. We'll get rid of that one. Are those fields? Yep, they are, Bearlicious, yep. I'm gonna build out a farm over here. I have to plan on the design. But in order to do that, I want to extend the highway and the train tracks out here. Does the temperature affect the gameplay? I think, Mr. Steeman, it might affect the crops, but I'm not sure. I haven't tested that yet. We're gonna have to figure that one out. Hey, we're profitable on the ruble, but I think that's because I'm exporting gravel. We're only going to be able to do that a couple more times. Oh. Yeah. Okay. That solar power is helping. Good. Gotta put that road back. I just made it go around. Made it go around my fields. Alright, so... what I'm going to do over here is go in here like this, extend the road a little bit, and then we need a demolition office. Oh, I got to go demolish the other one first. I'm trying to put one here so it's relatively in range. What's going on over here? Okay, how are we going down here? Technical office is ready to go. Hair depot is almost done. Distro is ready to go. Good. All that's financed on the dollar, so yeah, I'm not too worried about that. Nice. Buying that debt down, baby. Oh my gosh, we're almost profitable on the ruble. That's pretty good, man. I started exporting gravel, and that's gonna work. Oh, I know about the Timberborn stuff, Sneaky. That's pretty good. The other thing we should really do is get the highway to go down here into the valley. If I can connect the highways together in some meaningful infrastructure, then and especially connect the train lines, then we're gonna be doing real good, man. Real good. That damn septic truck is around. I don't know if you guys can tell. This is all the infrastructure, so I can basically place whatever I want down. We can expand the city like crazy. Any reason you manually assign buildings? I can keep track of it better in my head that way, dude. Go. Apparently the auto search is better nowadays, Bearlicious, but I'm still like skeptical, you know. All right, we got to make a right of way for the tracks. Part's gonna suck. The reason why this is gonna suck is because we need to take a chunk out of this hill. Or we could tunnel it. A train tunnel through this part might not be the worst. For the rest of this, I should be able to... Yeah, we should be able to get the right of way. Or we might have to blast. The excavator. Ah, steel research is finished. Pipeline pressure is probably something we're gonna need eventually, so let's get her done. What if you use the old gravel roads right away? For the tracks? We'd have to make the tracks cross at some point, dude. Not saying we can't. Yeah, I gotta make the train tracks cross, dude. The other solution would be to run the right of way on the other side. Do that. See why we couldn't. And you guys are saying run it along the gravel path, but then we still have to get the tracks that are heading this way, we still have to get them to cross somehow. I gotta cross the highway. Don't really want to do that. Oh, that was something. It's not anything I didn't know. I have an excavator free down here. And then we should be able to start cutting the right of way for the train. In the meantime, we flatten out this side. Hey, Just Thanks, what's up, dude?
Go at throttle up.
23-month resub, thank you very much. Yeah, this one's gonna be tricky. A lot of fertile land there. Just on a side note. Did I try combing the desert for more cash? Comb the desert. You hear me? Comb the desert. The kids love this. Adorable. That truck's gonna go grab the excavator. Yes, chop up the road. Screw that road. Let's go check on Kuvarud. Nice. Actually, before we do that, how about the roads? Get the road, and then we start building out the damn refinery. Meanwhile, over here... construction labor. Get workers from Gillickley. Oh, that's everything from Gillickley. That's not exactly what I wanted, but hey, whatever. Yeah, we have an electricity problem because it's nighttime. Oh. Hey fellas, I have an interesting question. We can buy power for 40 cents per kilowatt hour and sell it for 41 cents per kilowatt hour on the ruble. If I set a NATO electrical point to import, like that one, and we connect it, oh, my grid isn't set up for that. We connected it to that over there. Huh. Yeah, you wouldn't make too much, but... Capitalism! Face wall, please. Oh, no. Yeah. It might get there in time. If not, we gotta demo it, rebuild, but that's okay. Unlike before, that doesn't take the entire stupid thing offline. Yeah, it kind of could work, Oculux, but it's not. I mean, that's just... I mean, yeah, it could work, but it's not exactly what I'm trying to do. There's no way they're getting there on time. Have you tried exporting potassium? Six-figure exports over there, man. Not bad. Cool. We're actually almost positive on the ruble. Without gravel, from what I can tell. Nice. The dollar. Oh, we're good on the dollar. We're selling oil on the dollar like crazy. Oh, nice, dude. All this is all hooked up. So this is the infrastructure for a big city that I'm going to fix up here. Oh, fire destroyed it. Did I lose my fire trucks? Did they get there in time to just blow up? No. I let it demolish so we could rebuild it. We're still getting oil, which is good. This isn't aerospace related, but it's still a cool creation. What's up, dude? I was gonna say sound and play. Sound is play. Figure 2. Cool. That's pretty neat. And when did robots actually become a thing? Like, didn't it seem like for the longest time that robots were kind of like one of those things that would be like, that would be cool to have in the future, but I don't think we'll ever get to that point. And now just all of a sudden, you know, it's like, hey, robot. Look at it. It's pretty awesome. Yannick, there's just a weird day-night cycle in this game. It just kind of goes from time to time. Have you seen the side-by-side comparison between Raptor 1 to Raptor 3? Yeah, Highlander, I have. Dude. Dude. Yeah. Dude, that's all I can say. That motor is insane. It's just frankly ridiculous what that thing does. Your best start in believing cyberpunk dystopias. You're in one. You best start believing you're in cyberpunk dystopias. You're in one. I mean, we kind of are, dude. Social media is pretty much that. Good. Calm down. Not a real giant mosquito yet. Oh, jeez. Hey, it's my in-game birthday now, just 35 years before you were born. Yeah. Yeah, that's great. Oh, yeah. Money, money, money! Come on, oil crisis, let's go. We need an oil crisis. Random thought. The Mist is one screwed up movie. Yeah, it is. Okay, excavator is here. Now we have fun with the taxiway. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Now we just got a right of way for all of our trains. God, I love that. Back off, Hill. Thought I told you I didn't want you around. So good. Now this is the one that's gonna suck. Alright, let's pick the low-hanging fruit. Ready? How is it gonna let me do that? Oh! Oh! What 3D printers do you own? I own an Ender 3 S1 and an Ender 3 Pro. I don't use them very much, dude. Not as much as I would really want. Like, I feel bad. We bought those during the pandemic, and I was like, I'm gonna get into 3D printing. Alright, let's try something. I'm gonna put a taxiway right here, straight, and then we're gonna put a taxiway right here, like this, and we're gonna see. Gotta be careful though. Can't. Oh, it started to do it. Crap. For the next save, avoid using the runway taxi cheat. Are you kidding? I'm not doing that. We will keep using this. Beatings will continue until the road grading. I think I upset the sheriff over on Starbase Live. I don't understand what that means, Yannick, but what did you do? Or not Yannick. James, what did you do? Sorry. Too many J's over there. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Frick that ledge, dude. That's how we do. Okay. So I decided not to make this cut exactly with the road. What I'm going to do is keep the train line a little more flat. That's exactly what I'm trying to avoid. Now what we gotta do, right, grab the taxiway. Oh, that is so ridiculously satisfying, dude. did a bit of off-roading in the process. Well, that's not smart. Why would you do that? Don't be an idiot. And don't confess to pissing off the sheriff in my chat, man. What the heck's the matter with you? Why would you do that? Something designed for off-roading, so why not? I don't know what's happening. Never mind. I love that you can mess with the terrain when you're paused. That's very, very useful. Is this modded or vanilla? Vanilla. Trying to even out the edge because the tracks that we did put down looked like that. And you hide from the sheriff here. I don't understand what you're talking about there. Still dips right there and it looks awful. What the hell's that about? Nice, just downloaded the demo. Game's tough, dude. Tough game. Freaking difficult, man. Right now, I'm making a right away for my train tracks. I like putting crisscrosses in. The crisscrosses can mark different blocks so trains can move around like that. See? Just have different blocks so the train, whatever. I mean, we're going to be sending crops and whatnot up this thing like crazy, so. Some Tetris music would be good, Rick. Did you, James, you went and saw the SF-51 launch? Cool. That's awesome, man. Yeah, it's a good launch. It was early in the morning, though. Like, very early in the morning. How's the national debt going? I'm kind of in trouble with the ruble, dude, but the dollar is actually excellent. Cutting through that is gonna suck. honestly might just shift the road. Give us the space that we need. What time is the Starliner update conference tomorrow? Grimlock, it is at 12:30 p.m. Eastern time. That's 30 minutes after my normal start time. Oh. Beautiful road. All right, we'll do it this way. There we go. You know, while we're here, I'll do the same thing over here. We'll, use it to carve the right of way. Come on. Yeah, baby. Level that damn hill. You know it's bad when the taxiway tool is actually taking its sweet time leveling this terrain. that should be enough. See, now I have enough room for the damn train tracks. All right, so let's make the straight pieces first. Yes. Now... we go back in here, connect this, right? Yeah. And there you go. Now we have a right of way. I only screwed up a little bit of the road right there. I knew something was weird about these damn bridges. They're locked onto grid spacing, not road spacing. See? I was like, why are those bridges crooked, man? But it would also benefit if we move the highway right away while it's in flux, while the design is in flux. We could move it over one more. And that could give us enough room for the train. Yeah, see, now that doesn't look like poop. Great. And I can connect, we can reconnect the depot in right there. Sweet. Titan's barking, did you hear that? I might move the depot to the other side, it definitely is in the way. Oh, hey, hey, that's not the track I wanted to get from. Trains and highways working together. Gamers helping gamers. Look at that. A little bit of a tight corner around that thing, but... nothing like good Soviet concrete jungle. Where is airport going to be located? Probably on the lowlands somewhere. Maybe right here? I don't know. Never really... Dude, I haven't even thought about airports, man. I don't know why I made that road curvy. Whatever. Fine. Extra CO2 for the crops. Yep. Put the track in the middle of the highway like that one section of I-10. Oh, that... I would need differential... The tracks would need to be at a different height. They need to go down and then they need to go under and up, you know? That would be cool though, Sneak. Alright. See what's going on everywhere else. A lot of this is... Oh. Nice. Making money on that dollar, dude. Heck yeah. Alright, let's go look at Corporate over here. Or what's the new city? Arriba. How's this going? Hey, Bastardo! What's up, man? Catch me on the tail end, man. How's things? Hold up, I just had a stupid idea. Hit me with those laser beams, Sneaky. What do you want? What if you put a tram in the middle of some of the highways in the city? Why do you think I designed this city to be such a straight path, dude? Tram depot up here, shooting people up and down from the different plateaus. Read my mind, man. I'm serious. I did plan on doing that. I talked about it in a VOD previously. So, yeah, man. Good call. Yeah. We're gonna make the line, but not stupid and actually does something. You know? I'll go just watch the latest podcast of Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan! Yeah. Gonna get gravel going down here. The big thing though, I don't want to do the tram thing, but I need to figure out, I need to build substations out on the pedals here. Just like I did over here. Gotta build substations. There's a sound glitch with one of the trucks, guys. That's why it's like deafening. I mean, Sneaky, I kind of did the same thing here with this one, but it's not as optimized as the other one. I need Algalin to be not small, you know what I mean? Alright, let's see if we can set up this damn farm. Gotta remember, we're gonna have train tracks that come in here, so the silo... I'm gonna give myself a little bit of room on either side. Alright, now we're gonna need a fertilizer pipe right here, so we need to do small storage. Now, give me... Is that the one we made before? One grain silo should be good. Once again, we just gotta dump the rest of this freaking stupid gravel road. Hey Charles, what's up, dude?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
How you doing? I should be doing this on pause. Good. All right. Good stuff. Farm is made. We should be able to get trucks and stuff to them. I think I got to make the highway. I'm going to make the highway kind of diverge here from the tracks and kind of run along this coastline right here before it kind of goes this way and then crosses the river. But yeah, it's pretty good, man. I might need to set up another road, another train building facility because, yeah, having the one that's all the way over there, keep building this stuff out, might not be the best idea. It's gonna take forever for that to happen. We'll see. Why won't it let me? Hate that road. I hate it. I've decided I hate it a lot. Should be okay if all points as full workers, so that might be easier. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I'm sure that road isn't too fond of you either. Well, yeah. Yeah, you're probably right. did car centric. That'd be kind of cool. Not gonna lie. That'd be kind of cool. If we finance all this on the dollar, it shouldn't be an issue. Make money like crazy. Hey Moochie, what's up? Are we in realism mode? Construction times? Yep, maximum difficulty, dude. Maximum difficulty. It's tough. Yeah, dude, I built all these highways and everything, SPPs, all on realism, super realism. It's tough. You saw Sips blundering through today on normal realism, and it was good fun. Running a straight edge slave camp. Yeah. Dude, I'm so happy that Sips is playing this, man. Like, you have no idea. I love workers. I found out about this game probably about 5 to 6 months ago. I love every minute of it. I'm so happy he's playing it. I really hope we can start building up a good following for this game because it's awesome. It's such a good game, dude. And I'm like, dude, I was pumped that Sips was playing it. I actually sat and watched for a little while before I started streaming. Like, I instantly subbed to his channel. I was like, instantly, nope. You know? Yeah, it's funny, dude. I mean, dude, anything he plays, dude, it's hilarious. But, yeah, good stuff. But yeah, see, I build highways. I like building infrastructure, man. There was a Brazilian streamer playing it a few hours ago. 4,000 plus viewers. Nice. Alright. Oh, dang. EJ's still up. Sweet. Yeah. You see any of his meat factory in Fallout 4? I watched him play that save once, dude. Yeah. Hey, Alex. What's going on, buddy? Why are you diverting the tracks for an ephemeral building? I don't know. Because it looks cool. I like keeping these depots around. He always puts culture. This is the culture area. This is where culture is found. Dude. Nice flanking. Not the worst song I've ever been told to listen to. trying to make sure that those guys weren't, yeah, screwing that up. Right. If you figure out a way to get more workers towards the rail line, it'll, yeah, do miracles, yeah. We should build out more flats right here. That was the plan, dude. Everybody will go and work at the railroad there on this road. I also I built a tunnel underneath the tracks right here so we could expand the city this way. Probably should do that sooner rather than later because they have access right to the train station. You know? Alright guys, it's getting a little late. I put in like a 13-hour stream yesterday and a 12er today, or 11 today. So I'm gonna stop for now. I'll see you guys in the morning to cover that press conference, okay? Hokey, thank you for tipping the 154 bucks today, dude. If you're still out there, I do appreciate it, man. It's Moochie. Hey, go to bed, Steve. Thank you. Yeah. I don't know if we'll play workers tomorrow. I mean, I'll tell you, I could probably sit there and play workers for 12 hours tomorrow straight, but we're not going to do that because I said we would have summer car. So I'm thinking tomorrow might be the day of cars. We'll work on the Camaro. We'll work on our actual summer car, right? We'll work on our actual summer car, and then we'll play my summer car to wind down. Is that good? Does that sound good? Everybody, YouTube guys, are you okay with that? Nice worker section. Yeah, we just gotta fix that ruble, man. It's coming, but I mean, we could still go into debt further. We can go into we could take out another 2 million. So it's just really getting out of that might be an issue. Yeah, we'll play MSC. We're gonna do Space News first, and then I'll work on the Camaro. I should have all the parts by tomorrow that we need. And then we'll wind down with MSC. So it'll be like Space News from like noontime to like 4. Wrenching from like 4 to 8. And then summer car from 8 till whenever. Workers and resources will not be happy with your lack of dedication. Yeah. All right, dudes. I'll talk to you guys all tomorrow. I'm not looking forward to this press conference, but it's going to be content nonetheless. So, rocket launches. Let's see. Let me check real quick. What do we got on the docket? Nothing until Friday morning. So we're kind of clear for the time being. Okay. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Have a good night, and thank you.